Chapter 858. After obtaining the severed arm, Feng Yuan carefully stored it in his immortal aperture. Next, he carefully cleaned the place, trying to get rid of his traces. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he did not rest. He started immediately, spending 4 days and 3 nights to refine this severed arm, turning it into Song Zixing's head. Next, he used fixed immortal travel immortal Gu to go to Earth Abyss. Star form land spirit. I have brought Song Zixing's head. In the dark underground world, he shouted. A speck of starlight appeared in front of him. It shone brightly and gushed out like spring water. After a breath of time, the dazzling starlight turned into a square door. The translucent starlight door floated in the air. There was a plaque on the door. On it were the words, Star Form Blessed Land. Feng Yuan squinted, looking at it quietly. Ordinary blessed lands and grotto heavens had doors, because with doors they could interact. With interactions they could absorb heaven and earth chi and strengthen themselves. Thus, infallible blessed land was very special, because it did not have a door. This was a very strange exception. Under Feng Yuan's observation, the starlight door opened slightly. It's you? You really brought Song Zixing's head? A voice came from the door. Star form land spirit did not appear. He was on guard. Feng Yuan chuckled, throwing the head over. Facts speak louder than words. The door opened slightly again. An attractive force appeared out of nowhere, sucking the head in. It really is Song Zixing's head. The land spirit's joyful voice came from behind the door. Bam! The door opened completely. A path made of starlight spread out in front of Feng Yuan. Star form land spirit was at the door. It said to Feng Yuan with utmost sincerity, Star form land spirit welcomes master. Feng Yuan nodded, his expression calm. He took large steps, stepping onto the starlight path. Stepping into star form blessed land. The moment he stepped in, starlight filled Feng Yuan's vision. But in the blink of an eye, the starlight faded, revealing the unique terrain of star form blessed land. The whole of star form blessed land was a huge basin. It was like a giant bowl. And the edge of the giant bowl was a series of continuous mountain ranges, forming a circle like a towering wall. Inside the giant bowl was a vast slope that continuously tilted towards the center. The curtain of night shrouded the world. Feng Yuan raised his head and looked up. The sky was pitch black, but there were tiny stars that shone weakly. It was just like how Hu Immortal Blessed Land only had day and no night. Star form Blessed Land only had night, there was no day. Generally speaking, blessed lands did not have any astronomical changes. Only when one became a grotto heaven or approached the level of a grotto heaven would there be a change in the weather. This was not the first time Feng Yuan had come here. In fact, he was the one who had planted this blessed land. The last time he was here, the night sky was filled with stars, and the stars were still very bright. It shone on the surface of the blessed land, giving it a high visibility. But now the starlight was indeed dim. It could be seen that stellar form land spirit's life wasn't good. This was normal. There were no Gu immortals. The blessed land could no longer produce immortal essence on its own. The land spirit and the blessed land were one. In order to protect his own existence, he had to manage his blessed land. But how could a land spirit have the strength and intelligence of a Gu immortal? So basically, land spirits would ask their masters to help them. Survival was the most basic instinct of any living being. It was just that the conditions for each land spirit to recognize a master were different. Feng Yuan's gaze swept through the surroundings, before landing on stellar form land spirit. Bring me around the blessed land, Feng Yuan ordered. Stellar form land spirit had the appearance of a boy, floating in the air. He was wearing a pinkish blue doo-doo. His small arms and legs were white and tender like a lotus root. He was very cute. Ever since he recognized Feng Yuan as his master, stellar form land spirit had been looking up at him. His clear eyes filled with admiration and love. Hearing Feng Yuan's words, stellar form land spirit quickly nodded. Master, please follow me. His attitude before and after recognizing him as his master was like heaven and earth. A lump of starlight automatically gathered on Feng Yuan's body, bringing him along as he flew rapidly. This speed was extremely shocking. Even Song Zixing's blood rainbow flash could not compare to it. Feng Yuan only felt that starlight was lingering in front of him. The surrounding scenery was rapidly retreating. Even with his vision, he could only capture a blurry image. The starlight suddenly stopped. The scenery in front of him had changed greatly. Master, you have reached the southeast corner of the blessed land. This is the Arrow Bamboo Forest, the largest livestock farm in the blessed land. Stellar Form Land Spirit introduced. Feng Yuan looked over, seeing that this Arrow Bamboo Forest was huge, extending to the end of Feng Yuan's vision. The arrow bamboo was straight, somewhat similar to the green spear bamboo, but it was not jade green like the green spear bamboo. Instead, it had a pitch-black body. There were no leaves on the bamboo, there were only branches. On the edge of each arrow bamboo's markings, there were 2 or 3 bamboo branches. These bamboo branches were as straight as an arrow. At the foot of the arrow bamboo forest, there were large numbers of star cave stones, countless dark shiitake mushrooms, and densely packed white shadow grass. Feng Yuan nodded inwardly. This kind of ecological construction could not be any better. If I am not wrong, this is the place that produces star dart goo? Feng Yuan asked. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately replied. Star dart goo was only a rank 1 mortal goo, formed from the evolution of all kinds of ordinary insects. This was different from starlight firefly goo. Starlight firefly goo was formed from a portion of starlight firefly groups, evolving and mutating. As for star dart goo, this was any kind of insect. It would drill into the star cave stones that were filled with holes and fall into a deep sleep. After 49 days, a portion of the insects would wake up from their slumber and transform into star dart goo. Star dart goo's food was the arrow bamboo forest's bamboo juice. The air in the arrow bamboo forest had always been hot and humid. This kind of bamboo would slowly ooze bamboo juice. In the past, when this bamboo juice oozed out, it would form a thick blue fog. It was the best environment to raise star dart goo. Unfortunately, it has not been properly watered recently. It has become like this. Stellar Form Land Spirit said with a reminiscing tone. It seems that I will need to purchase large amounts of moon well water in the future. Feng Yuan muttered. He was knowledgeable. He knew what kind of irrigation was needed for the arrow bamboo forest. Master is wise. Stellar Form Land Spirit immediately said. His expression became slightly more spirited. Although Star Lord Wanxiang left behind a lot of immortal essence, there were very few immortal yuan stones. Thus, Stellar Form Land Spirit's finances were rather tight. He could not buy whatever he wanted in jewel yellow skies. Compared to irrigating the arrow bamboo forest, other areas required more financial resources to maintain. Soon after, under the land spirit's lead, Feng Yuan went to the north of the blessed land, inspecting the meteorite pit. This was the place to raise star fire goo and even produce meteorite goo. He went to the center of the blessed land. There was a huge lake with sparkling waves. It was called Broken Star Lake. It was also a place to raise goo worms. It produced star river goo. Finally, he went to a few grasslands. They were all filled with star fragment grass. It seemed endless. Planted on the black soil, the grass leaves were plump and tender. The color was like oil. It was much better than the sky grasslands in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, be it in terms of size or appearance. Arrow bamboo forest, meteorite pit, broken star lake, star fragment grass field. Feng Yuan floated in the air, looking at the lake below him with a satisfied expression. These 4 were the 4 pillars of Star Lord Wanxiang's economy. Star Lord Wanxiang followed the rules. He mainly sold star dart goo, star fire goo, meteorite goo, star river goo and starlight firefly goo. When Feng Yuan was searching for these 4 pillars, he already had them. Feng Yuan currently only had guts goo and regretful spiders. The remaining eerie fire dragon python and dragonfish had not entered the market yet. Star Lord Wanxiang had rank 6 first stage cultivation. He had passed 1 heavenly tribulation. He was also a lone cultivator, but his cultivation was higher than Hu Immortals. Originally, with his identity and foundation, it was impossible for him to develop the blessed land so well. But he had a fortuitous encounter. His fortuitous encounter was Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. Starry Sky Grotto Heaven's owner, 7-star child. In order to prolong his lifespan, he turned into an immortal zombie. He explored star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm and fell into it. He was trapped in a deep sleep. Star-Lord Wuxia unexpectedly found that Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was connected to the outside world of Central Continent. Every fixed time of the year this gap would appear. Thus, Star-Lord Wuxia would go in every year and plunder the resources inside to strengthen himself. Although the time he could go in was limited, he could not stop going in. Because of this, Star-Lord Wuxia developed very well. His immortal aperture became more prosperous with each passing day, far surpassing other lone cultivator Gu immortals. Even Shirley had praised him inwardly when he saw him. This Star-Lord Wuxia's strength was already on par with ordinary rank 6 Gu immortals in the 10 great ancient sections. But unfortunately, Star-Lord Wuxia was injured by Song Zixing and was about to undergo tribulation. He had no choice but to take the risk and ask a tiger for its skin. He invited immortal Monkey King Shirley to explore Starry Sky Grotto Heaven together. In the end, in the 8th star hall, he fell into star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm. His soul was destroyed and only his physical body was left. Feng Yuan seized his physical body and planted his blessed land in Earth Abyss. This led to the subsequent developments of Star Form Land Spirit recognizing him as its master. With these 4 pillars of support, my financial resources have doubled from before. I am making a lot of money every day. I am really making a lot of money every day. Feng Yuan was overjoyed. Star-Lord Wuxia had managed his blessed land for so many years. He had already opened up the market and occupied a portion of Jewel Yellow Skies' market. Feng Yuan inherited his blessed land and avoided the difficult development period of entering the market. He directly inherited Star-Lord Wuxia's channels and saved him a lot of trouble. Common resources like Star Dark Goo and Starfire Goo were usually sold in large quantities and faced intense competition. It was not easy to seize the market and get a share of the profits. They would face ostracization, price wars, and even the threat and assassination of Goo immortals. In short, cutting off one's path to wealth was like killing one's parents. The Goo immortal world was bare. If you wanted to do business, you had to display your strength first. Without strength, no matter how good your business was, it would still be plundered and robbed. Thus, Feng Yuan was very careful with his dragonfish and eerie fire dragon pythons. He wanted to use Shao Clan's transaction token to enter Western Desert's market. This way he could cause less trouble and earn more money. Of course, things like the monopoly of Gutsgoo, he could sell them as he pleased. Others wanted to compete, but they could not, they could only watch helplessly. After inspecting the blessed land, Feng Yuan was very satisfied. But he had even greater expectations. Chapter 859. The whole of Star-Form Blessed Land was like a huge bowl. The center was also the lowest point. Here there was a vast sea of lake, named Broken Star Lake. And Star-Lord Wuxia's usual cultivation location was at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. Deep into the lake, Feng Yuan found a crystal palace. It was not big, there was only one main hall and 2 sub-halls. Star-Lord Wuxia's immortal Goo were kept in the main hall. Under Starform Land Spirit's lead, Feng Yuan smoothly entered the main hall. Once he entered, he saw an immortal Goo flying in the air. This immortal Goo looked like a centipede. It was long like an arm and dark like tungsten. It was moving around in the empty space of the main hall. The short stripes on its body were shining with blue light. This is rank 6 immortal Goo star mark. It can temporarily add 600 star path Dao marks to Master's body. Star Form Land Spirit introduced at an appropriate time. 600! Feng Yuan was shocked. He only had a little over 200 strength path Dao marks. And this was after using Eat Strength Immortal Goo recently, he gained over 40. This star mark Immortal Goo could actually add over 600 star path marks at once. The effect could be said to be outstanding. Over 200 Dao marks can amplify my strength by 20%. 600 is a 60% amplification. Unfortunately, they are star path Dao marks. I am not a star path Goo immortal. Undeniably, this star mark Immortal Goo was an excellent supplementary Immortal Goo. Even though Feng Yuan was a strength path Goo immortal and had strength path Dao marks, once he activated star mark Immortal Goo, his body would be covered in a layer of star path Dao marks, allowing him to act like a star path Goo immortal. Other than Star Mark, there were 2 other immortal Goo in the hall. One was like a rhombus crystal. It was the size of a fist, quietly lying on the table. It was unmoving. The other one was like a tender bean sprout, full of vitality. After Star Form Land Spirit's introduction, Fang Yuan learned that the first colorless crystal immortal goo was Starlight Immortal Goo. The second bean sprout immortal goo was called Star Shoot. Fang Yuan heard this and was overjoyed. My luck has come. These two immortal goo were much more useful to Fang Yuan than Star Mark Immortal Goo. Because Starlight Goo was a necessary goo material for refining Wisdom Path Star Thought Goo. Now that he had Starlight Immortal Goo, he could imitate how Strength Chi Immortal Goo refined Airsac Goo, refining Star Thought Goo on a larger scale and faster. With Starlight Immortal Goo, this would save him the trouble of purchasing the Starlight Goo. At the same time, using Immortal Goo as the base to refine Mortal Goo Star Thought Goo was done from top to bottom. The failure rate was much lower than the previous goo refinement method. The danger would be greatly reduced this way. The losses of the hairy men would be greatly reduced. Of course, there were two problems. The first problem was that to use Starlight Immortal Goo, Fang Yuan would need to modify the Star Thought Goo's recipe. The second question, using Starlight Immortal Goo would expend Immortal Essence. But with Wisdom Goo and the complete Star Thought Goo recipe, it was not hard for Fang Yuan to modify the goo recipe. It was only a matter of time. As for the second problem, if it was the previous Fang Yuan, he would indeed be an obstacle. But now Fang Yuan had become the owner of Star Form Blessed Land. There were 6 economic pillars, and in the future there would even be 8 profitable businesses. The earnings of Immortal Yuan Stone would be 4 times the current amount. Large amounts of Immortal Yuan Stone also gave Fang Yuan great confidence. He could expend Immortal Essence to activate Starlight Immortal Goo. Starlight Immortal Goo was a huge help to the large-scale accumulation of Star Thought Goo. And Star Shoot Immortal Goo was also very useful. Fang Yuan had once bought a mortal killer move from Star Lord Wanxiang. It was called Spring Star Rain. This move could irrigate plants and ensure that they would grow lushly. Ever since he obtained this move, Fang Yuan had been using it continuously. The reason why Hu Immortal Blessed Land's grassland in the sky was able to maintain its current scale was because of this mortal killer move. Using Spring Star Rain frequently would expend large amounts of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. Star Shoot Mortal Goo were only sold by Star Lord Wanxiang. Fang Yuan had once wanted to break free from Star Lord Wanxiang's control and researched the refinement recipe of Star Shoot Mortal Goo. But even with Wisdom Goo's help, Fang Yuan's Star Path attainment level was only ordinary. He could not achieve his goal. Now that Fang Yuan had Star Shoot Immortal Goo, he could use Spring Star Rain as he wished. He could also raise Spring Star Rain to Immortal level. Using Star Shoot Immortal Goo as the core, it would have a greater effect on nurturing Star Fragment Grass. But soon Fang Yuan learned from Star Form Land Spirit. Star Lord Wanxiang had the immortal killer move Spring Star Rain. In fact, the mortal killer move Spring Star Rain that Star Lord Wanxiang sold was a modified version of the original Spring Star Rain. The Star Shoot Goo that Star Lord Wanxiang sold was refined from Star Shoot Immortal Goo. It was no wonder Fang Yuan could not reverse engineer the goo recipe from the mortal Star Shoot Goo. Because Star Lord Wanxiang's goo refinement method was from top to bottom. Star Mark, Starlight, Star Shoot, these 3 immortal goo were all the immortal goo left in the Blessed Land. Star Lord Wanxiang had a total of 4 immortal goo. Unfortunately, the 4th immortal goo was destroyed in the battle with Song Zixing Fang. Yuan only obtained 3. Just these 3 were enough to satisfy Fang Yuan. Normally speaking, only a small portion of rank 6 goo immortals in the 5 regions had immortal goo. Most of them used mortal goo and mortal killer moves. Only the elites among rank 6 goo immortals had rank 6 immortal goo. For example, the rank 6 goo immortals of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects, or lone cultivators like Star Lord Wanxiang who had fortuitous encounters. Northern Plains' situation was special. Because of the collapse of 88-point Jinyang Tower, Northern Plains immortal goo were much more common than the other 4 regions. Speaking of which, Central Continent was the last among the 5 regions in terms of immortal goo usage. There was no helping it, Central Continent had the most goo immortals. Of course, Fang Yuan was even more special. Not counting the 3 immortal goo that he had just obtained, Fang Yuan already had 14 immortal goo. No one would believe him if he told others about this number. Not to mention there was also the rank 9 immortal goo wisdom here. Normally speaking, even if one killed an enemy goo immortal, it was hard to obtain spoils of war like immortal goo. Like how Fang Yuan had such a huge advantage against Dongfang Naganori, Even Dongfang Naganori's soul was captured alive. But Dongfang Naganori only had a thought. All the immortal goo self-detonated. Fang Yuan did not get anything. Star-Lord Wanxiang was a special case, because he entered star constellation Immortal Venerable's dream realm by mistake. Without any reaction, he died in a daze. Thus, the immortal goo were preserved. In the end, it benefited Fang Yuan. These three immortal goo still had Star-Lord Wanxiang's will. But with star form land spirit's help, subduing them was not a problem. Master, this is the immortal inheritance stored in the blessed land. Please take a look. Land spirit presented another inheritance for Fang Yuan to take a look. It turned out that this was Star-Lord Wanxiang's first fortuitous encounter. A goo immortal inheritance related to star path. It was this inheritance that guided lone cultivator Star-Lord Wanxiang to cultivate and become a rank 6 goo immortal. Star-Lord Wanxiang's second fortuitous encounter. He found the entrance to Starry Sky Grotto Heaven, and entered it many times to plunder resources. Speaking of which, his luck was quite good. Star-Lord Wanxiang cultivated Star Path, and Starry Sky Grotto Heaven was also a grotto heaven that focused on Star Path. They were very compatible in terms of resources. Unlike Fang Yuan was a Strength Path goo immortal, who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path goo, and Dang Hun Mountain's Guts goo was a Soul Path goo. These aspects were not closely related. Unfortunately, Star-Lord Wanxiang died in the end. Everything was in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan stayed in Star Form Blessed Land for an entire day, inspecting a small group of rockmen in the Blessed Land, as well as those three desolate beasts Spinefin Star Dragonfish. Star-Lord Wanxiang had used all sorts of methods to relocate this small group of rockmen. He did not have Guts goo. Star Form Blessed Land was not a hotbed for rockmen. Many of them died there. It was not easy for him to keep this batch. The three desolate beasts Spinefin Star Dragonfish were caught from Starry Sky Grotto Heaven. That place had no lack of desolate beasts. The reason why he spent so much effort and resources, it was because Star Mark Immortal Goo's food was the fresh flesh of the Spinefin Star Dragonfish. As for feeding Starlight Immortal Goo, it needed the bodies of rockmen. As for Star Shoot Immortal Goo, its food was a large amount of Dark Star kelp. This kind of kelp grew in large amounts at the bottom of Broken Star Lake. This was the state of Orthodox Goo Immortals. What path they cultivated? Immortal Goo belonged to a certain path, and the Immortal Aperture mainly had the Tao marks of that path. This way, the feeding of the Immortal Goo could be borne by themselves, they could nurture their own food. Unlike Fang Yuan, whose Strength Path Immortal Aperture was dead, who Immortal Blessed Land was an Enslavement Path Immortal Aperture, it had Strength Path, Wisdom Path, Soul Path, and Luck Path Immortal Goo. To feed these Immortal Goo, they had to seek help from the outside world. Each time they had to work hard and were unstable. Fang Yuan's cleansed Soul Immortal Goo had not been fully fed yet. Be it who Immortal Blessed Land or Strength Path Immortal Aperture, they both lacked Soul Path Tao marks. Even if Fang Yuan wanted to raise White Lotus Giant Silkworm Goo, it was impossible. After Star Form Blessed Land recognized him as its owner, Fang Yuan's strength had doubled. 3-star Path Immortal Goo, 4 trades, and a complete Star Path inheritance. Fang Yuan still needed a lot of time to slowly digest them. He still had Star Form Land Spirit spread the ownership requests in jewel yellow skies, creating the illusion that Star Form Blessed Land had not recognized a master yet. For the time being, he did not intend to tell the truth to He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. He would hide it for as long as he could. Who Immortal Blessed Land was already exposed. Star Form Blessed Land was in a semi-exposed state. He Lulan knew its location. In the future, if he wanted to flee for his life, this foundation would be very important. As for Who Immortal Blessed Land's resources, as well as Dang Hun Mountain, Fang Yuan did not intend to move it for the time being. The arrangements had just been made. A large amount of funds had already been invested. Once it was moved to Star Form Blessed Land, with how astute He Lulan was, how could she not know about it? In the following days, Fang Yuan continued to participate in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. Due to the convention, Central Continent was in a frenzy of Goo refinement. The news of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects joining hands to ambush Song Zixing was not spread. Only the Goo Immortal higher-ups knew about it. The 10 great ancient sects lost face. There was no news of Song Zixing. Many other sects and lone cultivator Gu immortals saw this as a joke. Many Gu immortals moved, trying to find traces left behind by Song Zixing in Truyang mountain range. But how could they find him? In Feng Yuan's previous life, the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent searched for hundreds of years to protect their sect's reputation. Song Zixing's concealment skill was at the peak. Even Feng Yuan could not match him. Thus, from the start, Feng Yuan did not have the intention to kill Song Zixing. Finally, the agreed date arrived. It was the day of the duel between Feng Yuan and Feng Qimhong. Even though it was not a competition, it attracted many Gu masters. Feng Qimhong, if you want a duel, let me see the wager first. If the wager is too low, there is no need to start this duel, Feng Yuan said in front of everyone. If he could avoid the duel, Feng Yuan only wanted the top 6 of the infallible inheritance. Furthermore, even if he lost the duel, he would not be eliminated and his ranking would not be affected. Chapter 860. A way to regain a new life? Feng Yuan narrowed his eyes and his expression changed. Yinef Spirit Affinity House was indeed one of the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent. Its foundation was deep beyond imagination. Spirit Affinity House actually had the method that Feng Yuan was searching for to get rid of his immortal zombie status and regain his new life. At this moment, Feng Qimhuang's proposal to use this as a gambling stake was a direct hit to Feng Yuan's weakness. He had no choice but to reject it. Feng Yuan laughed and calmed himself down. He looked at Feng Qimhuang and asked, "The method you mentioned, could it be the Crane Gates possession technique?" "Of course not." Feng Qimhuang smiled. Feng Yuan pondered for a moment and said, "Your bet is indeed tempting. But this gambling capital is still lacking compared to my Hu immortal blessed land." Feng Qimhuang said, "The value of everything will change. Feng Yuan, if you had to choose between Hu immortal blessed land and being reborn, which would you choose?" "Of course it's to be reborn." Feng Yuan did not hesitate in his heart, nor did he hesitate in his mouth. "Of course it's Hu immortal blessed land. This is my greatest foundation. Even if I become an immortal zombie, I can still rely on this to survive." The corner of Feng Qimhuang's mouth twitched. He took a deep breath and shook his head. "Feng Yuan, you're not such a short-sighted person. However, I know that you will not use Hu immortal blessed land as a wager, and I cannot force you to do so. Let's talk about something practical. If I lose, I'll tell you the method to regain your life. Don't worry. There are already successful precedents for this method. If you lose, we'll make a deal." Feng Yuan looked at the faint smile on Feng Qimhuang's face. He narrowed his eyes. "Oh, what kind of deal?" Thereupon Feng Qimhuang said, "If you lose, I won't be able to defeat you. He made a deal with my Spirit Affinity House to supply guts Gu to us in the long term. The price is negotiable. It was fine as long as it wasn't too outrageous. But you must deliver the goods regularly and in sufficient quantities. If you lack a soul, my Spirit Affinity House can sell it to you at a price 30% lower than the market price. However, this transaction must be the highest priority, even more so than the Crane Gate. No matter how many goods you have, you must first supply them to my Spirit Affinity House before selling them to other parties." When Feng Yuan heard this, he couldn't help but size up Feng Qimhuang again. He had a whole new level of respect for this young lady. Who would have thought that after such a short period of time, the other party would have grown to such a degree? As expected of a genius. No, it should be said that there was a capable person behind him. Good education. Feng Jinhuang's request was too lenient to Feng Yuan. It could even be said to be generous. And guts Gu was something that Feng Qimhuang urgently needed. Why? Because Feng Qimhuang used Dreamwing's Immortal Gu to explore the dream realm. Even with the help of Immortal Gu, the soul would get tired and get injured. And guts Gu was the one and only soul-strengthening product in the world. Even the rank 9 demon Venerable Spectral Soul Demon Venerable had praised it. Feng Qimhuang had challenged Feng Yuan. It was just a young man acting in a fit of pique. But right now, when discussing the bet with Feng Yuan, it was for the present, it was realistic. Practical benefits. This was a mature move. If Feng Qimhuang requested Feng Yuan to use Hu Immortal Blessed Land or Danghun Mountain as the bet, Feng Yuan would definitely not agree. And although Feng Yuan had the reputation of Crane Gate, but his relationship with Crane Gate was known to the 10 great ancient sections. Fang Yuan would not care about Crane Gate's reputation. He had no choice but to agree to Feng Kim Huang's duel. Thus Feng Kim Huang made this request. For Fang Yuan, selling Guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House had its benefits. Naturally, there were benefits. The first benefit was to increase the scale of sales and earn more Immortal Yuan Stone. Who would complain about having more Immortal Yuan Stone? The second benefit was to establish a relationship between Fang Yuan and Spirit Affinity House. If he were to fall out with Crane Gate one day, Fang Yuan would have a way out. In fact, Fang Yuan had agreed to Feng Kim Huang's duel request earlier because he wanted to cooperate with Spirit Affinity House. Feng Kim Huang had explored Dream Realms many times. He had sensed the value of Guts Gu. Thus he wanted to take advantage of Crane Gate. And Fang Yuan was happy to do so. If he really made a deal with Spirit Affinity House, it would be extremely beneficial to his relationship with Crane Gate. Regardless of whether I win or lose, this duel is beneficial to me. After all, the result of the duel has nothing to do with the Gu refinement competition. Something is wrong. Feng Kim Huang made this request to lower my fighting spirit. Fang Yuan suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He understood another layer of Feng Kim Huang's intention. Then let's begin. The final victor of this duel will be me. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly as he laughed heartily. Feng Kim Huang's gaze flickered. That might not necessarily be the case. After confirming the wager, both sides started to discuss the duel's contents. Feng Kim Huang suggested refining River Wave Trace Gu as the topic. River Wave Trace Gu was a rank 5 Water Path Gu worm. It was part of the same series as rank 3 Water Trace Gu, rank 4 Wave Trace Gu, and rank 6 Worldly Wave Trace Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan immediately rejected it. Spirit Affinity House specialized in raising and using Water Path Gu worms. This could be seen from the Water Pavilion Immortal Gu House. If he refined River Wave Trace Gu, Feng Kim Huang's advantage would be too huge. Fang Yuan suggested refining Bloodwalk Gu. This was a rank 3 Blood Path Gu used for movement. Feng Kim Huang also rejected it. What a joke! Who did not know that Fang Yuan specialized in Blood Path Gu refinement techniques? Feng Kim Huang had no confidence in refining Blood Path Gu worms. Both sides discussed for a while before deciding to use the method of a martial duel to refine the rank 5 Fire Path Gu worm. 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. The entire duel was not a private duel, but an open duel like the competition. Soon the same materials appeared in front of both sides. To ensure fairness, both sides had to refine the Gu according to the Gu recipe. Whichever side could successfully refine 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu first would be the winner. Different from the literary duel because it was a martial duel at a specific stage, both sides could attack each other once. Under everyone's gaze, Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Huang sat cross-legged facing each other, each occupying a corner of the stage, with a distance of 260 steps between the two. The duel began. Fang Yuan immediately checked the Gu refinement materials in his hands. He had to have a thorough understanding of every material. If there were any damaged materials, it would greatly affect the Gu refinement. Fang Yuan's inspection was very detailed, sometimes regarding the conference. Sometimes they would purposely provide some flawed materials, or even tamper with them to conceal the flaws of the materials, making it hard for the Gu master to detect them. If they were really deceived, it would be terrible when the Gu refinement started. This arrangement had practical significance. Gu masters could not always gather perfect Gu refinement materials when refining Gu. Sometimes because the materials were stored for too long, or damaged during transportation, or snatched in battle, there would always be some damage. Or bought shoddy Gu refinement materials in the market, Gu masters needed to distinguish them. Thus, checking Gu refinement materials was the foundation of refinement path attainment. This time, for the refinement of 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu, more than 1,000 kinds of materials were provided. Not a single Gu worm, they were all flowers, grass, rocks and bones. Fang Yuan spent an hour checking all the materials. Next, he checked the Gu recipes provided by the competition. A total of 5 Gu recipes, corresponding to rank 1 Single Orifice Charcoal Gu, rank 2 Twin Orifice Furnace Gu, rank 3 3 Orifice Firehouse Gu, rank 4 4 Orifice Fire Tower Gu, as well as the rank 5 5 Orifices Fire Pagoda Gu. These 5 Gu worms were of the same series, inherited from the same origin. To refine 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, one had to first refine a large number of rank 1 single orifice charcoal goo. Then use single orifice charcoal goo as the main material. Refine twin orifice furnace goo. From rank 1 to rank 2, from rank 2 to rank 3, from rank 3 to rank 4. Rank 4 to rank 5, progressing like this. Finally, 5 orifices fire pagoda goo was refined. Because there were many steps, the process was long. Thus, there were more than 1,000 kinds of goo refinement materials provided to both sides. Of course, with Feng Yuan's wisdom path methods, he could modify the goo recipe and save on the steps of the entire goo refinement process. He could even directly use these materials to refine 5 orifices fire pagoda goo in one step. But Feng Yuan thought for a while and gave up on the idea of modifying the goo recipe, deciding to take it step by step. There were many reasons. Firstly, he could not rely on wisdom goo in public. Secondly, deducing and modifying the goo recipe consumed a lot of time. It was not worth it. Moreover, this was a battle. Both sides could attack 5 times and disturb each other's goo refinement. If the goo recipe was completed in one step, once it was disturbed, all the previous efforts would be wasted. It was better to take it step by step. While Feng Yuan was inspecting the goo refinement materials, Feng Kim Hong was inspecting the goo recipe. While Feng Yuan was inspecting the goo recipe, Feng Kim Hong was carefully inspecting the goo refinement materials. Although the order of the two was different, when they started refining the goo at almost the same time. It has finally begun. Both sides spent over an hour inspecting the materials in goo recipe. They are really patient. This competition concerns the reputation of Crane Gate and Spirit Affinity House. It is a battle of reputation for the two ancient sects. The spectators started to mutter. Some supported Feng Kim Hong, while others favored Feng Yuan. There were also two sects below. The numerous Spirit Affinity House disciples and Immortal Crane sect disciples were staring at each other and competing with each other. The leading elders of Immortal Crane sect had ugly expressions. Feng Yuan had used Guts Goo as the gambling stake and did not report it to Crane Gate's higher-ups. Acting arbitrarily, this made them unhappy. At first, Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Huang's goo refinement techniques were the same. During this process, Feng Yuan relied on his proficient goo refinement techniques to gradually surpass Feng Kim Hong, progressing faster and pulling apart the gap. After all, Feng Yuan had 500 years of experience in his previous life. Even if Feng Kim Hong relied on Immortal Goo to explore dream realms and raise his refinement path attainment level, he was still far from being able to use it. He lacked practice. To catch up to Feng Yuan, Feng Kim Hong started to use her refinement path killer move. Advancing side by side. Her hands shook as the lump of fire she was holding suddenly split into two, forming 2 lumps of fire. Refinement path killer move. Small wishful hand. 2 small hands flew out of Feng Kim Huang's mind. They were made of will and were tightly condensed, emitting a jade-like luster. Feng Kim Huang's hands were holding the 2 lumps of fire, continuously adjusting the intensity and temperature of the fire. And the 2 small wishful hands were grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Amazing! He used 2 killer moves in a row. Feng Kim Hong came prepared. Her speed is far faster than Feng Yuan. Chapter 861. She used 2 immortal killer moves in a row. Under the mask, Feng Yuan's gaze was sharp as a blade. But soon, his gaze returned to the fire in his hand. Huff, that was close. Below the stage, a female disciple of Spirit Affinity House let out a breath of turbid air. Senior Sister Qin Wan, how is it dangerous? I clearly saw Senior Sister Jin Huang use 2 refinement path killer moves in a row and catch up. Another female disciple of Spirit Affinity House sitting beside Qin Wan, Sun Yao, who had some baby fat, asked curiously, Junior Sister Sun Yao, you have to know. This duel is different from the previous ones. It is a martial duel. In a martial duel, goo masters can attack each other and disturb their goo refinement. Qin Wan explained patiently, I can be like this. It is already very difficult for me to refine goo normally, but now I have to be disturbed while refining goo. Oh heavens! Sun Yao covered her mouth, showing an expression of disbelief. This martial duel is clearly a form of torture. Who thought of this rule? It is too crafty. No. Qin Wan, however, showed an expression of agreement. Resisting interference is also one of the most important aspects of refinement path. In our future cultivation, we might encounter the situation of being sneak attacked by enemies while refining Gu. In fact, many times when we leave the sect and go out to complete sect missions, because of all kinds of reasons, our Gu worms will be exhausted, and we will have to refine new Gu in the wild to deal with the situation. By the same logic, when we face a strong enemy and discover that the enemy is refining Gu, we will also choose to launch a sneak attack, taking advantage of the enemy's unpreparedness to make the first move and create a favorable situation for ourselves. This is the practical meaning of martial duels. Junior sister Sun Yao, you also know. During the process of refining Gu, Gu masters need to be fully focused. Because of a careless mistake, they will fail and suffer backlash. But refining Gu in the wild, you need to pay attention to your own environment. First, senior sister Jin Huang used 2 refinement path killer moves in a row. This is very risky, because the moment the killer move is activated, your mind naturally needs to be focused on the Gu worm that is constructing the killer move. If it were any other Gu master, they might get distracted and use the killer move, causing the fire to go out of balance and the Gu refinement to fail. At this time, that devil Fong Yuan suddenly attacked eldest senior sister Jin Huang. I'm afraid it'll be quite troublesome for her. After listening to senior sister Qin Wan's explanation, Sun Yao finally understood. So that's how it is. It was indeed quite dangerous. Fortunately, that devil Fong Yuan didn't make a move. Because Fong Yuan had repeatedly used the blood path Gu refinement technique at crucial moments, Spirit Affinity House's disciples who did not like him called him a demon in private. However, there were actually many devils in the 10 great ancient sects of the Central Continent. For example, the third elder in Crane Gate, Lord Tiger Demon, was a demonic path Gu immortal long ago. They were recruited by Immortal Crane sect. The one who reached the pinnacle in this aspect was Spirit Affinity House. The former sword immortal Bo Qing was a member of the fiendish Dao. He had a murderous nature. In the end, Spirit Affinity House's fairy Mo Yao used her emotions to influence Bo Qing into Spirit Affinity House. Currently, the story of Fairy by Qing and Feng Jioga. It was also widely spread. Feng Jioga was also a genuine demonic path cultivator. Central Continent was huge. It was a land of outstanding people. Every once in a while, there would always be some talented demonic cultivators and lone cultivators appearing out of nowhere. In order to maintain the overall situation, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. In order to protect their own benefits, recruiting these people was the best method to maintain the situation. He didn't attack? What a pity. Feng Kim Hong sighed inwardly. One of the 2 flames burning in front of him suddenly extinguished. What happened? The crowd could not help but feel a slight commotion. Did Demon Fong Yuan already make a move? Eldest senior sister was disrupted by him, and the Gu refinement failed halfway? The demon is too crafty, we actually did not see what attack it was. Sun Yao anxiously shouted. Her tone was filled with disgust towards Fong Yuan. No, that's not right. The elder hosting this duel did not announce anything. This proves that Demon Fong Yuan did not make a move earlier. So that's it. Qin Wan's eyes brightened, she suddenly understood. So first senior sister was pretending to use 2 killer moves. It was actually a trap to lure Fong Yuan to attack her. Once Fong Yuan attacks, his mind will be focused on his own attacking method. This way he will expose a flaw. First senior sister's counterattack will be very likely to succeed. Oh my, it was actually like this? Sun Yao's pouting lips slightly opened, exclaiming at the battle of wits and strategies behind this duel. Qin Wan's expression turned solemn. I was also kept in the dark earlier. This way, the truth is that first senior sister set up a trap, but that demon Fong Yuan saw through it and did not fall for it. Junior sister Sun Yao, watch carefully. This duel is going to be extremely exciting. The 2 sides are definitely the most outstanding geniuses of this generation. Yes. Sun Yao nodded, her large eyes staring at the duel without blinking. The competition among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had always been intense, not only in terms of Gu immortals, but also in terms of disciples. In this generation, the most outstanding person among the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent was no doubt Feng Kim Hong. But in the contest for Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fong Yuan suddenly appeared and trampled Feng Kim Hong down the mountain. Disciples like Sun Yao and Qin Wan could not come into contact with all the details, Even Crane Gate's own disciples and most of the elders thought that Fang Yuan was a genius disciple that Crane Gate had secretly nurtured. In the previous duel, Feng Kim Hong was defeated by Fang Yuan. This duel was Feng Kim Hong trying to get back at him. It involved the most outstanding disciples of Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. This was an invisible collision between Spirit Affinity House and Crane Gate. Thus, most of the spectators were thinking about one question: who was the most outstanding young Gu master of this generation? What they did not know was, Fang Yuan had already become a Gu immortal. Even though he was only an immortal zombie, he was no longer someone they could estimate. Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu. He had already started using it and tasted great benefits. Outsiders could only see the surface, while both sides did not care much about the fight for reputation. Feng Kim Hong had already matured a lot. He understood the word benefits. There was no need to even mention Fang Yuan. The duel continued. Even though Fang Yuan saw through Feng Kim Hong's trap, he did not fall for it. But Feng Kim Hong used 2 killer moves. Little Wishful Hand was real. It wasn't like they were advancing at the same time. That was just a facade created. With the help of these 2 will hands, Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement speed was still slightly faster than Fang Yuan's. And as time passed, the gap between the 2 was getting bigger. But this gap was not obvious. Fang Yuan maintained his own rhythm and did not use any killer moves. He only used Gu refinement techniques, handling the materials and controlling the flames almost perfectly. Gu refinement techniques were not refinement path killer moves. Techniques were just a type of technique, a summary of experience. It could be said to be the foundation of Gu refinement. So strong. Even enemies have to admit this demon Fang Yuan's Gu refinement foundation is too solid. Even some of our sect's elders can't reach his level. Qin Wan stared fixedly for a long time before she suddenly sighed. He has grasped so many Gu refinement techniques. Up until now, he has at least 30 of them. But I feel our first senior sister is still the best. She was a little behind at the start, but she caught up later. Now, no matter how the demon Fang Yuan chases, he cannot catch up. This little wishful hand killer move is so convenient. Sun Yao said in admiration. No. Qin Wan shook her head. First senior sister's lead might not be a good thing. Maintaining a killer move expends primeval essence and also mental energy. In contrast, the demon Fang Yuan is only using basic Gu refinement techniques. His mental energy consumption is low. In the long run, his mental energy will be more abundant than first senior sister's. It will be more helpful for the Gu refinement later. It's like this. Then isn't first senior sister in danger? Senior sister Qin Wan, from what you said, first senior sister is using a refinement path killer move and is in the lead but is in a disadvantage now? Although what you said makes sense, how can this be? Sun Yao felt dizzy. Junior sister Sun Yao, this is the brilliance of the refinement path convention. You have just started cultivating, there are many things you have yet to come into contact with, you will slowly understand in the future. Qin Wan smiled, but her heart was heavy. The demon Fang Yuan is really too strong. Just by using Gu refinement techniques, he is able to keep up with first senior sister. Even if first senior sister uses a refinement path killer move, she cannot close the gap. This can't go on. Feng Kim Hong felt fatigued. Logically speaking, the competition had just started. Both sides should be refining the rank 1 single orifice charcoal Gu. According to Feng Kim Hong's ability, she should still be full of mental energy. She should not be feeling fatigued. But the previous estimation was one thing, and the actual competition was another. Feng Kim Hong could ignore the gazes outside the stage. She had outstanding talent and had Gu immortal parents. She had been showered in everyone's gazes since she was young. One could say that Feng Kim Hong was already used to it. Feng Kim Hong's pressure mainly came from Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan displayed an incomparably solid foundation just by using Gu refinement techniques. He was able to keep up with Feng Kim Hong. Even when she used a refinement path killer move, she could not shake off Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's outstanding performance and strong battle results, the outside world's overestimation of his attainment level, made Feng Kim Hong feel pressure even before the competition. After the competition started, Fang Yuan chased after her unhurriedly, causing Feng Kim Hong to feel pressure. This pressure greatly increased the expenditure on Feng Kim Hong's mental energy. It made Feng Kim Hong feel traces of fatigue and unease from the depths of her heart. It seems that even if I have Refinement Path Quasi-Grandmaster attainment level, I cannot match Feng Yuan's Refinement Path attainment. What should I do? Feng Kim Hong refined Gu as she tried to think of a countermeasure. Now that I have used a Refinement Path killer move, my mental energy is being expended rapidly. The competition has just started. As time passes, Feng Yuan's advantage in this aspect will become even more obvious. But if I give up on using Refinement Path killer moves, I will not be able to match Feng Yuan in terms of Gu refinement techniques alone. And my greatest advantage is the large number of Refinement Path killer moves that I have meticulously prepared. Chapter 862. In this duel, only the Gu refinement materials provided by the convention could be used. Although offensive methods and Refinement Path killer moves could be used, soul and mind-related methods such as soul-nourishing methods were all prohibited. This rule was suggested by Feng Kim Hong. The goal was to prohibit Feng Yuan from using Guts Gu to strengthen his soul. The soul and mind were closely related. Feng Kim Huang's action was to restrict Feng Yuan's advantage in this aspect, but who could have thought that she would be the first to taste the bitterness of this rule? Whoosh! Suddenly, Feng Kim Hong flicked her pinky finger, shooting out a golden light. The golden light was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Feng Yuan, directly aiming at the Gu refinement fire in Feng Yuan's hand. If this fire was hit by the golden light, even with Feng Yuan's ability, he could only admit defeat and suffer the backlash, starting all over again. But, such an important position, how could a cautious person like Feng Yuan not pay attention to defense? Clang! With a crisp sound, the golden light hit an invisible barrier 3 inches away from the fire and was blocked. Feng Yuan's gaze was calm. The fire in his hand was not affected in the slightest. Feng Kim Huang's attack was blocked by Feng Yuan without batting an eyelid. Only after this attack and defense ended did the Gu masters below the stage react. Spirit Affinity House's Feng Kim Hong attacked first. But it was blocked by Crane Gate's Feng Yuan. What was that attack just now? It was so fast. Feng Kim Hong made a mistake this time. How could Feng Yuan not defend such an important place? It would have been better to attack Feng Yuan's body and injure him. Quickly look. Feng Kim Hong used a Refinement Path killer move again. There was a commotion below the stage, but the stage was very quiet. All the noises outside the stage were isolated. Attack the enemy's weakness, then take advantage of this relatively safe opportunity. Are you going to use other Refinement Path killer moves? Feng Yuan glanced at Feng Kim Hong as he sneered internally. Looks like you are going all out. As expected of Feng Kim Hong. Even when you were young, you knew your strengths and weaknesses. I have to say this is a wise choice. While praising in his heart, Feng Yuan did not restrain himself. He continued to refine the Gu according to plan. Feng Kim Hong attacked the enemy's vital point, and wasted a precious opportunity to attack. And he used this chance to truly activate the second Refinement Path killer move. With the help of 2 killer moves, her Gu refinement speed rose sharply, gradually leaving Feng Yuan in the dust. Without Feng Yuan pressuring her from behind, Feng Kim Huang's pressure was reduced, her body and mind felt light, a layer of shackles was removed from her mind, her Gu refinement speed seemed to have increased by 10%. In this duel, Feng Yuan and Feng Kim Hong each had 5 chances to attack. Because it was only a duel, not a life and death battle. The power of each attack was limited to a certain extent. The first time he could only use rank 1 Gu. The second time he could use rank 2 Gu. And so on. The 5th time, he could use rank 5 Gu. Similarly, when defending, he could only use Gu worms of the corresponding rank. This was another restriction on Feng Yuan. After all, Feng Yuan was an immortal zombie. He had the immortal killer move Mirror itself. The giant hand pressed down, Feng Kim Hong would not be able to block it. Of course, Feng Kim Hong had Gu immortal parents behind her. She definitely had immortal essence, immortal Gu, and the Gu immortal's emotions or will. If Feng Yuan really wanted to kill her, it was unlikely. This time he really used a Refinement Path killer move Advance Together. First senior sister is far ahead. Outside the stage, Sun Yao shouted excitedly. That's right, it is a pity that he used one of the 5 chances. But this is also the most classic battle tactic. After all, victory or defeat depends on the Gu refinement results. Qin Wan looked at the stage and pondered. As time passed, Feng Yuan fell further behind Feng Kim Hong. But the strange thing was, he was not anxious at all. He did not seem to have any intention of overtaking Feng Kim Hong. Feng Yuan was still using his Gu refinement method, refining single orifice charcoal Gu one by one. Meanwhile, Feng Kim Hong had already started refining rank 2 twin orifice furnace Gu. Soon, the stage was filled with exclamations of admiration. As it turned out, Feng Kim Hong used the third refinement path killer move to increase her speed again. An hour later, Feng Kim Hong took the initiative to attack Feng Yuan. And while Feng Yuan was defending, she activated the fourth refinement path killer move. 4 killer moves were activated at the same time. Feng Kim Hong already had 6 fireballs floating in front of her. Each fireball was equipped with a small wishful hand, constantly grabbing materials and throwing them into the fire. Through the control of the small wishful hand, the amount of Gu refinement materials thrown into the fire was very precise. With the help of the 4 killer moves, Feng Kim Hong's Gu refinement speed had already surpassed Feng Yuan's, and not long after, she started refining 3 orifice firehouse Gu. Meanwhile, Feng Yuan had just started refining twin orifice furnace Gu. Looking at Feng Kim Hong's triumphant progress, leaving Feng Yuan further behind, many people were puzzled. What the hell is Feng Yuan doing? Sun Yao giggled. First senior sister will win for sure. Qin Wan was also a refinement path genius. She was already the focus of Spirit Affinity House, but she had not matured yet. She agreed with Sun Yao's words. At this rate, first senior sister has a high chance of winning. With my ability, my limit is to maintain 5 refinement path killer moves at the same time. But this is a martial duel. I need to conserve my strength to deal with Feng Yuan's attacks. Out of the 5 chances to attack, I have already used 2 while Feng Yuan is only defending. He has not attacked yet. Don't tell me my conditions are too tempting, making him admit defeat? Feng Kim Hong could not understand Feng Yuan's performance. She could not help but feel suspicious. Another 30 minutes passed. Feng Kim Hong's refinement of 3 orifice firehouse Gu was already halfway through. Right now, Feng Kim Hong's advantage was extremely clear. She was far ahead of Feng Yuan. It is time to make a move. Feng Yuan's gaze was sharp. He sensed that the time was ripe. He took out a Gu worm from his immortal aperture. I am going to attack, he suddenly said softly. Feng Kim Hong's attention was immediately attracted. Her bright eyes stared at Feng Yuan. At the same time, she continued to refine the Gu. This is a rank 2 ghost fire Gu, Feng Yuan said plainly. Different from Feng Kim Hong's sneak attack, he directly revealed his methods. His attacking style was the complete opposite of Feng Kim Hong's style. Feng Kim Hong's 2 attacks were fast, accurate and ruthless, attacking the enemy's weak points, causing Feng Yuan to be busy dealing with them, while he used the chance to use refinement path killer moves to increase his speed. But Feng Yuan could only be described with one word: slow. The second ghost fire slowly floated in front of Feng Kim Hong, 3 feet away from her. This ghost fire was sent out by the rank 2 ghost fire Gu. It was twice the size of the first one. Chapter 863. The 2 ghost fires moved one after the other, sometimes to the left and sometimes to the right, sometimes far away and sometimes near, without any pattern. Feng Kim Hong had to guard against these 2 fires while also splitting her attention to refine Gu. Soon, Feng Kim Hong could not hold on any longer. Bam! With a small explosion, one of the Gu refinement flames that she controlled was instantly destroyed. The Gu worm inside had already formed its embryonic form, but unfortunately, it was all for naught. First senior sister made a mistake. What a pity that Gu worm only lacks the final 3 steps. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. Qin Wan's expression also sank. This is the first mistake since the start of the duel. Even though first senior sister has a deep foundation, it is still too much for her to split her attention to so many things. Then what do we do? Sun Yao looked over with a pleading expression. Qin Wan pondered. If it were me, I would take the initiative to cancel a refinement path killer move. Because we have a huge advantage. As long as we maintain this advantage and do not make any more mistakes, the other party should be anxious. But canceling the killer move is the same as activating it. Because of the change, we will have to pay more attention to it, which will create an instant flaw. At this moment, Feng Kim Hong was also having the same thought. Cancel a refinement path killer move? Is that what Feng Yuan is trying to do? No, I still have a way. I will attack for the third time and use a sound wave attack to get rid of these two ghost fires. Geniuses like Feng Kim Hong always had pride in their bones. They were not willing to admit defeat. Feng Kim Hong's eyes shone when she thought of this, but when she looked at Feng Yuan, her heart turned cold. Feng Yuan was wearing a sinister mask. His gaze was cold as ice in the holes of the mask. There seemed to be a mocking smile hidden within. Wait, something's not right. As their gazes met, Feng Kim Hong's heart shook. This is Feng Yuan's trap. He has been waiting for this. Once I attack for the third time, Feng Yuan will grab this opportunity and attack. By then, my mental state will have already exceeded its limit. It will be hard for him to take care of the situation. He might not even be able to defend himself and will be hit by him. Damn it! Feng Kim Hong gritted his teeth. A drop of cold sweat slid from his forehead to the corner of his eyebrows and down his cheeks. This can't go on. I have to think of a way. What should I do? Think carefully, think quickly. Bang! While Feng Kim Hong was thinking, another fireball exploded. This explosion. It was much more serious than the first time. The surrounding fireballs were affected. Feng Kim Hong quickly discarded the messy thoughts in his mind and tried his best to stabilize the other fireballs. Ah! Eldest senior sister had made a mistake again. How could this be? Not good. Eldest senior sister is injured. Sun Yao cried out in alarm. Demon Feng Yuan gave her too much pressure. First senior sister was trying to think of a countermeasure, and in a moment of carelessness, she paid less attention to the Gu refinement and made a mistake. Failing the Gu refinement would naturally result in backlash. Fortunately, her injuries are not serious. Qin Wan's tone also revealed her nervousness. She exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and said, however, this is also a good thing. Sun Yao didn't understand and angrily mumbled, Senior sister Qin Wan, what are you saying? Senior apprentice sister made a mistake in the Gu refinement. Why is it a good thing that you're injured? Because the fire in her hand extinguished two of them. Part of his mind was freed. Now she had the strength to spare. We can calmly deal with the current situation, Qin Wan analyzed. Sun Yao slapped her forehead in realization. Oh right. Feng Yuan started laughing again. When Feng Kim Hong heard Feng Yuan's laughter, his heart sank. She raised her head and indeed saw Feng Yuan take out the third Gu worm. Feng Yuan continued. Look closely, this is a rank 3 ghost fire Gu. In the next moment, 3 balls of willow, the wisp hovered around Feng Kim Hong. Damn it, damn it. Sun Yao stomped her feet in anger. This demon is too shameless. Eldest senior sister had just recovered from her shock when he sent out another ball of ghost fire. He still wants to force eldest senior sister to make a mistake. That is indeed the case. Qin Wan's expression was solemn. This way the pressure will increase greatly. I'm afraid eldest senior sister will have to focus all her attention on defense. Sun Yao gritted her teeth in anger and subconsciously waved her fists. This demon is not refining Gu properly and is spending all his attention on the will-o'-the-wisp. This is a classic example of not focusing on proper work. This person is too evil. I really want to beat him up. Damn it, how can this be? Feng Kim Hong fell into a huge predicament. She was clearly in the lead, but when Feng Yuan made his move, she was in a passive position. Feng Kim Hong knew the situation was bad, because the duel's tempo was completely under Feng Yuan's control. Feng Kim Hong wanted to counterattack, but she did not have enough strength. Those 3 the wisp floated around her, sometimes even breaking through the 3 feet distance before suddenly retreating. It was clear that he was teasing Feng Kim Hong. Feng Kim Hong was a young girl after all. She was filled with anger from Feng Yuan's teasing, but she could not vent it out. She wanted to get rid of these 3 annoying will-o'-the-wisp, so she had to take the risk. But reason told Feng Kim Hong that she did not need to take the risk, because even if she made 2 mistakes, she was still ahead of Feng Yuan by a huge margin. As long as she maintained her lead, victory was hers. However, when Feng Kim Hong started refining 4 orifices fire tower Gu, Not long after, Fang Yuan also started refining 4 orifices fire tower goo. This discovery immediately made Feng Kim Hong shocked. When did Fang Yuan close the gap between us? This is impossible. He has not even used a refinement path killer move. But the truth was like this, Fang Yuan was just using refinement path techniques and pure basic skills to shrink the gap bit by bit, unknowingly catching up to Feng Kim Hong. The goo masters below the stage also realized this. Unbelievable. This demon Fang Yuan actually caught up. Spirit Affinity House's female disciples cried out in shock. He is actually using goo refinement techniques to win against refinement path killer moves. Fang Yuan's strength truly far surpasses Feng Kim Hong. These were people who overestimated Fang Yuan, and they were still overestimating him. How can this be? At the same time, he launched a rank 5 attack, attacking later but arriving first. Feng Kim Hong was prepared. She blocked the rank 5 attack, but exposed goo detonated when it got close to her. The explosion was not intense, but the light was very dazzling. How can this be? How did he know the flaw of ink transformation killer move? Under Feng Kim Hong's incredulous expression, ink transformation killer move was completely interrupted. The killer move's activation failed. The intense backlash immediately caused Feng Kim Hong's internal organs to twitch. A large amount of blood was flowing out of her body. The intense pain caused her body and mind to shake. She was no longer able to control the fire lump. The entire goo refinement failed. Another huge backlash erupted on her body. Feng Kim Hong raised her head and vomited a mouthful of blood. She fell to the ground and fainted on the spot. The audience was in chaos. Spirit Affinity House's disciples wanted to go up, but were blocked by the goo formation. Do not disturb the order, violators will be punished. The hosting elder shouted. After stabilizing the situation, he looked at Fang Yuan. At once, almost everyone in the audience looked at Fang Yuan. Feng Kim Hong had already fainted. Even if she woke up and tried to refine goo again, the materials she had were far from enough. Right now, Fang Yuan was in an invincible position. As long as he refined 5 orifices fire pagoda goo, he would obtain victory. But just as Fang Yuan was about to succeed, the incomplete goo worm in his hand suddenly self-detonated. Fang Yuan was stunned. This. Chapter 864. Fang Yuan and Feng Kim Hong's duel, which attracted countless people's attention, ended with an outcome that surpassed everyone's expectations. The duel was very exciting. It could be said to be full of twists and turns. Eventually, Fang Yuan already had the absolute advantage, but he coincidentally encountered a rank 5 goo's failure rate, causing his efforts to be in vain. He did not have enough goo refinement materials for a second attempt. While Feng Kim Hong had fainted, he also lacked materials. Thus, this duel ended in a draw. Meanwhile, after the duel ended, Feng Kim Hong was healed and recovered rapidly. After learning of the final outcome, Feng Kim Hong looked at Fang Yuan with deep meaning. Since it was a draw, then according to the duel's rules, both sides had 2 choices. One was to take back their winnings, the second was to exchange their winnings. Just as Fang Yuan expected, Feng Kim Hong chose the second option. Fang Yuan thought about it for a while before agreeing. Feng Kim Hong first handed an information path goo worm to Fang Yuan. The goo worm recorded the method for immortal zombies to regain life. Next, both sides signed a contract, as a subordinate force of Crane Gate, the owner of who immortal blessed land Fang Yuan, would establish a guts goo trade with Spirit Affinity House. From now on, Fang Yuan would prioritize the supply of guts goo to Spirit Affinity House. Even Crane Gate would have to wait. Lord Fang Yuan, my clan's Lord He Fengyang would like to have a chat with you. After the duel ended, a Crane Gate elder came to Fang Yuan of his own accord, showing a humble attitude. Oh! Fang Yuan was surprised. Then lead the way. On a desolate mountain peak, he met He Fengyang again. He Fengyang still had the appearance of a young man, wearing a white robe. He had a black belt and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. His green eyebrows that extended to his waist were also fluttering in the wind. This is a bet. It must not have been easy, right? He Fengyang looked at Fang Yuan with a deep gaze. Fang Yuan smiled. There's nothing I can do. I've encountered a failure rate, so I can only stare. His words were naturally flawless. He Fengyang examined Fang Yuan from top to bottom, then suddenly said solemnly, "It is a pity that you have such talent in refinement path, but you have degenerated into a zombie. Actually, if you want to find a way to regain your life, you don't have to go far. My crane gate has a mystical method that can guarantee that you can get rid of your immortal zombie body." Fang Yuan listened. He could not help but feel strange. Why did he feel that He Fengyang was trying to recruit him? But thinking about it, even if Fang Yuan was opposing crane gate and had some other background just based on Fang Yuan's Gu refinement attainment, it was enough to move crane gate. Fang Yuan naturally knew what the mystical method He Fengyang was talking about was. What else could it be? It was obvious that it was a technique of possession. He Fengyang would never have expected that Fang Yuan had already made preparations in this aspect. If I lose my freedom, I would rather keep my immortal zombie body, Fang Yuan said. He Fengyang shook his head. I invited you here not to debate about freedom with you. Let's get down to business. You captured that brother of yours. You must hand him over. Otherwise, you will not be able to bear the consequences. Oh, is this a threat? Fang Yuan's tone sank. Fangjing was his backup for rebirth. Even if he did not use it to get rid of his immortal zombie body, Fangjing was still the best candidate to refine blood deity. How could Fang Yuan let him go? He Fengyang nodded. You can think of it as a threat. But I prefer to think of it as a warning. To tell you the truth, we want to get rid of Fangjing. This is an order from the Celestial Court. You might not understand the weight of the two words Celestial Court, but you need to understand. In Central Continent, no force or person can go against the Celestial Court. How could Fang Yuan not understand the power of the Celestial Court? He had his previous life's memories. He knew more about the power and terror of the Celestial Court than He Fengyang. Of course I know about the Celestial Court. But the Celestial Court actually wants to get rid of Fangjing? It actually wants to get rid of a mortal so seriously? Isn't your excuse a little too fake? He Fengyang, how can you convince me? Fang Yuan shrugged. He Fengyang sighed. I don't need to convince you. But if you leave Fangjing alive, the final outcome would be Hu immortal blessed land being attacked and absorbed by the Celestial Court. To me, to Crane Gate, I do not wish for this to happen. Think about it, but there is not much time left. If you can think it through, 3 days later, hand over Fangjing to me. Fang Yuan frowned deeply. This unexpected news caught him off guard. He did not know about the existence of Fate Immortal Gu, and could not link the Celestial Court and Fangjing together. He looked at He Fengyang's face, trying to find a flaw in his expression. Do you think I am stupid? Handing over Fangjing to you is equivalent to handing you the key to attacking Hu immortal blessed land. He Fengyang raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan, it has been hard on you, an immortal zombie. You have so many tricks up your sleeves. You don't need to test me. The truth is, you are already starting to believe my words. I am actually more curious than you. But regarding the Celestial Court, it is better to stop being curious. 3 days later I will execute Fangjing in front of you. But in exchange you have to bring Master Tinctura's soul back intact. You should know that he is my subordinate, he is quite capable. Fang Yuan became silent. He Fengyang did not stop. He disappeared on the spot with a flash of light. Since He Fengyang left, Fang Yuan did not stay for long. He used fixed immortal travel to return to Hu immortal blessed land. He threw the matter regarding Fangjing to the back of his mind. The first thing Fang Yuan did was to research the method that Feng Qimhong gave him. Fairy Lian Xiang? What Fang Yuan did not expect was that this method of getting rid of the zombie body was related to a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. Fairy Lian Xiang was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House, just like how Mo Yao was a previous generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. According to Feng Qimhuang's information, when Fairy Lian Xiang was rank 5, she was plotted against by an enemy and refined into a zombie. But she had one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guyue Desolate Yin physique. Due to a fortuitous encounter, she succeeded in her immortal ascension. Her zombie body was baptized by the heavenly tribulation and earthly calamity. She was reborn. In the end, many Gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House deduced, getting rid of the zombie body The method to obtain rebirth was the immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Immortal ascension of one of the 10 extreme physiques? Feng Yuan was a little disappointed. This method, to him it was not feasible. Even though he had blood skull gu, it could raise a gu master's aptitude. Guyue's generation was Feng Yuan's role model. But blood skull gu was only immortal gu. Even if Feng Yuan had many descendants and killed them, it could not raise Feng Yuan's aptitude as an immortal zombie. However, if I can raise blood skull gu to immortal gu, it will be useful to me. I can use blood skull immortal gu to raise my first aperture to Guyue desolate in physique, and undergo immortal ascension. I will have a high chance of reviving. But to raise blood skull gu to immortal gu, I need to deduce the immortal gu recipe of blood skull gu. This will take a huge amount of time and effort. Also, even if I raise my aptitude to the level of one of the 10 extreme physiques, my future tribulations will be very dangerous. According to Feng Kim Huang's information, Fairy Lian Xiang's immortal ascension tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was almost equivalent to the grand tribulation of a rank 7 gu immortal. It was very likely that the immortal ascension of a zombie was too heaven-defying and attracted the wrath of heaven. If not for the help of several gu immortals of Spirit Affinity House, Fairy Lian Xiang might have been turned to ashes by the grand tribulation. The tribulation of one of the 10 extreme physiques when they undergo immortal ascension. It was very terrifying. Feng Yuan had personally witnessed He Lolan's tribulation. The latter had even lost her immortal gu. When one of the 10 extreme physiques turned into a zombie and attempted to ascend to an immortal, the tribulation would be even more terrifying. Its might would increase by dozens of times. Feng Yuan concluded. This method not only needed a lot of preparation, it would waste a lot of time and effort. The risk was also very high. There was no help from others. With Feng Yuan's current strength, even if he worked with Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan, it would be impossible. It was also impossible. After weighing the pros and cons, Feng Yuan could only put this method aside. He entered Dang Hun Palace's prison. He saw Feng Zheng, who was imprisoned inside. Feng Yuan, what are you trying to do? Seeing his brother, Feng Zheng shouted angrily. His gaze was filled with hatred. Feng Yuan said, what, you still haven't thought it through? Feng Zheng shouted. Even if there is a reason Crane Gate and Master are responsible, you are still the main culprit. You are the true culprit who killed uncle and aunt. I will never forgive you. I will never let you off. Kill me, otherwise I will forever be your enemy. Oh, my good little brother, you are really stubborn. In that case, Feng Yuan's gaze flashed. He suddenly stretched out his hand and aimed at Feng Zheng. Soul search. Feng Zheng's body shook. He could not move. He wanted to scream but could not. His throat seemed to be blocked. His expression was filled with pain. Feng Yuan searched Feng Zheng's soul 7 or 8 times, but did not find anything valuable. Feng Zheng is such an ordinary gu master. Why was Celestial Court ordered to exterminate him? Feng Yuan fell into deep thought. Although there was no evidence, he was inclined to believe that Feng Yang was speaking the truth. Feng Yuan did not know that Celestial Court had Fate Immortal gu. Although he had his previous life's memories, they were limited. He could not know everything. Especially when it involved the secrets of the strongest organization in the 5 regions, Celestial Court. Did someone do something to Feng Zheng's soul? Feng Yuan shook his head. This was not possible, but it could not be ruled out. Then should I hand over Feng Zheng or not? This was the problem. Feng Yuan was not afraid of Feng Yang, but he was wary of Crane Gate, and more worried about Celestial Court. Celestial Court had rank 8 gu immortals. As long as one of them made a move, killing him would be as easy as killing an ant. Of course, this was the result of the battle. Feng Yuan naturally would not be so foolish. He could still escape. He could escape. Fixed immortal travel was a great method. 3 days later, Feng Yuan handed over Feng Zheng. As well as the spirit incubating flea, Master Tenchuru's soul was inside. Feng Zheng had clearly been tortured. He had gone through many terrifying tortures. Not only were his flesh torn, there were many wounds on his body that were so deep that bones could be seen. Even one of his arms had been cut off and replaced with a dog's front limb. And Feng Zheng could still feel the dog limb. He could control it and perform a series of actions. Such torture could cause a person to break down. But Feng Yang only glanced at him. He did not say anything. He said to Fang Yuan, "You have made a clear choice. Now fulfill your promise." Fang Yuan's gaze shone brightly. "Then watch carefully." Fengyang slowly made his move. Under Fang Yuan's full investigation, he killed Fang Jing on the spot. Not even a trace of him was left behind by the flames. "Lord Fengyang, why? You promised me." Master Tenchuru's voice came from the spirit incubating flea. "This is the Celestial Court's order. Crane Gate needs Fang Jing's sacrifice. Sky Crane, this is your fate. You wanted to possess Fang Jing, but in the end, your heart softened. You were willing to accompany him and guide his cultivation. Now he is completely dead. Not even a trace of his soul is left. As compensation for going back on my words, I will find a good candidate for you to be reborn." Fengyang said slowly. "Lord!" Master Tenchuru cried. "Impossible! I will not believe your lies." Fang Jing screamed, but he still took this information path Gu Worm. This Gu Worm naturally recorded the scene of Fengyang killing Fang Jing, as well as the conversation with Master Tenchuru's soul. After Fang Jing saw it, he immediately crushed the information path Gu Worm to pieces, falling into an incomparably furious state. He raised his head and screamed. His expression was distorted as he pointed at Fang Yuan, shouting, "Impossible! This is all fake, you faked it. I will never believe it, I will never believe it. You lied to me, you lied to me. Unless I see it with my own eyes, hear it with my own ears, and get my master's reply. You will see it with your own eyes. But now is not the time." Fang Yuan turned around and left the secret room. He closed the door. The secret room fell into darkness again. Fang Jing screamed in the darkness, moving around in a frenzy in the limited space, punching and kicking the walls in a hysterical manner. After dealing with Fang Jing's matter, Fang Yuan returned triumphantly in the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention. He eliminated the True Gu refinement experts in advance. It made the later stages of the convention easier than the middle stages. Eventually, Feng Kim Hong obtained 6th place, and Fang Yuan entered the finals. He faced the strongest opponent in this convention, Yu Mu Chun. In this match, Fang Yuan lost cleanly. Even though the competition's topic was the same as in his previous life, Fang Yuan had the huge advantage of knowing beforehand. But his opponent, Yu Mu Chun, was a genuine refinement path quasi-great grandmaster. This attainment level was terrifying. Even if Feng Kim Hong had Dream Wings Immortal Gu, he could not easily reach this attainment level. The higher the attainment level of a path, the more difficult it was to advance. In the whole of history, only 3 people surpassed him. They were the 3 refinement path elders. In the whole of Northern Plains, only 4 were publicly recognized to be comparable to him. They were the 4 refinement path elders. Fang Yuan knew that even if he had the advantage of knowing the topic, he could not win against Yu Mu Chun. This was the difference in strength. Speaking of which, this Yu Mu Chun was dressed like Fang Yuan. He wore a black robe that covered his entire body. He also had a large mask on his face. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he was the one who obtained 1st place. Unsurprisingly, his strength was truly unfathomable. Fang Yuan admitted defeat. Many people criticized him. After all, refinement path attainment level was hard to describe. Yu Mu Chun was indeed very strong, but Fang Yuan was also very strong in the eyes of the world. Such an action of admitting defeat without fighting made the spectators who were looking forward to the finals very unhappy. Rumors started to spread that Fang Yuan admitted defeat without fighting. This was a shady plot. No matter what, Fang Yuan, who obtained 2nd place, achieved his original goal. He had a success Dao mark engraved on his body. After that, Crane Gate and the other 9 great ancient sects sent people to contact Fang Yuan, trying to buy his Dao marks. This success Dao mark could not be seized or transferred. Even Celestial Court tried many times, but none of them succeeded. The 10 great ancient sects naturally did not want to seize it. They only talked about transactions. In any case, Fang Yuan had such amazing Gu refinement methods, they still greatly overestimated Fang Yuan. He could refine Gu. If he refined a rank 6 immortal Gu, this success Dao mark would be used up, in exchange for 0 failure rate. No matter how high the 10 sects of Central Continent offered, Fang Yuan rejected them all. After returning to Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he made the final preparations to refine change form immortal goo. Ever since Feng Yuan had the plan to refine change form immortal goo, he had been gathering goo refinement materials. Because he had the success Dao mark, Feng Yuan only needed to gather one set of goo refinement materials. This greatly reduced his expenditure. Even so, by the time Feng Yuan gathered the materials, the immortal materials he obtained from the Northern Plains auction had already been sold or exchanged. If not for some of the materials he obtained from the Refinement Path Convention, there would still be a gap. The difficulty of refining immortal goo could be seen at a glance. Feng Yuan only gathered one set of materials, his accumulated resources were almost all used up. If not for the Guts Goo trade, if not for the success Dao mark, Feng Yuan would not take such a risk and make such a risky move. Floating astronomy. I will be loyal and devoted to you, and do my best to serve you. Yu Mu-chun shook his head and smiled bitterly. Oh you, forget it. Considering that you chased after me and went through over 30 mountains suffering countless hardships. This sincerity and perseverance towards the Tao is very rare and precious. Ben Duo-yi, remember, this quick-wittedness is your greatest strength. Man is the spirit of all living beings. You are a hairy man, but your intelligence is no longer human. But you cannot rely on this. You need to know that a good swimmer will drown. Today you need to remember your sincerity and perseverance. Get up. Yu Mu-chun said. Master, if you don't agree, I won't get up. Ben Duo-yi shouted. Oh no. Suddenly his arms were empty. His arms were originally wrapped around Yu Mu-chun, but now an invisible force was repelling him. He could only look up as Yu Mu-chun ascended into the sky step by step. Ben Duo-yi, our fate has come to an end. Today will be the last time we meet. Now I will teach you one last lesson as a parting gift. Watch carefully. In the sky, Yu Mu-chun's voice came. Ben Duo-yi hurriedly raised his head and looked at the sky expectantly. Central continent, Earth abyss, star form blessed land. The night was warm, the wind was gentle. Feng Yuan looked up. The blessed land was filled with stars, giving off dim starlight. It was completely silent. Feng Yuan slowly lowered his head. He retracted his gaze from the sky and looked at the giant tortoise shell in front of him. This tortoise shell had an extraordinary origin. It was the shell of a desolate beast tortoise. Right now the tortoise shell was upside down like a giant bowl. The tortoise shell was filled with poisonous blood. This poisonous blood was collected by Feng Yuan when he was undergoing tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Now, to refine change form immortal goo, these poisonous blood were put to use. Change form immortal goo refinement can finally begin. Feng Yuan let out a breath of air. Feng Yuan kept the matter of refining change form immortal goo a secret. He did not tell anyone. People like Tai Bai Yunsheng, He Lulan, and Fairy Li Shan were kept in the dark. They did not know anything. Star form Blessed Land had already closed its doors long ago. The Blessed Land itself was deep in Earth abyss. At this time, this layer of Earth abyss was not known to anyone yet. It was very safe. Safety was very important. Refining immortal goo was not easy to begin with. It was filled with difficulties. There were too many external factors that could affect a goo immortal's goo refinement. If there was a mistake, the valuable immortal materials would be wasted, their efforts would be wasted. Thus, the refinement of immortal goo required a calm and stable environment. Even though Feng Yuan had a success Dao mark and could reduce the refinement failure rate to 0 when refining rank 6 immortal goo, it was not enough. But what if during the refinement Feng Yuan made a mistake? Thus, star form Blessed Land was a quiet and reliable environment for goo refinement. He needed it. Otherwise, if Feng Yuan failed the goo refinement, he would not even know where to cry. Even though he was about to start, before Feng Yuan started, he meditated for a long time. Only when he felt that his soul was at its peak condition and could not be any more perfect, did he make a move. His eyes shined, countless ghostly fires burned at the bottom of the tortoise shell. At once, the surrounding several li was engulfed in dark flames. The temperature fell rapidly. The poisonous blood in the tortoise shell, however, was calm. Central continent, Truyang mountain range. Ben Duo-yi had just raised his head when he was stunned. At once, his eyes opened wide. He had thought that Yumu-chan would give him a final lesson. He would at most teach him some unique Gu refinement methods or powerful refinement path killer moves. But to think that Yumu-chan stood in the air, waving his hand as a vast light shone down. This light was extremely pure and dazzling. Yumu-chan's tears flowed down. Just as he was feeling dizzy, he heard Yumu-chan say slowly, "Ben Duoi, open your eyes for the final lesson. How much you can absorb will depend on your luck. Alright, watch me refine an immortal Gu now." Immortal Gu. Ben Duoyi's heart shook, his mouth was wide open, his jaw almost dislocated. Refine an immortal Gu? He stammered, he could not understand, he was shocked and uncertain. Why did Master Yumu-chan go so far? Even if Ben Duoi was not skilled in Gu refinement, he knew that refining immortal Gu was not easy. Before refining, one needed to adjust their condition to the peak, they had to calm their mind, they had to research and deduce the immortal Gu recipe countless times. But Yumu-chan did not do that. After the refinement path convention ended, he entered Truyong Mountain Range and traveled in the mountains. He did not rest at all. And he was refining Gu here. Truyong Mountain Range was a very dangerous place. The environment was very important to Gu refinement, even a 3-year-old child knew this. Right now Ben Duoi was very worried. What if the Gu refinement attracted desolate beasts, ancient desolate beasts? This was not the most troublesome thing. Compared to desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, Gu immortals were more threatening. Because of Song Zixing, many Gu immortals in Truyong Mountain Range were searching here, trying to find Song Zixing. On one hand, they could beat him up when he was down, on the other hand, they could complete the mission that the 10 great sects of Central Continent had secretly issued. Yumu-chan did not care about Ben Duoyi's worries and nervousness. He had a relaxed expression as he waved his hand. At once, this mountain peak shined with 1,000 rays of light. Auspicious clouds and auspicious chi appeared. Winds blew, the grass on the mountain swayed with the wind. The mountain flowers bloomed, emitting the purest fragrance of nature. Central Continent, star-form blessed land. An hour had already passed. In the huge tortoise shell, the poisonous blood was boiling, emitting loud noises. Above the poisonous blood, a large amount of poisonous chi was coiling, forming a dense pitch-black poisonous fog. As Fang Yuan continued to heat it up, the poisonous fog started to spread, corroding the surrounding grass and flowers, causing them to wither. Fang Yuan did not care about this. He had prepared meticulously. He had already set up layers of Gu formations around him. These poisonous chi would not spread out, they would only stay in the surrounding space. 1,000-year bitter shell. Fang Yuan stared at the boiling poisonous blood. He suddenly stretched out an immortal zombie monstrous arm and spread out its huge claw. "Here, master." At the next moment, Star Form Land Spirit handed the 1,000-year bitter shell to Fang Yuan. To refine change form immortal Gu, Star Form Land Spirit had become Fang Yuan's free labor. Should he say that Yumu-chan had a screw loose in his head? Or that he was too daring? Ben Duoi could not comment on this. Cool winds blew in his face. The winds got stronger and stronger, soon strong winds blew. Tornadoes were formed. The tornadoes were separated from each other. They did not interfere with each other. They formed a forest of tornadoes. Yumu-chan was in the air, in the middle of the forest of tornadoes. The strong winds blew his bronze mask away, revealing an old face with thick hair. Yumu-chan laughed heartily, his body shook as the black robe covering his body broke apart. The pieces were blown away by the wind, revealing Yumu-chan's muscular body, which was covered in brown hair. His true identity was the same as Ben Duoi, a hairy man. No wonder he had given pointers to Ben Duoi. Hairy men were variant humans, they were different from humans. Or more accurately speaking, they were two different races. Even Fang Yuan did not know about Yumu-chan's identity. Like he understood Ben Duoyi's worries, Yumu-chan paid attention to his work as he said, "You idiot. Why do we hairy men have the talent for Gu refinement? It is because hairy men have refinement path Dao marks since birth. In fact, refinement path originated from hairy men. In terms of Gu refinement history, we hairy men have a long history. Our foundation is dozens of times that of humans. But humans are too powerful. They exterminated many hairy men and lost countless precious refinement path insights. Now, the Gu refinement ideology of humans is influencing hairy men. There are many mistakes in this. Yumuchan continued, for example, when humans refine Gu, they emphasize on silence, they seek an isolated environment. This is safer and increases the success rate of the Gu refinement. But they only focus on the present, not the long term. Gu masters nurture, use, and refine. Nurturing Gu is to familiarize themselves with the connection between the materials and the Gu worm. Why does this Gu worm need to be fed with such food? Between the Gu worm and the food, there are countless Gu recipes. As for using Gu, it is to experience the Tao marks on the Gu worm. Gu refinement is even more crucial. It is the handling of the Tao marks. When refining Gu, one should be in nature. Because this world was the place with the most Tao marks. It is like a mother to a baby. Heaven and earth is the best place to refine Gu. If we can use the Tao marks of heaven and earth, in a sense we can use the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu. Using the power of heaven and earth to help us refine Gu. Ben Duoi stared with wide eyes, he was tongue-tied. Yumuchan's words were shocking. This was the first time Ben Duoi had heard of this theory. It was extremely enlightening. Yumuchan laughed heartily, his eyes shined with bright light. Ben Duoi, you are learning human Gu refinement techniques. Even though they are powerful, you have already gone down the wrong path. You can use other methods to improve yourself, but the things of humans are not yours. If you want to advance to refinement path Great Grandmaster attainment level, you will need to return to your roots, return to our hairy man Gu refinement path. I am willing. I am willing. Master Yumuchan, please be merciful and teach me hairy man Gu refinement techniques. Ben Duoi shouted excitedly, kowtowing non-stop. Yumuchan laughed heartily. Don't be in a hurry to make a decision. There is a huge risk in this. It might not help you but harm you instead. I started feeding Gu worms when I was 3. When I was 10, I only had to touch Gu worms, and without any guidance, I could learn what food foreign Gu worms needed and how to feed them. When I was 16, I used human methods to refine rank 5 Gu with 10% success. But this was a detour. When I was 22, I realized this and decided to start again. I started refining Gu in nature. When I was 138, I had initial success in my natural Gu refinement technique. Now that I am 246, my natural Gu refinement technique has reached great success. I can comprehend nature, I can understand the astronomical phenomena above, and the geography below. I can choose the most suitable place and use the hidden Tao marks of heaven and earth to help me refine Gu. Right now, I have a 40% success rate in refining rank 6 Immortal Gu. Rank 7, 1 out of 20. As for rank 8 Immortal Gu, due to my cultivation level, I have not tried it yet. Hearing this, Ben Duoyi's heart shook intensely. Yumuchan's Gu refinement success rate was simply too high. Normally speaking, the success rate of rank 6 Immortal Gu was less than 1%. The success rate of rank 7 Immortal Gu was 1 in 1,000. The success rate of rank 8 was 1 in 10,000. And when Yumuchan refined rank 6 Immortal Gu, he had a 40% success rate. This was 40% success rate. And when refining rank 7 Immortal Gu, he had 1 success rate in 20 attempts. Such a success rate would shock the whole world. This was the power of the natural Gu refinement technique. But Ben Duoi could tell. To refine such a powerful technique, one had to have talent. Yumuchan's talent was outstanding. When he was 3, he fed Gu worms. At 10, he touched foreign Gu worms and learned what they ate. This showed that he had already understood the connection between the Tao mark fragments of Gu worms and all living beings in the world. When Yumuchan was 16, he used human methods to refine rank 5 Gu. When he was 22, he realized this was not his path. He gave up on his abilities and started cultivating again. From this, it could be seen that Yumuchan not only had talent, he also had ambition and aspirations. Secondly, to refine the natural Gu refinement technique, he needed a lot of time and resources. Yumuchan only had minor success when he was 138 years old. At 246 years old, he had major success. This required a huge amount of practice and resources. It was unimaginably terrifying. Putting aside talent and talent, just the consumption of resources was unrealistic for someone like Ben Duoi, who was by himself. Gu immortals needed resources. Refinement was even more important for refinement. Without a lot of practice and resources, even Gu Immortals could not do it well. Most Gu Immortals were flying masters, but only a few were refinement path masters. Fang Yuan did not have high attainment in refinement path. He only became a refinement path quasi-grandmaster. Other than his limited talent and lack of focus on this path, it was also because of the lack of resources. Yu Mu Chun saw that the tornado forest was stabilizing. He started to refine Gu. He stood in the air, his hair fluttering in the wind as he grabbed or pulled out immortal materials from his immortal aperture. He selectively tossed these immortal materials into the tornadoes one by one. The tornadoes were sharp wind blades. They quickly turned the immortal materials into powder. Ben Duoi was dumbfounded. Normally speaking, when refining Gu worms, every material had to be measured precisely, the time to throw them in, and the heat used to handle the immortal materials. But Yu Mu Chun was very casual, not mentioning the huge tornado forest. His method of handling the immortal materials was extremely crude. He did not care about the quantity of each immortal material at all. He was like a sloppy chef cooking a dish. He would casually add oil here and salt there. If anyone else used this method, Ben Duoi would scoff at it. But Yu Mu Chun used it with an indescribable smoothness and naturalness. Every single one of his actions was extremely ordinary, yet they revealed an indescribable sense of beauty, and they conformed to nature and contained a profound aura. At once, Ben Duoi was petrified. His eyes were wide open. He was dumbfounded. Chapter 868. Starform Blessed Land. Demonic fog shrouded the area. Poisonous blood was boiling. The 3 layers of the Gu formation had already been corroded and destroyed. The surrounding ground had turned into a thin layer of poisonous swamp. Fang Yuan had a solemn expression. Next is the most difficult immortal material, earthly limit astral chi. He took out an immortal material and held it in his hand. This Gu refinement material was very special. It was made of mud and chi. The mud chi gathered into a lump on its own. Above it was light green astral chi, below was black mud. Astral chi was the heaven chi of the 9 heavens. Outside the immemorial 9 heavens, there was a thick astral chi wall. If Gu Immortals wanted to explore the 9 heavens, they would need to break through the astral chi wall. As for the black mud, it was the essence condensed from the earth chi of the 10 earths. Heaven and earth chi could not coexist, but at this moment in this earthly limit astral chi, the two were in harmony. Not only did they coexist peacefully, they were also transforming into each other. The black mud turned into astral chi, while the astral chi turned into black mud. Fang Yuan waved his hand. This lump of earthly limit astral chi quickly turned turbid. The black mud and astral chi mixed together, forming a lump of gray fog. But if he did not shake it, after a dozen breaths of time, the black mud would settle down, while the astral chi remained. Black and white would appear again, they would circulate slightly. Dealing with this immortal material is the most troublesome. Ordinary refinement path killer moves cannot deal with it perfectly. Only by using the publicly recognized strongest 4 immortal killer moves to deal with immortal materials. Slumbering lightning python, reflecting snow, muffled thunder stone drum, and wind grind can I deal with it. Unfortunately, I do not have any of these 4 killer moves. To deal with earthly limit astral chi, I can only put in a lot of effort. Fang Yuan had a thought as he stomped on the ground. His body flew into the air with a light leap. He entered the turtle shell and the poisonous blood. Whoosh! Fang Yuan's sharp nails flashed as he cut wounds on the 6 monstrous arms. Then on his chest. Wounds appeared on his back and other areas. Blood refinement killer move. Blood trace travel. Traces of blood flowed out of these wounds. The blood traces quickly fused into the dark purple poisonous blood. Soon, the poisonous blood in the turtle shell pot seemed to be attracted. It started to enter Fang Yuan's wounds. Intense pain spread. Fang Yuan grunted. Immortal zombies did not feel pain. Fang Yuan could feel pain because he was using Gu worm methods. He needed to sense the pain to understand to what extent the immortal materials were processed. Fang Yuan's blood and the poisonous blood in the turtle shell continued to mix. It formed a cycle, entering and exiting Fang Yuan's body continuously. After the process stabilized, Fang Yuan swallowed the earthly limit astral energy that he had taken out earlier. With a gulp, he swallowed the earthly limit astral energy into his stomach. This was a unique creation of his previous life, a blood path Gu refinement method. He named it the flesh and blood refinement art. The earthly limit's astral energy entered his body and was constantly washed by his blood, slowly dissolving in it. This blood. Then it flowed out of Feng Yuan's body through his wounds and into the turtle shell walk. It sank to the bottom of the pot. At the same time, the other poisonous blood in the cauldron flowed into Feng Yuan's body through his wounds and washed away the earthly limit's astral energy. As the cycle continued, the earthly limit's astral energy grew at an extremely slow speed. It continued to melt and shrink. On a mountain peak in Truyang mountain range, there was a huge gust of wind. Whistling sounds could be heard. The hairy man Gu immortal Yu Mu Chun suddenly pointed. Immortal Yuan stones were not as hard as the earthly limit astral energy bead. They were grinded into powder by the wind blades, bursting with a dazzling green light. At this moment, heaven and earth resonated. The nearby mountains started to shake. The sky was filled with dark clouds. Thunder could be heard. What's going on? Ben Duoi panicked. Looking around, he found that there were traces of light in the surrounding space of the mound he was on. These light traces were Dao marks. Some were red fire path Dao marks, some were blue water path Dao marks. These two types of Dao marks were mostly incomplete. Most of them were earth path and wood path Dao marks, they were more complete. But most of them were Dao marks shining with silver light. These were rule path Dao marks. These Dao marks were densely packed, but they were not evenly distributed. Some overlapped with each other, they were densely packed. Some were sparse, they were sparse. Ben Duoi found that the place Yu Mu Chun chose to refine Gu was the place. It was the place with the highest concentration of rule path Dao marks. This mound looks ordinary, but there is something extraordinary about it. Did Master Yu choose this place to refine Gu? Strange, ordinary mountains definitely do not have so many Dao marks. The more Ben Duoi found, the more questions he had. He felt increasingly stifled, because the mountains were shaking more intensely. The dark clouds in the sky were getting thicker. A storm was brewing. A great calamity was approaching. Even those tornadoes seemed to have stopped, they shrunk in size. Yu Mu Chun raised his head in the sky, laughing loudly. His laughter was filled with confidence and boldness. At this moment, his immortal Gu refinement had reached the most crucial step. Come. He suddenly pointed at the sky and the ground. In the sky, lightning flashed. The lightning was like water. It gathered into a huge dragon-like lightning python. Lightning was yang, python was yin. A giant python made of lightning. It contained yin and yang. It dispelled the berserk nature of the lightning. It looked gentle instead. This was slumbering lightning python, one of the 4 refinement path immortal killer moves. On the ground, the countless tornadoes merged together, quickly forming a single gigantic tornado. The wind pillar was tall. It almost connected heaven and earth. The slumbering lightning python started to move slowly. It descended slowly, coiling around the giant wind pillar. The lightning was not dazzling at all. The process of the python coiling around the pillar had an indescribable beauty that could shake one's soul. This time, heaven and earth chi suddenly rose. An intense sense of danger filled Ben Duoyi's mind. Master Yu, what is going on? Why does this look like the records of Gu immortals undergoing tribulation? Ben Duoi screamed. Ah, you guessed right. It is a small problem. Yu Mu Chun said plainly. Small problem. Ben Duoyi's eyes were wide open. His mouth was dry. Starform blessed land. Feng Yuan was covered in injuries, his face was twisted in pain. His 8 monstrous arms were stabbed into the poisonous blood. His fangs were exposed, his eyes were bloodshot, he was breathing heavily. After spending 3 days and 3 nights, he finally got rid of the earthly limit astral chi and fused it into the poisonous blood. The pot of poisonous blood was originally full, but now less than half was left. The most difficult step is over. Land spirit, throw those captives in. Feng Yuan shouted angrily. Star form land spirit quickly agreed. At once, large numbers of living beings like cows, horses, pigs, and dogs were thrown into the poisonous blood. Screams, and roars could be heard. The poisonous blood was extremely thick, it was like a swamp. After these living beings were thrown in, They struggled, but they sank even faster. Their blood, flesh, and bones were all dissolved. Soon the poisonous blood in the tortoiseshell pot started to rise. Not enough, not enough, Fang Yuan urged. His bloodshot eyes were filled with excitement and cruelty. Land spirits did not have good or evil. They only had stubbornness and loyalty. Star form land spirits started to throw in large numbers of variant humans. These variant humans included hairy men, rock men, snowmen, inkmen, eggmen, feathermen, mermen. The poisonous blood rose rapidly, but Fang Yuan was still not satisfied. He calculated the time in his mind as he shouted, "More, more." Thus, the human captives that he prepared were thrown into the pot. "Ah, spare me. So painful, it hurts so much. I will not let you off even if I become a ghost." Fang Yuan was unmoved. He only paid attention to the Gu refinement progress. An old Gu master was thrown to his side. He struggled to get up. Fang Yuan raised his leg and stomped the old man into the poisonous blood. The old man struggled for a while, but only his hand was left on the surface of the poisonous blood. His fingers were like hooks that grabbed at the sky. It was like the weak was cursing and complaining to heaven and earth, to fate, to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. In this limited time, the poisonous blood returned to its original state. It was at the edge of the tortoise shell. He started to throw large numbers of immortal yuan stones into the poisonous blood. 100, 200 without hesitation. Countless vengeful spirits lingered in the air above the poisonous blood. The poisonous fog rumbled as the poisonous blood fell again. 7 days later, the poisonous blood finally fell to the bottom. There was only a pool of poisonous blood left in the tortoise shell. It could not even reach Fang Yuan's ankles. Fang Yuan slowly bent down, picking up a Gu from this pool of poisonous blood. Change form immortal Gu success. Central continent Truyang mountain range. Ben Duoi sat on the ground muttering, "I finally passed the tribulation." More than half of the mountain had collapsed. It was like a battlefield in a mess. Be it the tornado wind pillar or slumbering lightning python, they were all gone. The heavy rain poured down, drenching Honda like a drowned rat. Yu Chun kept the refined immortal Gu in his pocket. Next, he threw an information path Gu worm to Ben Duoi. "Lad, this is my refinement path inheritance. It is for you. You can learn the natural Gu refinement method, but if you are not a Gu immortal, you cannot use it to refine Gu. Because it will attract heavenly tribulations and earthly tribulations." Yu Chun said this as he stepped on the void and left. Ben Duoyi's body shook. He knelt down as his eyes shined with bright light, shouting, "Master, don't worry. I will not let this inheritance down." Chapter 869. Central Continent. Who Immortal Blessed Land. Immortal Gu Starlight. Fang Yuan stood proudly at the top of a Fang Yuan stone nest. He willed and activated Starlight Immortal Gu. Suddenly, a huge pillar of starlight shot out and pierced into the stone nest. Under Fang Yuan's control, the starlight did not harm anyone. It was very gentle. In this stone nest, there were already many Gu formations set up. The moment the pillar of starlight entered, it split into beams of blue starlight, and was guided to the first room of each floor. The hairy men in the first room used their Gu worms to absorb the incoming starlight, before processing it. The processed half-finished product was sent to the second room for the second processing. After a total of 7 rooms, Star Thought Gu were refined one by one. These Star Thought Gu flowed along the pipes, into the storehouse at the lowest floor of the stone nest. Every time Fang Yuan used starlight, the hairy men in this stone nest could refine Gu for days without rest. After using Starlight Immortal Gu, there was a huge amount of starlight. Fang Yuan no longer needed to purchase Starlight Gu and use it as the main material to refine Star Thought Gu. Not only did this save a lot of trouble, the cost was also lowered. Although using Starlight Immortal Gu required immortal essence. But if he purchased a huge amount of Starlight Gu, he would still earn a sum. The cost was quite high. The improved Star Thought Gu recipe was also safer. Gu refinement was a risky matter. It was not as safe as fighting. Many hairy men got injured or even lost their lives when refining Gu. After Fang Yuan sent the Starlight Gu, he did not leave. He observed for a while. A long while later, he nodded, feeling satisfied. The current Star Thought Gu recipe, he had already modified it. The hairy men's losses during the Gu refinement were much lower than before. Most importantly, the production of star thought Gu was not lower than before. But the modification has already reached its limit, unless my star path attainment rises in the future, or I find a better star thought Gu recipe. Fang Yuan knew that he did not cultivate star path. His star path attainment was likely to remain at this level for the rest of his life. Maybe in the future, he could explore dream realms and raise his star path attainment. But who knows what will happen in the future? It's a pity that there are on average 10 rooms in this stone nest. 6 of them were unoccupied. If there are enough hairy men, the production of star thought Gu can more than double. Fang Yuan secretly felt that it was a pity. In this refinement of change form immortal Gu, not only did he expend the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, he also used up almost all of his immortal materials and immortal Yuan stone. As a result, the current Fang Yuan could be said to be penniless. Thus, the problem of hairy men could not be solved for now. Even if he could capture wild hairy men, he would need to spend time and effort to train them, before he could get qualified hairy man slaves to refine Gu for him. Fang Yuan naturally did not know how to train wild hairy men into qualified slaves. It was the most convenient method. It was to purchase hairy man slaves from other Gu immortals. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan didn't have any extra money at the moment. Even the celestial origin energy in his hand was extremely sparse, only around 10 beads. He had to use it wisely. It could be said that right now, Fang Yuan was in a very weak state. Even if he had the killer move Myriad itself and 3 star path Gu worms, he had obtained several star path immortal killer moves from Star Lord Wan Xiang. Without enough immortal essence, these killer moves could not be used. As the saying goes, having food in hand, he did not panic. For Gu immortals, the so-called food, the most important thing was immortal essence and immortal Yuan stone. Thus, Fang Yuan's urgent matter was to accumulate immortal essence. After leaving this stone nest, Fang Yuan went to inspect the other 2 stone nests. During this period of time, these 2 stone nests were under He Lulan's management. She used her immortal Gu strength to provide Gu refinement materials for the countless hairy men in the stone nests. After large numbers of airsac Gu were refined, they were loaded with guts Gu and sold to Central Continent's forces, to jewel yellow skies. In these 2 stone nests, there was a hairy man in each room. The risk of refining airsac Gu was much higher than refining star thought Gu. The reason why the stone nests were still full was because Fang Yuan had transferred a portion of the hairy men from the 3rd stone nest to fill up these 2 stone nests. Fang Yuan's current focus was to increase the volume of guts Gu. In the Central Continent Refinement Path Convention, Fang Yuan and Feng Qimhong had a duel. They had set the agreement in front of everyone. From now on, they would sell a huge amount of guts Gu to Spirit Affinity House. Thus, the demand for guts Gu increased. Fang Yuan had to increase the production of airsac Gu. In a stone nest, Fang Yuan met with He Lulan. He Lulan was reading Central Continent's information. Have you heard about Central Continent's 10 great sects secretly capturing and killing Song Zixing? The moment they met, He Lulan asked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. Of course I have. This matter can be concealed from mortals, but it cannot be concealed from Gu immortals. Even if Central Continent's 10 great sects try to conceal it, other Central Continent Gu immortals do not want this matter to remain unknown. Right now, they are watching the commotion caused by Central Continent's 10 great ancient sections. Sigh. He Lulan sighed deeply. We missed such a good opportunity. If we could have killed Song Zixing, we might have gotten star form blessed land. Fang Yuan was silent for a while before saying, He Lulan, you are dreaming. Central Continent is not like Northern Plains. We are both Northern Plains Gu immortals. Once we expose our auras, we will be discovered. The consequences of our identities being exposed will be so severe that we cannot bear it. Moreover, Song Zixing is very crafty. He is skilled at escaping. Our investigative methods are not that good. Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects could not find any traces of him in Truyang Mountain Range. How can we find him? You are right. He Lulan sighed again, replying gloomily. Ever since she was beaten awake by Fang Yuan, she realized her own shortcomings. These last days she had been thinking about how to operate and earn resources to support her own cultivation, to be independent. But unfortunately, these were not easy to make a living. He Lulan wanted to start from scratch. She would need to spend a lot of time and experience many setbacks before she could establish the project. But once the project was established, it would face market competition. How much she could earn would depend on the situation. He Lulan investigated for a long time. She also asked Fairy Li Shan for guidance. She knew that if she really wanted to develop the project from scratch, she would suffer losses in the early stages, it would be difficult in the middle stages, and if she earned less in the later stages, it would be a burden to her. There was no helping it. She was one of the 10 extreme immortal apertures. Time flowed very quickly. The heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities were even fiercer. After He Lulan's investigation, she found out the only thing that was truly suitable for her was the trade of guts goo, a seller's market, a monopoly business. It was unique. Or like the business projects that Feng Yuan plundered in Dongfang tribe's headquarters. Like eerie fire dragon pythons, regretful spiders, dragonfish, and others, these resources were already well managed by Dongfang tribe. Feng Yuan only needed to take over and choose where to sell them. After discovering this, He Lulan's desire for star-form blessed land deepened. As long as she obtained star-form blessed land, He Lulan would be able to gain a stable footing. After inheriting Star Lord Wanxiang's business, she would be able to be self-sufficient and advance her own cultivation. Feng Yuan did not tell He Lulan that he had already become the owner of star-form blessed land. He liked to keep a secret. The Snowy Mountain Alliance had a time limit. It was hard to say if He Lulan would be a friend or foe in the future. Of course, if He Lulan found out about this and asked Feng Yuan could not lie due to the Snowy Mountain Alliance. Although he could choose not to answer, He Lulan would easily confirm it. He would hide it for as long as he could. This was Feng Yuan's plan. After Yumu Chun refined the immortal goo, he went deep into Truyang Mountain Range. Ever since he parted with Ben Duo Yi, he used an immortal killer move to conceal his traces. On this day at noon, he stopped in front of an inconspicuous valley. He took out an information path goo worm and threw it in front of him. The goo worm vanished like a rock falling into water. Ripples appeared in the air in front of him. The ripples expanded and tore open a long hole, revealing the bloody light inside. Yumu Chun did not hesitate. He took a step forward and stepped into the spatial crack. At the next moment, he was in an unfamiliar space. The spatial crack behind him closed. Yumu Chun's vision was filled with bloody light. It was a dark swamp filled with poisonous gas. There were large numbers of corpses scattered in the swamp. A dense smell of blood assaulted his nose. Yumu Chun could not help but frown, saying, "Using so much blood sacrifice, it seems your injuries are very serious." Song Zixing, cough cough. There is no helping it. I was lucky to be able to escape with my life. Come in. From the depths of the swamp, Song Zixing's voice could be heard. Looking at this situation as a hairy man Gu Immortal, Yumu Chun actually had a deep relationship with the number 1 demonic path Gu Immortal of Central Continent, Song Zixing. They were very close. Yumu Chun walked into the depths of the swamp with familiarity. This was not the first time he had been here. He was very familiar with it. Finally, in the blood pool at the center of the swamp, he saw Song Zixing, who only had his head and half his chest left, was originally in the blood pool to recover. When Yumu Chun arrived, he popped his head out of the blood pool. Seeing Song Zixing, Yumu Chun's expression turned grim. With your injuries, you will not be able to participate in the upcoming plan. I just have to give up my life and cultivation level. Song Zixing had a plain expression. He spoke in a carefree tone. He changed the topic. You refined that rule path immortal goo. After expending the success Dao marks from the infallible inheritance, using my natural goo refinement method, the goo refinement would definitely succeed. But it is a pity. If I had enough time, I should be able to research many valuable things from this success Dao mark. The infallible inheritance's success Dao mark is different from ordinary success Dao marks. It is very close to refinement path. If I can research it, I can even set up my own infallible inheritance. Yumu Chun shook his head, sighing. Chapter 870. Hearing Yumu Chun sigh, Song Zixing also sighed. The most crucial thing is time. If I have enough time, I can recover and regain my battle strength. Unfortunately, time is too tight. I estimated that I still had 10 years, to think that I would have to activate it now. These years we have made many preparations. But plans cannot keep up with changes since Fate Immortal Gu was not completely destroyed. It is normal for these changes to happen, isn't it? Yu Muchun said. Even Fong Yuan, who had been reborn 500 years ago, did not know about Fate's existence. But Yu Muchun knew, and Song Zixing also had an expression of understanding. Oh right. Yu Muchun said whatever he thought of. Before coming, I met a pretty good hairy man junior. I have already given him my refinement path inheritance. Legacies and inheritances were the cultural characteristics of the Gu Master world. It was like ancient China. People used all sorts of methods to return to their roots. The heroes among men all wanted to leave their names in the annals of history. When people died and were buried, they would have large amounts of treasures buried with them. Even servants and wives would be buried with them. During Japan's Warring States period, generals had to wear grand armor on the battlefield. They did not care about the danger of attracting firepower. Egypt, Rome, from ancient times to modern times, they all had similar cultural complexities. Even though they were different, they all had the same starting point, to prove their own existence. To prove to the world, to prove to others that they had once existed, that they had lived before. Even if they died, such a person had once existed in this world. Thus, legacies were not hard to understand. Some people would write their own legacies when they were alive. Some would have their descendants write their legacies for their seniors after they died. Some would have no descendants. They would have their enemies write their legacies for them. In such a situation, the legacies were more realistic. The descriptions were vivid and detailed. Enemies often understood you better than your loved ones. When enemies wrote their legacies, they would not be stingy with praise. It would often become a good story. Legacies were the same. Legacies only described the trajectory of a person's life, but legacies were the foundation of a person's strength in the world. It was their understanding of nature, their thinking of heaven and earth. It was the conclusion of truth. Like ancient China, even craftsmen did not want to leave behind any regrets before they died. They tried all sorts of methods to find a successor. They did not want to lose their skills that had been passed down for generations. Craftsmanship, inheritance. It was an affirmation of one's own value and the appreciation of one's success. By leaving behind an inheritance, even if he died, he would be able to leave behind a mark that belonged to him in the world. Yu Muchun's inheritance had an ominous feeling of entrusting his orphan to him before his death. Who would leave behind an inheritance? When one lived well and had a bright future, no one would leave behind an inheritance. Why would he leave behind an inheritance for no reason? Teach the disciple, starve the master. The human heart is treacherous. The slightest bit of carelessness would cause another competitor to appear. Usually, only when someone was on the brink of death and realized that death was approaching would they leave behind their inheritance. For example, the flower wine monk. For example, Patriarch Bloodsi and Dongfang Naganori. Yu Muchun left behind his inheritance. It was clear that he wanted to participate in the grand plan. He did not have the slightest confidence in his survival. What kind of grand plan could make this unfathomable refinement path Gu immortal expert do it? There was no hope of survival? What kind of motivation could make him so willing? Even Song Zixing, the first person of the diabolism in Zhongzhou state, who had just escaped with his life, was willing to sacrifice himself for this great plan. Furthermore, Yu Muchun actually said in front of Song Zixing that he was going to choose the inheritor of his inheritance. This was not normal. If Song Zixing had ill intentions and secretly went to intercept him, he could easily snatch Yu Muchun's inheritance and strengthen himself. And to Yu Muchun, now that his background was exposed, he would be countered by Song Zixing. Yu Muchun was able to tell Song Zixing such a precious secret like his inheritance. He clearly trusted the latter. This level of trust could be said to be from the bottom of one's heart. Song Zixing betrayed Myriad Dragon Dock and had a terrible reputation. How could he gain Yu Muchun's trust? Was it his charisma, or was there another reason? I need to make some preparations. Hearing that Yu Muchun left behind an inheritance, Song Zixing had an indifferent expression. He did not seem to have any intention of snatching it. Let me show you something too. Song Zixing smiled mysteriously. At the next moment there was a ripple in the blood pool. A blood fetus floated up from the bottom of the pool. The blood fetus was the size of a pony. There was a human figure in the fetus. It was curled up like a sleeping baby. Yu Mu-chun looked at this blood fetus and his pupils shrunk. He said in disbelief, This, you actually developed blood demon body separation to this extent? Song Zixing laughed, showing a proud expression. Even though I did not collect the complete blood deity immortal goo recipe, I did collect some remnant blood deity recipes. This blood fetus was created by using blood deity's remnant recipe and Northern Plains blood path methods, as well as my immortal killer move blood demon body separation. The fake body created by blood demon body separation needs to expend immortal essence to maintain its existence. There is a time limit. But this fake body created by this blood fetus does not expend immortal essence. It can last for at least 200 to 300 years. Furthermore, it can cultivate and have independent thoughts. It can cultivate step by step until it becomes an immortal. In terms of appearance, it will look exactly like me. You are planning. Yu Mu-chun showed a look of understanding. That's right. It doesn't matter if I die, the important thing is for the plan to succeed. If the plan fails, I will have to consider what to do after that. Song Zixing needs to survive. Even if I sacrifice myself, the blood fetus will give birth to a second Song Zixing. Yu Mu-chun looked at the blood fetus, showing an interested expression. Can I research this blood fetus? I seem to have a new inspiration. Of course, go ahead and research it. But remember, the blood fetus cannot leave this blood pool. Not even for an instant. I know, don't worry. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Looking at the whole earth goo in front of him, Fong Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. This was Hu Immortal Blessed Land's second whole earth goo. The first one was connected to Crane Gate, while this one was connected to Spirit Affinity House. Just earlier, the first transaction with Spirit Affinity House was completed. Large numbers of air sac goo carrying guts goo were sent to Spirit Affinity House. Meanwhile, Fong Yuan obtained 180 immortal yuan stones, solving his urgent problem. Speaking of which, in the competition between Fong Yuan and Feng Kim Hong, the true value was not the immortal zombie revival method that Feng Kim Hong provided, but the cooperation with Spirit Affinity House. The reason why Feng Kim Hong took out the revival method was because he was gambling. Because Fong Yuan was already an immortal zombie, he could not use this method. But she did not know that Fong Yuan still had the first mortal aperture. She wanted to scam Fong Yuan, but she did not manage to do so. With these 180 immortal yuan stones, Fong Yuan did not hesitate to convert half of them into green grape immortal essence. This way, he passed the period of weakness and recovered his battle strength. A day later he transacted with Crane Gate again, obtaining a huge sum of immortal yuan stones. Crane Gate's attitude was much more amicable than before. Evidently, they were concerned that if they pressured Fong Yuan too much, Fong Yuan might side with Spirit Affinity House. At the same time, Crane Gate wanted to buy the success Dow marks on Fong Yuan. They asked for a high price and asked Fong Yuan to refine a certain rank 6 immortal goo. The immortal goo recipe was given to Fong Yuan for free, and the immortal goo materials were all provided by Crane Gate. Even the 10 great ancient sects of Central Continent had an endless demand for immortal goo. Towards this request, Fong Yuan tried to evade it. He did not say that he had already used them. He only said that he needed some time to consider it. Crane Gate needed help from Fong Yuan. They naturally had to be more amicable. After completing these 2 transactions, Fong Yuan immediately used the immortal yuan stones. He had to buy some hairy man slaves from Jewel Yellow Skies to replenish the goo refinement losses. The price of hairy man slaves was not cheap. The immortal yuan stones in Fong Yuan's hands had just started to rise, but now they were all gone again. Thankfully, Fong Yuan had plenty of green grape immortal essence. It was much safer than before. But even if he bought these hairy man slaves, Fong Yuan could only replenish his losses. He could not expand the scale of the next stone nest. Because of the transaction with Spirit Affinity House, the guts goo orders had increased by a huge amount. Fong Yuan was using 2 stone nests. It could not satisfy the current market demand. He planned to first accumulate a sum of immortal yuan stones to build a 4th stone nest and provide hairy man slaves. This was not a small amount of funds. Fang Yuan's third stone nest was funded by He Lulan. But with Star Form Blessed Land's secret help, Star Lord Wan Xiang's Gu Worm businesses were also helping Fang Yuan accumulate immortal Yuan stones. This caused the time that Fang Yuan needed to accumulate funds to be greatly reduced. Fang Yuan accumulated immortal Yuan stones, while using the light of wisdom to make deductions. After a month in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Fang Yuan successfully fused change form immortal Gu into vaguely familiar face. Moreover, with his Strength Path Grandmaster attainment level, he successfully deduced the rank 5 all-out effort Gu's recipe. Different from the ancient Gu recipes, the Gu recipes that Fang Yuan deduced use Gu refinement materials that could be bought easily. All-out effort Gu was the vital Gu of Fang Yuan's second immortal aperture. It had always been rank 4, its rank was far lower than Fang Yuan's own. With this Gu recipe, Fang Yuan had another mission that was to refine all-out effort Gu. After failing once, all-out effort Gu advanced to rank 5. If I can refine all-out effort Gu to rank 6, the killer move Myriad Self would have a huge boost, it would be second only to Self-Strength Immortal Gu. Unfortunately, this kind of thing is already beyond my ability. With this successful experience, Fang Yuan deduced Small Family Qi Gu's recipe. The result was a crushing defeat. Chapter 871. The sky was slightly green. Winds that did not stop throughout the year were blowing gently. In this small world, a huge city floated high up in the sky. This was the gathering place of the Feathermen. Others called it Sky City, while the Feathermen called it Sacred Feather City. At this moment, colorful flags were fluttering in Sacred Feather City. Cheers and shouts were resounding in the sky. Most of the Feathermen in the city had gathered at the training field in the city, watching the most important match. The Featherman King had passed away. According to the Featherman customs, the new Featherman King would be elected in battle. Of course, the candidate for the King Feather contest had to be recognized by most of the Feathermen. The Feathermen did not need ruthless criminals, they needed benevolent heroes. Thus, the Feathermen who participated in the King Feather contest had prestige. They had done righteous deeds and made many contributions to Sacred Feather City. Sometimes the eyes of the masses were sharp. In the history of Sacred Feather City, there were very few vicious and ruthless Feathermen who were elected as kings. Even if there were ruthless ones, there were still 3 supreme Feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They were Gu immortals who could control the situation. The huge battle stage had tens of thousands of spectators. Cheers resounded in the sky, and at the center of the battle stage, 2 youngsters were fighting intensely. "You Fei, come to your senses. I am the king of Sacred Feather City. WW plus WW. Son, I will inherit the throne and protect the glory of my Dan surname." A tall and muscular Featherman youngster with shiny golden hair sent his opponent flying time and time again. This was the final match. The victor would become the new king of the Feathermen. From the current situation, it could be seen that the handsome Featherman prince had the upper hand. He was flying in the sky. He had rank 5 cultivation level and was constantly using Gu worms. He was using long-range attacks. And his opponent was a Featherman youngster with short black hair. He was thin and weak, he was sprinting on the ground, rolling and dodging the Featherman prince's attacks. "Dan Yu! Dan Yu!" The spectators were shouting the Featherman prince's name. The voices were getting louder and louder. The situation was very clear. The prince, Dan Yu, had the absolute advantage, while his opponent, Yu Fei, could only take a beating without being able to retaliate. Yu Fei was covered in dust. Battered and exhausted, he rolled on the ground like a mouse trying to escape. Dan Yu, on the other hand, was high and mighty. His attacks were light and heavy, which was more in line with the expectations the audience had for the new Featherman King. "You want me to admit defeat? That's impossible. I, Yu Fei, am the man destined to become the Featherman King." Suddenly, Yu Fei shouted loudly and erupted with power. His legs stomped hard on the ground, and he shot forward like an arrow. He shot towards Dan Yu. "What? You actually still have strength left." Dan Yu hurriedly retreated. Yu Fei jumped into the air and was about to get close to Dan Yu. However, after Dan Yu cautiously distanced himself, he could only descend helplessly. "Yu Fei, I broke your wings and you are still waiting for an opportunity to retaliate? Dan Yu looked at Yu Fei, who was falling down, and felt a lingering fear. He sneered mockingly. Unexpectedly, Yu Fei suddenly raised his head, his eyes shining brightly. It's not over yet. Look at my killer move, balloon inflation. The next moment, Yu Fei opened his mouth wide and took a deep breath. In almost an instant, large amounts of air were sucked into his stomach. His entire body swelled up, turning into a human balloon. Yu Fei's balloon started to rise into the air. The audience was silent for a few breaths of time before bursting into laughter. Yu Fei suddenly turned into a balloon. It was truly comical. Even Dan Yu was stunned for a moment before relaxing. It really is your style, Yu Fei. But you can't become the new king of the Feathermen just by playing around. Lu's killer move, Strong Blade Wind Slash. Dan Yu's eyes shined with sharp light. He raised his arms and slashed in the air. Two translucent blade-shaped wind blades slashed towards Yu Fei with incredible speed. Yu Fei was still rising slowly. Many of the audience gasped. They had watched the battle for a long time and were very clear about the power of the Strong Blade Wind Slash. If these two wind blades landed, Yu Fei's stomach would definitely be cut open and he would be heavily injured. But right at this moment, Yu Fei, who was in danger, had a strange light in his eyes. He saw a fleeting opportunity. He suddenly opened his mouth as an intense qi current shot out of his body, giving him great propulsion. Yu Fei's speed increased as he shot towards Dan Yu. Dan Yu was pale with fright. Yu Fei's body rapidly shrunk as he nimbly passed through the space between the two strong blade wind slashes. Dan Yu wanted to retreat, but his speed was slower than Yu Fei. Where do you think you can run to? If you are a man, fight me with your fists. We will fight for 300 rounds. Yu Fei shouted. His body continued to spin in the air as his legs touched Dan Yu's body. Killer move, Coiling Old Tree Roots. Yu Fei shouted in his mind as his legs suddenly turned soft, coiling around Dan Yu's waist like old tree vines. Dan Yu could not break free. He subconsciously activated his defensive goo worms. Killer move, Crane Crossing Neck. Yu Fei's head suddenly turned into a crane's head. His long neck coiled around Dan Yu's neck like a metal chain as he tightened his grip. His sharp beak pierced towards Dan Yu at lightning speed. Clang! The beak pierced Dan Yu's forehead, but sparks burst out. It was like he had pierced a tough steel wall. Even though Dan Yu was not injured, he suffered a heavy blow. The pain was unbearable and he felt dizzy. Killer move, 6-9 Great Windmill. Yu Fei saw the chance and his head turned back to its original shape, using the recoil force to move backwards. His head was buried in between Dan Yu's legs, causing Dan Yu's body to spin in the air. The two's bodies were tightly coiled together, like a windmill. They rapidly approached the ground. The Feathermen spectating the battle erupted in screams and screams. But Dan Yu was hit by the killer move. His entire body was spinning, his mind was in chaos, he was dizzy and could not react at all. When he was about to reach the ground, Yu Fei retreated. Only Dan Yu was left. He smashed towards the ground. With a loud sound, his head landed on the ground unluckily. The tiles of the battle stage were sent flying as his head pierced into the ground. He fainted on the spot. The entire place fell into silence. They were all stunned speechless by this sudden turn of events. The battle lasted for 3 days and 2 nights. 1 Featherman Gu Immortal died and 2 were injured. They could only rely on Sacred Feather City to defend. Sacred Feather City was a huge Immortal Gu house. Because of the power of the Immortal Gu house, they could barely resist the attacks of White Sea Chatua's group. When the Immortal Aperture is in the outside world, the Gu Immortal cannot leave the Immortal Aperture. Go to the outside world. Tai Bai Blessed Land itself was a top-grade blessed land with a vast area. It covered an area of more than 7 million acres. Time path resources were extremely abundant. A day in the outside world. This was the 33 heavens. Of course, after Tai Bai Blessed Land landed, it absorbed the heaven and earth chi of the outside world and established a connection with northern plains. The flow of time had slowed down. There were only 12 days left. Tai Bai Paradise had been managed well by Tai Bai Yunsheng. There was no need to mention the floatball tea grass in the air or the flock of jade peak birds among the tea grass. In the sky, there were already large patches of Tingkue clouds. Flowers grew in the clouds and sparrows soared. Tai Bai Yunsheng had already started to establish the third economic pillar. His first source of income was landscape as before. It repaired blessed lands for Gu immortals and restored the outside world of the 5 regions. This was Tai Bai Yunsheng's biggest source of income. Not only could he increase his wealth, he could also expand his network. Basically, it could be compared to Fairy Lishan's mountain pledge Gu. Tai Bai Yunsheng's second source of income was floatball tea grass. Every season, Tai Bai Blessed Land would produce a large amount of floatball tea grass. These tea grass would be sold to Eastern Seas Market by Tai Bai Yunsheng. With the help of Zombie Alliance's Shark Demon Immortal Zombie, Tai Bai Yunsheng had already entered the market. But this business was very competitive. It had low profits but high turnover. Often, a season's profits could not even compare to the remuneration that Tai Bai Yunsheng received from helping other Gu immortals repair their immortal apertures. I intend to use Luck Path Mortal Gu as my third source of income. The sparrows have already migrated over 100,000 sparrows. The sparrows have parasites on them. Large numbers of Cloud Path Mortal Gu will be produced from these parasitic worms. But now it will depend on this earthly calamity. If it passes smoothly and increases the number of Cloud Path Dao marks in my blessed land, that would be the best. Tai Bai Yunsheng stated his expectations to Fang Yuan. Precisely so, the resources in his blessed land were not moved out. It was to draw out the earthly calamity that was related to it, and after the earthly calamity, Tai Bai Blessed Land would gain more Cloud Path Dao marks. Fortune and misfortune came hand in hand. Earlier, when Fang Yuan underwent tribulation in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, he moved out all of his precious resources and welcomed the Blood Path earthly calamity, increasing the number of Blood Path Dao marks in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. If Fang Yuan did not move these resources away, the earthly calamity might change and form other earthly calamities. For example, Fire Path Dao marks that were beneficial to eerie fire dragon pythons, Wisdom Path Dao marks that were beneficial to regretful spiders, Water Path Dao marks that were more beneficial to dragonfish, and so on. If these Dao marks increased, it would be very beneficial to the related resources. But there were disadvantages to this. When an earthly calamity occurs, these precious resources would often suffer heavy losses. In other words, it was to lose current benefits in exchange for long-term gains. Of course, heavenly tribulations and earthly calamities might not go as one wished. This was only a possibility. Fang Yuan might not have moved these resources away. It would still be the blood begonia earthly calamity. If that was the case, his losses would be huge. After all, this was heaven's will. It was impossible to fathom it. Right now, Tai Bai Yunsheng did not move these resources away because he wanted to draw out the Cloud Path earthly calamity. Whether he could succeed or not, Fang Yuan had no confidence. He consoled. In this tribulation, I have already used the Immortal Killer move Time Aid Luck on you. Who knows, you might get what you want. Speaking of which, Time Aid Luck Immortal Killer move during this period of time, Fang Yuan had modified it slightly. Using the Light of Wisdom, he had modified it slightly. Right now, Fang Yuan was gradually experiencing the huge effect of Wisdom Gu. Even though he could only use the Light of Wisdom, just this point alone had a huge effect on his cultivation. Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly sensed something. His expression changed. The earthly calamity is here. The whole of Tai Bai Yunsheng started to shake slightly. Large amounts of earth qi were moving, small amounts of heaven qi were falling down. A burst of profound light suddenly exploded. From the profound light came the call and prayers of countless people. I wish my clan's feathermen to survive. I wish my clan's feathermen to have freedom. I wish my clan's feathermen to have heaven and earth. The profound light faded. In the western part of the blessed land, tens of thousands of feathermen appeared. What earthly calamity is this? At once, even Fang Yuan was in a daze. He had never seen such a strange earthly calamity. Tai Bai Yunsheng fell into deep thought. Where is this place? The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong quickly looked around with a vigilant expression. After using the Immortal Killer move Heavenly Wish, A strong force moved all the feathermen in Sacred Feather City. They teleported out, leaving behind an empty Sacred Feather City. Wuxia had great foresight. Without much effort, he successfully took over this immortal goo house. Looking at Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng slowly flying over, the Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's expression changed. Oh no! This is a human Gu Immortal's immortal aperture blessed land. We have been treated as an earthly calamity and descended here. Zhou Zhong also had a shocked expression. How can this be? Won't we still have to face Gu Immortal enemies? There are only 2 rank 6 and one of them is a bottom-tier immortal zombie. What are you afraid of? Zheng Ling laughed loudly. If we kill them, we can obtain this place. Heavenly Wish. Although this place is inferior to the original Green Heaven Fragment World, it is enough for our clan to survive. But it is enough for our clan to survive. Attack! Zheng Ling said as he flew up. He was thousands of steps away from Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng when he pushed with his palms. Whoosh! Winds howled as a thick wind wall formed, pressing down on Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was an immortal killer move. Zheng Ling was venting his anger. He could not get back at Wuxia. He vented his anger on Feng Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. Seeing the wind wall pressing down, Feng Yuan pulled Tai Bai Yunsheng behind him as he snorted in disdain. Petty tricks. Chapter 873. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zheng Ling's expression turned ugly. Sir, do you think you have us under your thumb? Why must you be so overbearing? It is not easy for your immortal aperture to develop. Wouldn't it be a pity if all these resources are destroyed in battle? Are you threatening me? Feng Yuan's bloodshot eyes shined with a fierce light. Of course not, but I am speaking the truth, isn't that right? Gu Immortal Zhou said. Feng Yuan laughed loudly in his heart. If other Gu Immortals were threatened like this, they would have to be cautious. These 2 Featherman Gu Immortals might really succeed. However, the person they encountered was Tai Bai Yunsheng. Tai Bai Yunsheng had immortal Gu landscape as before. It was the best way to deal with this threat. The 2 Featherman Gu Immortals did not know about landscape as before. That was why they said this. According to Feng Yuan's intentions, he wanted to leave the 2 Featherman Gu Immortals alive. But this was Tai Bai Blessed Land's tribulation. It was not Feng Yuan's decision. And Tai Bai Yunsheng was a good person. He had a kind and gentle nature. Thus Feng Yuan did not speak. He looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng. The 2 Featherman Gu Immortals also looked at Tai Bai Yunsheng, waiting for his response. The mortal Feathermen looked at the sky with deep respect, looking at the 4 figures floating in the sky. Earlier when Feng Yuan talked to the Feathermen, they were loud, so these mortal Feathermen could hear them. Tai Bai Yunsheng's decision would greatly affect the fate of these tens of thousands of Feathermen. Some Feathermen were already praying silently, some were gritting their teeth, some were groaning in pain. Yu Fei, who had just ascended to the Featherman throne. He clenched his fists, staring at the sky with all his might. He was a commoner. He was not like the original Prince Dan Yu. He did not have much knowledge. This was the first time he was seeing Gu Immortals. While he was shocked, he also felt a deep sense of helplessness. Tai Bai Yunsheng had been in deep thought ever since the Feathermen appeared. The Feathermen disaster. Tai Bai Yunsheng did not expect. These intelligent beings could communicate with each other. If Tai Bai Yunsheng released these Feathermen, then the earthly calamity would be over. If he did not let them go and fought in his immortal aperture, he might be able to recruit these Feathermen. However, the risks and losses of the battle were difficult to estimate in a short time. No matter what he chose, it was a big decision. Just as Feng Yuan expected, Tai Bai Yunsheng was somewhat indecisive. At this moment he could not make up his mind. Seeing Feng Yuan looking at him, he also looked back, using his eyes to ask for Feng Yuan's opinion. Of course, Feng Yuan replied immediately. It was resolute and decisive. You have the immortal Gu landscape as before. You are not afraid of your immortal aperture being destroyed. The only thing that was lost was the sky full of float ball tea grass, sky chief clouds, and other resources. If these resources are destroyed, immortal Gu landscape as before cannot be restored. But during this tribulation you did not move these resources out. You were prepared to suffer losses. Your main source of wealth is landscape as before. The gains from these resources are small. Even if you lose them all, there is no harm in starting over. There are tens of thousands of these feathermen. They can all be trained as slaves. There are tens of thousands of these feathermen. They can all be trained as slaves. Feathermen have innate cloud path Dao marks. They are good at flying. The elites of the feathermen are almost all flying masters. But these two feathermen go immortals. They cannot be left alive. Even if they do not cultivate cloud path, killing them will give you a lot of cloud path Dao marks to add to your blessed land. Isn't this what you want? This was an extremely rare opportunity. The two featherman Gu immortals were injured. They did not seem to have any way to escape. As long as Tai Bai Yunsheng did not open the entrance, these feathermen would be trapped. Once these two featherman Gu immortals were killed, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai blessed land. This was a very rare situation. The Gu immortals who died would leave behind their immortal apertures. To turn the immortal aperture into a blessed land, it would need to absorb heaven and earth qi. Like back then when Feng Yuan took away Star Lord Wanxiang's corpse, he went deep into earth abyss and placed the blessed land there. But when the blessed land was placed, it absorbed a large amount of earth qi. A small amount of heaven qi was extracted, causing an intense earthquake in earth abyss. If the featherman Gu immortals died in battle, their immortal apertures would end up in Tai Bai blessed land. They would need to absorb heaven and earth qi to turn it into a blessed land. But Tai Bai blessed land was different from the 5 regions. It was controlled by Tai Bai Yunsheng. Heaven and earth qi could not be extracted easily. If the immortal aperture could not turn into a blessed land, what would happen? There were clear records in history that in such a situation, the immortal aperture would be destroyed. All the resources inside would be destroyed along with the immortal aperture. But the Dao marks inside the immortal aperture would remain, fusing into the outside world. The outside world here was Tai Bai blessed land. As mentioned earlier, Dao marks were extremely precious. The cost of obtaining them was extremely high. Even if Tai Bai Yunsheng destroyed the blessed land, if he could inherit all of the Dao marks of these two featherman Gu immortals, this deal would definitely be profitable. Feng Yuan transmitted secretly before adding, "Old Bai, don't tell me you are soft-hearted and want to give up this fat piece of meat that is already in your mouth?" Tai Bai Yunsheng had a stern expression. He made up his mind and transmitted, "Don't worry. Variant human feathermen are not pure humans. Those who are not of our race have different intentions. Then let's fight and kill them. As for these featherman captives, I will treat them well." After the discussion, he was about to make a move, but Feng Yuan transmitted secretly to stop him. "Wait. This is a rare opportunity. How can we fight just like that? Let me test it out a little more." How could Tai Bai Yunsheng not know Feng Yuan's cunning? He immediately said, "Then I will have to trouble you, Feng Yuan." The secret conversation between the two only lasted for a short period of time. Feng Yuan looked at the two featherman Gu immortals, saying hypocritically, "It is not impossible to let you go. But you have to keep these feathermen mortals as our slaves." The Gu immortals of both sides did not conceal their conversation. Feng Yuan's words immediately caused a huge uproar among the tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground. What? They actually want us to become their slaves? Losing my freedom is like losing my wings. No, even if I die, I will not become a slave of the human race. Don't be afraid, we also have Gu immortal ancestors. They definitely won't abandon us juniors. Impossible. The two featherman Gu immortals' expressions changed as they denied it. Feng Yuan was not surprised. The mutant tribe, purebred humans, were usually more united. Dongfeng Naganori harming his own tribesmen for his own gains was basically impossible among variant humans. Humans were the spirit of all living beings. They had the most intelligence and many thoughts. In contrast, variant humans had lower intelligence and pure thoughts. They did not have as many evil thoughts as humans. Of course, this was also related to the overall situation of the races. Currently, humans ruled over the 5 regions. They were the strongest. Variant humans had a hard time surviving. They were ostracized and suppressed by humans. There were few variant human tribes that could control precious resources. No matter which region, there were variant human slaves for sale, there were huge markets for them. In the overall situation of the races, humans had the absolute advantage while variant humans were the weakest. They were the weakest group. If they wanted to survive, they needed to stick together and support each other to resist the external pressure. Thus, the other party's two Gu immortals were not willing to give up on the mortal feathermen. They had a firm attitude. Feng Yuan had expected this. Moreover, he deeply understood the determination of these two immortals. Feng Yuan quickly transmitted. Tai Bai Yunsheng showed an expression of anger as if he was offended. He repeated Feng Yuan's words. You group of feathermen barged into my blessed land for no reason. This is an invasion. Not only did you invade, you attacked us and even threatened us, and now you want to leave? How can we let you off without paying a price? Of course, you can also bring these feathermen to fight your way out. As long as you are strong enough, we will admit defeat. Otherwise, I will deal with you any time. How could these two featherman Gu immortals have such ability? If they did, why would they need to use words to negotiate with Feng Yuan? Even though they could still use the immortal killer move Heaven's Wish. But now, without the protection of Immortal Gu House Sacred Feather City, Heaven's Wish expended a lot of immortal essence, and also needed a long time to activate. In this situation, they could not replicate their earlier feat of escaping. Seeing that Feng Yuan was not willing to give in, Gu Immortal Zhouzhong had to emphasize the importance of immortal apertures to Gu Immortals. If they really fought now, it would not be good for either side. If the two of us were to avoid the battle and focus on attacking your blessed land, you would not be able to survive. At a certain point, the blessed land will be destroyed and the winds of assimilation will be triggered. It will not be easy to resolve the situation. Zhouzhong said with an obvious threat. They did not know about landscape as before. With landscape as before, wherever the blessed land was destroyed, it could be repaired. It would not be destroyed to the point of triggering the winds of assimilation. Under Feng Yuan's guidance, Tai Bai Yunxing was furious. You dare to threaten me? Let's fight. What are you afraid of? Do you think I am a coward? I can deal with you any time. He looked like he was old but young at heart. He had a fiery temperament and wanted to fight. Feng Yuan, on the other hand, showed an expression of holding back, but he still did not relent and wanted to negotiate. Seeing him like this, the two featherman Gu immortals felt hope of leaving peacefully. Chapter 874. Zheng Ling suggested compensating the immortal Yuan stone, but Tai Bai Yunsheng rejected it. But Feng Yuan pretended to think, we want featherman slaves, but you only want to compensate the immortal Yuan stone. This is an irreconcilable conflict. How about this? Let's take a step back and use strength to speak. Tai Bai Yunsheng had a firm attitude, showing the appearance of a battle maniac. During the conversation, he had already shouted the slogan, I will take care of you in minutes. If Shark Demon and the rest who knew Tai Bai Yunsheng's character were here, they would definitely think that this Tai Bai Yunsheng was an imposter. Zheng Ling and Zhouzhong glanced at each other. The battle maniac Tai Bai Yunsheng was not easy to talk to, but it seemed that the immortal zombie Feng Yuan had the upper hand. The two featherman Gu immortals did not find this strange, because Feng Yuan had already displayed rank 7 battle strength earlier. The two secretly transmitted and discussed. They felt Feng Yuan was much easier to talk to than Tai Bai Yunsheng, and was also more rational. He is an immortal zombie. His immortal aperture cannot produce immortal essence. He is even more careful. We need to make use of this mentality of his. But it seems that this blessed land belongs to that damned old man. This old man is not young. He has a bad temper. It seems that his battle strength cannot be underestimated. We need to be careful. Forget it, the current situation is better than him. Let's listen to this immortal zombie's suggestion. The two featherman Gu immortals analyzed seriously. They even seemed to have a clear and logical explanation. But they were completely unaware that they had walked into Feng Yuan's meticulous trap. Please speak. After the discussion, Zhouzhong said to Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan continued, the world of Gu immortals is all about benefits. Strength speaks. Let's do 10 duels. If we win, please give us 10% of the feathermen. If we lose the bet, then we can only accept a sum of immortal yuan stone as compensation. Zhou Zhong was unwilling and shouted, no matter who wins or loses, you're both at an advantage. Fang Yuan smiled faintly but did not respond. Tai Bai Yunxing immediately shouted, what's with the noise? If he wasn't willing, he could just beat him up. This old man's fists are itching right now. I'll take care of you in a minute. If you dare to attack my immortal aperture, I will slaughter these mortal feathermen first. And most will just break up. Who's afraid of who? He looked like a reckless and warlike fool. Zhou Zhong and Zheng Ling turned a deaf ear to him, looking like they didn't want to argue with him. The two of them began to communicate telepathically again. They began to discuss. Fang Yuan put pressure on him at the right time. If you don't agree to this condition, then we can only go to war. These words caused the hearts of the two Featherman immortals to skip a beat. The two of them were well aware of the current situation. Sacrifices were unavoidable. The most sensible response now was to minimize the losses as much as possible. Eventually, Zheng Ling nodded and agreed to the bet. But there was a prerequisite: they had to use the Information Path Immortal Killer move they had, which was equivalent to Mountain Pledge Gu. They had to set an agreement to bind both sides. Regardless of the result, after 10 duels, Fang Yuan's side could no longer make things difficult for the Feathermen. No matter what, they had to open the door and let everyone leave safely, without any form of obstruction. The Feathermen actually had such an Information Path Killer move. The depth of their foundation was truly out of Fang Yuan's expectations. First, Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong went up for the first duel. On Fang Yuan's side, Tai Bai Yunsheng was sent to fight. The latter was full of fighting spirit. He had an excited and bloodthirsty expression as he shouted, "Come, I'll take care of you in a minute." Zhou Zhong was truly intimidated by this attitude. He was a variant human after all. His intelligence was inferior to humans. Most importantly, Zhou Zhong had misgivings. He did not want to sacrifice his tribesmen. He did not want any of the Feathermen to lose their freedom and become the slaves of humans. Thus, he chose the thing he was most proficient in, the duel. What, you only want to compete in flying speed? Tai Bai Yunsheng was surprised. According to the agreement, we will decide what the duel is. Are you going to renege on it? Humph, I'll do as you say. Tai Bai Yunsheng was very annoyed. This duel had no suspense at all. Tai Bai Yunsheng only had a mortal killer move for flying. But the other party not only had wings, he also had an immortal killer move that focused on movement. After witnessing such a result, the Feathermen on the ground cheered enthusiastically. After all, this concerned their fate, freedom, or enslavement. They were naturally very anxious about the outcome of each duel. Here's an immortal yuan stone. Zhou Zhong laughed loudly. He threw over a dozen immortal yuan stone to Tai Bai Yunsheng in high spirits. Tai Bai Yunsheng received it with a gloomy expression, but internally he was very impressed with Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan is really good at scheming. The other party clearly paid the immortal yuan stone, but he is so happy as if he gained a huge advantage. I am inferior. In the first duel, Fang Yuan's side lost. In the second duel, Fang Yuan went up. In view of Fang Yuan's rank 7 battle strength, the two Featherman Gu Immortals did not dare to be careless. They sent the stronger Gu Immortal Zheng Ling to fight. Fang Yuan suggested, "Let's compete in speed as well." Zheng Ling's expression froze, but he nodded in agreement. In this duel, Fang Yuan quickly lost. Zheng Ling also had an immortal killer move. His speed was twice as fast as Zhou Zhong's. And Fang Yuan had 3 pairs of true solid bat wings. They were all Desolate Beast wings. But in this duel, he did not activate Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Gu. He had no hope of winning. Third duel, fourth duel, fifth duel. In duels after duels, Fang Yuan's side lost continuously. While the two Featherman Gu Immortals won continuously, the duel was one-sided. Fang Yuan's and Tai Bai Yunsheng's expressions became more unsightly. The two Featherman Gu Immortals, on the other hand, were becoming more confident. They had gradually realized that the two opposite them were all bark and no bite. They were mostly bluffing. Like the immortal zombie Fang Yuan, he was only at rank 7 in terms of offense. He only relied on mortal killer moves and his immortal zombie body for defense. He had recovery and healing methods, but it was limited to the immortal zombie body's recovery ability. He did not have immortal killer moves for movement, investigation, and so on. And Tai Bai Yunsheng was arrogant. He was very arrogant. But his actual battle strength was too horrible to look at. They both used mortal killer moves. The two Featherman Gu immortals. They felt like they had been deceived. So these two are so useless. If I had known earlier, we would have fought directly. Humans have always been the best at scheming. We have already used information path immortal killer moves to restrict our movements. We can only leave this place and cannot attack anymore. Think about it, we were also frightened by that group of human Gu immortal invaders earlier. With our Sacred Feather City's foundation, we can surpass most human Gu immortals. The two people in front of him should be considered as outstanding. They are still not our match. Just like this, the two Featherman Gu immortals won 9 duels in a row. There was only one duel left. Regardless of the result of this duel, after it ended, Fang Yuan's side would not be able to stop these Feathermen due to the agreement. They could only let them leave safely. On the ground, cheers of victory could already be heard. The new generation Featherman King Yufei had a much better expression. His eyes were shining brightly. Looking at the two Featherman Gu immortals, another grand goal appeared in his mind. I have decided. Only by becoming a Gu immortal can I be considered a true man. I must become a Gu immortal, even if I do not become a Featherman King. I must become a Gu immortal. Fang Yuan took a step forward, his voice turning cold. This is the final duel. All 4 of us will participate. Let's have a battle of offense and defense. I will attack, you defend, then I will attack. The other can only use healing methods. If either side cannot persevere, it will be considered a loss. Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong looked at each other. They both frowned, realizing that something was amiss. Fang Yuan had designed the duel rules like this. He was clearly trying to make use of all their advantages. But Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong were restricted by the agreement. They could not directly object to this duel. They could only accept it. This way, this will be the most difficult duel among the 10 duels. This is the final duel. After we win, we can protect all the Feathermen and leave safely. The two Featherman Gu immortals transmitted to each other before agreeing to the duel. Sir, please make your move. Zheng Ling also took a step forward, saying. Fang Yuan did not speak. He was 1,000 steps away from Zheng Ling. He stretched out his hand towards the other party. Rumble! A strength path giant hand tore through the air, grabbing towards Zheng Ling ruthlessly. Zheng Ling suppressed his intention to dodge. He gritted his teeth and activated a defensive killer move. A layer of phantom light armor shone around him. The armor was lifelike. It blocked the strength path giant hand. Fang Yuan's expression did not change. He had seen this phantom light armor in the 4th duel. It was a light path immortal defensive method. He blocked it. Zhou Zhong shouted happily. Next, it is time for us to attack. Fang Yuan snickered. Sir, you are coming to a conclusion so quickly. Isn't it a bit too early? My attack is not explosive power, it is endurance. My attack is not over yet. No matter. Sir, go ahead and attack. Zheng Ling said solemnly. In the previous duel, Fang Yuan had also attacked. Zheng Ling felt that this myriad self-giant hand could completely block it. But at the next moment, when Fang Yuan revealed a sinister smile, Zheng Ling's expression changed. It turned out that Fang Yuan had been concealing his strength earlier, only activating one core immortal Gu. But this time he activated all of his core immortal Gu. The strength path giant hand crushed the light path defensive method until it gave off a creaking sound. Oh no! If this goes on, Lord Zheng Ling will be crushed into minced meat. Zhou Zhong was shocked. Zheng Ling, have you considered it? My giant hand only has offensive power. It cannot restrict your movement. But if you break out now, you will be violating our agreement. This way, you will be the first to violate the agreement. The duel earlier will not count. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. Damn it! I will fight it out with you. Zheng Ling shouted furiously, activating his defensive killer move again. It was also an immortal killer move. 2 immortal killer moves stacked together, blocking the strength path giant hand. This way both sides were in a deadlock. Alright, he is just a rank 6 immortal zombie. How can he match Lord Zheng Ling in a battle of attrition? Zhou Zhong relaxed instead. But a moment later, Fang Yuan still had plenty of strength left. While Zheng Ling's expression became more anxious, he was showing signs of not being able to hold on. Oh no! The other party must have turned the immortal Yuan stone into immortal essence, and is using it. On the other hand, because of the intense battle, we have expended a lot of our foundation. Thus, we are the first to be unable to hold on. Thinking of this, Zhou Zhong felt indescribable anger and gloominess in his heart. At the same time, he was panicking. What should I do now? If I want to help, I can only use healing methods. Otherwise, I will be violating the rules of the duel. All of the duels will not count. He was clearly here right in front of him, but Zhou Zhong felt helpless. The mental trap that Fang Yuan meticulously created had already trapped him deeply. Sometimes, your past achievements were obstacles that prevented you from achieving greater achievements. Win one round and you would win everything. Save all of the feathermen and bring them away safely. Just one more round, just one more round. If they violated the rules of the duel, all of it would not count. These thoughts made Zheng Ling choose to resist, while Zhou Zhong was sweating nervously, but he did not do anything. It's over. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. 7 other Strength Path giant hands flew out. The Strength Path giant hands smashed towards the feathermen on the ground with a crushing force. What are you doing? Zhou Zhong shouted angrily. He was like a furious dragon. Don't fall for it. He wants to lure you to attack and break the rules first. The other party must be at the end of his rope. Persevere. Zheng Ling shouted. Zhou Zhong was stunned. His gaze towards Fang Yuan completely changed. Don't immortal zombies have rigid thinking? Why is this one so insidious? While he was in a daze, Fang Yuan got close to Zheng Ling and opened his mouth to spit. Immortal killer move, poison breath. This was a modified version of harboring malicious heart using woman's heart immortal goo as the core. Ever since Fang Yuan obtained it, he had kept it hidden for a long time. This was the first time he used it. Zheng Ling was caught off guard. He was poisoned by this attack. He naturally had a method to detoxify the poison, but at this moment his attention was focused on the battle. His reaction was slow. When it was time to detoxify the poison, he was already deeply poisoned. The difference between life and death was often this thin line. Despicable. Zheng Ling stared fixedly at Fang Yuan. These were his final words. With a loud sound, he could not hold on any longer. He was crushed into a lump of flesh by the Strength Path giant hands. Lord Zheng Ling! Zhou Zhong shouted furiously. Everything happened too quickly. Even if Zhou Zhong reacted now, it was too late. He did not have an immortal goo-like man as before. Fang Yuan sent out another Strength Path giant hand towards Zhou Zhong. You can't defend, attack, or dodge. Don't forget, according to the rules of this duel, you can only use healing methods. Fang Yuan shouted. Zhou Zhong heard this and his eyeballs almost popped out. He was so angry he almost spat out blood. How could he fight? If he retaliated, dodged, or defended, it would all be against the rules. All duels would be invalid. On his side, Zheng Ling, who was in charge of attacking and defending, was already dead. He could only use healing methods. But the Strength Path giant hand would definitely kill him on the spot. Even if he had healing methods, they could not be used. Even if Fang Yuan could not kill him, he could heal himself, but he could not retaliate. That would be against the rules. Fang Yuan's side was definitely going to win. This was too much of a bully. At this moment, seeing Zhou Zhong's dazed expression, even Tai Bai Yunxing felt some sympathy and pity. Chapter 875. At the crucial moment of life and death, the only remaining Featherman Gu immortal, Zhou Zhong, suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. He thought of the most direct method to change the situation. I admit defeat, he shouted. Fang Yuan's attack stopped abruptly. Zhou Zhong breathed roughly. In just a short while, he was already sweating profusely. The tens of thousands of feathermen on the ground finally reacted. They gasped in shock. In just a few blinks of an eye, the featherman's rank 7 Gu immortal died. Zhou Zhong had no choice but to admit defeat. Fang Yuan's meticulous plan was exposed. The feathermen had to pay a huge price. It could be said that they had suffered a great loss. This was completely different from the previous 9 duels. It was like heaven and earth, thus the Featherman could not be blamed for being shocked. Zhou Zhong's expression was pale. He had some lingering fear in his heart. He repeated, I admit defeat. According to the agreement, the 10 duels are over. We need to leave this place. He looked at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng with unconcealable hatred and anger in his gaze. The other party killed the Featherman Gu immortal Zheng Ling. But Zhou Zhong was not strong enough now. He could not take revenge. How could he take revenge? If Zheng Ling was still alive, he could join forces with Zhou Zhong and suppress Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. This was the truth. Zheng Ling and Zhou Zhong's foundation was extremely deep. It was out of Fang Yuan's expectations. They might not have many immortal Gu, but they had already deduced and designed many immortal killer moves. These immortal killer moves covered attack, defense, advance and retreat, healing, investigation and other aspects. They had no shortcomings in any aspect. In contrast, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng mostly used mortal killer moves. If they really fought intensely, they would be suppressed in all aspects. It would be hard to even gain the upper hand. Of course, this was Tai Bai blessed land. Fang Yuan's side had the geographical advantage. But don't forget, the blessed land could not contain immortal Gu and immortal killer moves. Thus, Zhou Zhong could only suppress his anger. He also suppressed his desire to take revenge. He decided not to bicker with Fang Yuan's group. The most important thing now was to escape this place and find a new place to live. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not stop his request. The reason was simple. It was the information path immortal killer move earlier. Once Fang Yuan's side did something that went against the agreement, they would suffer an intense backlash. They would die on the spot. Fang Yuan was not like Fairy Li Shan. He did not have the time path killer move Kai. Thus he could not violate this agreement. In fact, Zhou Zhong was very vigilant, hoping that Fang Yuan would violate the agreement. This way, once the enemy was dead, this blessed land would fall into the hands of the Feathermen. As for Tai Bai land spirit recognizing him as its master, that was a matter for another time. Of course, Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng could not make a move. They could not summon outsiders like He Lulan and Fairy Li Shan either. Even though the Feathermen did not have as much spirituality as humans. But such a simple loophole could not exist. Once Fang Yuan summoned outside help, he would be violating the agreement. He would die on the spot. Indeed, the 10 duels have already ended. According to the previous agreement, we need to open the doors and let the remaining Feathermen leave safely. Fang Yuan nodded. He said to Zhou Zhong, don't worry. We will not go back on our words. That's good. Zhou Zhong let out a breath of air. He was satisfied with Fang Yuan's promise. He still felt a sense of regret. But Fang Yuan's words suddenly changed. But what? Zhou Zhong looked at him nervously. Fang Yuan smiled faintly. We won the 10th duel, so according to the agreement, we have to choose a slave from the Feathermen on the ground before letting the remaining Feathermen leave. Zhou Zhong sighed. He looked at the Feathermen on the ground. His heart was in a mess, his fingers digging into his flesh. Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng lowered their altitude and began to choose a slave from the Feathermen. The Feathermen were in a panic. They were afraid that they would be chosen. All of you stay where you are and don't move. Let me choose properly. Fang Yuan deliberately shouted loudly. The Feathermen became even more panicked. They were like a flock of weak chicks meeting the gaze of an eagle. Yes, this girl is not bad. Fang Yuan pretended to consider. He hooked his finger. A young girl among the Feathermen was immediately restrained by a formless power. She could not move and flew to Fang Yuan's side. No, I don't want to. The young Featherman girl's beautiful eyes were filled with tears of helplessness. Let go of my fiancé. A Featherman young man shouted. The surrounding Feathermen could not stop him in time and were sent flying. Fang Yuan's eyes flashed with a ruthless light. He snorted lightly, courting death. He did not seem to move, but that Featherman young man was only a rank 2 Gu master. He had just flown into the air when he suddenly stopped. His expression twisted and his whole body twitched. Soon after, he fell to the ground. Even though the surrounding Feathermen caught him, his blood was boiling, blood was spurting out of his 7 orifices. He was about to die. What are you doing? Zhou Zhong was furious. He landed on the ground and pressed on the Featherman young man's chest. personally healing him. The Featherman young man was hit by Fang Yuan's blood path method. His blood was boiling and spurting out. But with Zhou Zhong's suppression, Fang Yuan's attack was dispelled. The Featherman young man's life was saved. Zhou Zhong raised his head and looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was dark. Sir, attacking a mortal is against the demeanor of a Gu immortal. I remember that in the agreement, you are not allowed to kill our Feathermen as you wish. Fang Yuan shrugged. Gu immortals need to have a demeanor, but their dignity cannot be violated. I did not violate the agreement. He was the one who tried to attack me first. Our previous agreement had already been made clear. If any mortal Feathermen were to attack us, they would be executed. Isn't that right? Zhou Zhong could not answer. In terms of playing with rules, Fang Yuan was much better than him. Fang Yuan laughed. Don't worry, I will not violate the rules. Zhou Zhong gritted his teeth. His eyes were about to spit fire. Then I will choose you as my next slave, Zhou Zhong. Chapter 876. The whole place was deathly silent. Immense sorrow, fear and confusion shrouded the hearts of all the Feathermen. Zhou Zhong was the only remaining Gu immortal among the Feathermen. If even he was no longer around and became a human slave, then how could the remaining Feathermen survive? In the current 5 regions, the entire world basically belonged to the human race. The living space left for variant humans was very small, and it would only get smaller and smaller. Zhou Zhong's mouth that was wide open from shock gradually closed. He looked at Fang Yuan like he was looking at a monster, asking, Your immortal zombie appearance is fake, right? How can an immortal zombie be so scheming? Fang Yuan was slightly stunned. He did not expect Zhou Zhong to suddenly calm down. Fang Yuan immediately felt something amiss. Tai Bai Yunxing, who was beside him, said pitifully, Give up, Zhou Zhong. Although you have become a slave, I promise you that I will not mistreat you, and I will not restrict your freedom normally. I will only ask you to work at crucial moments. These Feathermen behind you will live in my blessed land from now on. Don't worry, I will not be harsh on them or mistreat them. I will give them a corresponding reward for every job they do. Sigh. Tai Bai Yunsheng finished speaking and sighed deeply. His good-natured nature was showing. But Zhou Zhong slightly shook his head 3 times. Fang Yuan's smile disappeared. His expression turned solemn. Next, he saw Gu immortal Zhou Zhong suddenly turn around, facing the large group of Feathermen behind him. He bowed deeply. Everyone. Zhou Zhong's tone was very calm, but it revealed a sense of determination. His voice was not loud, but it resounded in everyone's ears. He said, I am sorry everyone in this world. There is only Gu immortal Zhou Zhong, only Featherman Zhou Zhong. There will never be a slave Zhou Zhong. I am truly ashamed. I am the only one left, but I cannot protect everyone. Everyone goodbye. Saying so, he suddenly spread his wings. Featherman's wings were not as wide as eagle wings, nor as thick as eagle wings. She looked thin and weak. Zhou Zhong, why are you doing this? Stop. Tai Bai Yunsheng turned pale with fright and tried to stop him. But how could he stop a Gu immortal from seeking death? Zhou Zhong flapped his wings and soared into the sky. He rushed into the sky and shouted, I'm Zhou Zhong. Feathermen. I won't be a slave. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on him. He had violated the agreement. Stepping on the ground, he was successfully plotted against by Fang Yuan and became a slave of Fang Yuan's side. However, Zhou Zhong was unwilling and took the initiative to disobey. The information path immortal killer move on his body activated. An intense backlash that could not be resisted assaulted Zhou Zhong's body. Zhou Zhong flew slower and slower. The more he flapped his wings, the harder it was for him to fly. At this moment, he was flying in the air like an old man with 1 foot in the grave. His legs were unsteady, but it was as if he was climbing a steep mountain. His entire body quickly crystallized and soon, his entire body turned into a transparent glass crystal. His wings also turned into a crystal-like substance. They could no longer flap. However, his eyes were still looking up at the sky. He did not even look at Fang Yuan and Tai Bai Yunsheng. He showed endless courage and determination. Next he started to fall slowly. He fell to the ground. During the process of falling, his entire body started to disintegrate. First it was his head, then his chest, his wings, his abdomen, and finally his legs. Before he fell to the ground, his entire body turned into shattered glass and crystal shards. Tai by blessed land had no wind. These crystal shards seemed to be floating in the wind. They became smaller and smaller as they floated, gradually dissipating in the air. But at the crucial moment, Tai Bai Yunsheng actually gave in. Feng Yuan could not help but shout in his mind, "This bastard is not worth my consideration." Next, he stretched out a monstrous arm and grabbed Tai Bai Yunsheng's shoulder. The words were stuck in his mouth. But it was something else. "Forget it, old Bai, you are right. These feathermen are the real feathermen in U003CU003C, the legends of Ranzu 003U003E. Don't hesitate anymore. Let them die for freedom." Feng Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng's expression immediately relaxed. He looked at the immortal zombie in front of him gratefully, but also said with some shame, "It was hard for you to think of this plan, but in the end because of me." Feng Yuan interrupted him, "Don't say any more. Everyone has their own beliefs. Even though I do not agree, I understand. As for you, Tai Bai Yunsheng, I will also support you." Feng Yuan. Tai Bai Yunsheng choked, tears were about to fall. Feng Yuan said solemnly, "Do you know why these two Featherman Gu immortals fell for it? Hehe, do you remember the wisdom path inheritance I obtained from Dongfang Naganori?" "You are saying?" Tai Bai Yunsheng was stunned. Feng Yuan sighed. "A wisdom path method. It is truly impossible to guard against. Thankfully, there are very few wisdom path Gu immortals in this world. I already have a complete wisdom path inheritance now. I have to guard against such methods. Old Bai, you passed the earthly calamity. But please wait for a while, don't rush to Eastern Sea. I need to plant several wisdom path methods on you to deal with other wisdom path Gu immortals." Tai Bai Yunsheng heard this and was very moved. He bowed to Feng Yuan. "Thank you for your trouble. Aha, we are a family. There is no need to thank me." Feng Yuan waved his hand, he did not mind. He looked at the ground again. In just a short while, all the feathermen on the ground had killed themselves. Not a single one of them was trying to survive. A trace of emotion flashed past Feng Yuan's face. The feathermen seeking death made him think of a person deep in his memories. More accurately speaking, he was also a featherman. When Feng Yuan was still a mortal Gu master, as an assassin, he had tried to assassinate Feng Yuan many times. The one who understands you better than your friends is often your enemy. Feng Yuan remembered that in a difficult battle, he discovered the secret of this powerful assassin, who had repeatedly tried to assassinate him. He was not a pure human. He was a featherman. "You are a featherman? Your wings were cut off? How sad." Feng Yuan used words to attack him. "I cut off this pair of wings myself." The featherman assassin laughed evilly. "Do you know why?" Feng Yuan's expression changed slightly. "Why?" "Ah, because the Featherman village's elder always praised me, saying that I was a rare Featherman genius, the future pillar of the Featherman village, and that I was a flying quasi-grandmaster. It was so annoying. The elder always told me that I was a Featherman. I belonged to the village. I wanted to leave the village and see the world, but not only did he stop me, all the Feathermen in the village stopped me. Humph, I knew they were afraid that I would go out and reveal the location of this village, attracting the human slave hunting team. So one day I couldn't take it anymore and cut off my own wings. Then, on the same day, I killed all the Feathermen in the village." Saying this Featherman assassin revealed a proud expression. His voice carried a slight smile. "What?" Feng Yuan was shocked. The Featherman assassin shrugged indifferently. "You have also seen the legends of Ranzu. The Feathermen all worship freedom. My heart for freedom is probably more than 10 times stronger than normal Feathermen. My identity as a Featherman restricted me, so I cut off my wings. In the village where I grew up, the villagers restricted me, so I killed them. Because in this world, no one can restrict my freedom." Feng Yuan's expression darkened, his heart filled with alertness. At that time, he had not entered the demonic path, thus he cursed, "You lunatic! Ha ha!" The Featherman assassin laughed loudly. "Thank you for the compliment." After that he said, "Actually, you and I are the same type of people." "Who the hell is the same type of people as you?" Fang Yuan's young face revealed a furious expression. He roared and charged forward fiercely. Chapter 877. The Legends of Ranzu recorded that Ranzu was walking on his own path of life. After parting with the leader of the hairy men, he met the Feathermen in Green Heaven. Ranzu saw these Feathermen and was very happy. Because the Feathermen had wings on their backs, they could understand Ranzu's words and could communicate with him. Ranzu requested the Feathermen, "Oh Feathermen, please help me. My daughter is in the ordinary abyss, she cannot come out. Please fly down and bring my daughter out. Let us father and daughter reunite." The Feathermen laughed loudly. "Oh human, how can you order us around? We Feathermen are the most free life forms in this world. No one can order us around or restrain us. You want us to listen to your request and do as you wish, that is impossible." No matter how Ranzu persuaded or begged them, the Feathermen only cared about flying and enjoyed their freedom. Ranzu's mouth was dry from talking, but the Feathermen only treated him as a clown. They laughed at Ranzu and laughed at him. "Look, this is such a pitiful person. Even if he is the most intelligent life form in the world, so what? WWW*. He has no wings, he can only walk, it is so sad. Thankfully, I am not a human, I am a Featherman. Look, I am flying so nimbly." In Ranzu's lonely heart, Self-Gu heard these words and got angrier. Finally it could not hold it in and jumped out. "All of you come down." Self-Gu showed its might. In an instant, all the Feathermen were captured alive from the sky. Ranzu saw this scene. He could not help but be shocked. "Self-Gu, how did you become so powerful?" Self-Gu said proudly, "That is natural. I took a bite of strength Gu, I have my own strength now, I am very powerful. Moreover, using this strength does not require any price. Oh human, you need to know, only your own strength is the most reliable. Freedom without power is all fake." The Feathermen were captured alive and could no longer fly. He was pinned to the ground, unable to move. The Feathermen were so angry that they started scolding Ranzu and Self-Gu. Ranzu sighed. "Feathermen, I didn't mean to offend you. Please forgive my rudeness. I just want you to save my daughter. When we are reunited, I will definitely reward you." "This is impossible. We Feathermen have the most freedom. Even if we lose our freedom physically, our minds are still free." Not bad, not bad. Cruel person, you can't force your will on any Featherman." The Feathermen were all shouting and shouting. They had no intention of compromising at all. Ranzu persuaded him for 3 days and 3 nights to no avail. Helpless, he could only release these Feathermen once again. Self-Gu said indignantly, "Human, why did you let them go so easily? Don't you want to save your 4th daughter?" Ranzu replied confidently, "I can already see that we cannot use force against these Feathermen. After interacting with the Feathermen for the past few days, I have already discovered that although these Feathermen are free, they do not have a nest to shelter from the wind and rain. They do not have enough food to fill their stomachs. If we want them to help, we have to get them to do it voluntarily." Thus Ranzu stayed near the Feathermen. He built a house and relied on Self-Gu every day. He gathered a lot of wild fruits and killed a lot of beast meat. The Feathermen soon discovered the safety and warmth of the house. Especially in the stormy weather, the Feathermen could only hide in the bushes, shiver in the cold, and endure the hunger. But Ranzu stayed in the house, enjoying the warmth of the fireplace and the sumptuous food. On a cold snowy night, some Feathermen quietly ran under the roof of Ranzu's house. While hiding from the wind and snow, they greedily absorbed the warmth that leaked out from the cracks of the door. Ranzu put on attitude Gu and opened the door. Using a very warm attitude, he invited these Feathermen into the house to share the warmth and food with him. As this happened many times, more and more Feathermen came to Ranzu's house. Ranzu was very hospitable. He entertained the Feathermen every day, even giving the seat closest to the fireplace to the Feathermen. No matter how much food the Feathermen ate, he let them eat as they pleased. The Feathermen gradually got used to this life. Finally, one day, Ranzu saw that the time was right. He took off attitude Gu and showed a cold expression. He closed the door of the house and kept all the food, no longer providing them to the Feathermen for free. The Feathermen were caught off guard. They panicked. They were already used to the safety and warmth of the house. They were used to having ample food. They rarely flew into the sky, and even less often went out to hunt. They also had very little food stored up. Many Feathermen were so fat that they could not fly anymore. Ranzu did this. The Feathermen could not do anything to him. They could not defeat Ranzu, who had self-Gu. Soon, the Feathermen faced the fate of starving to death or freezing to death. A few days later, many Feathermen died. Ranzu waited for a long time, but the Feathermen did not take the initiative to compromise. He was very anxious. Finally, more than half of the Feathermen died. Ranzu had no choice but to mention this. "Oh Feathermen, as long as you flap your wings and fly down to ordinary abyss to save my daughter, I will give you ample food and a warm house." But the remaining Feathermen all shook their heads and refused. Eventually they all died. Many small insects flew out of these Feathermen's corpses. They were like tiny specks of light that flickered with all sorts of colors. Ranzu stretched out his hand to catch them, but he could not do so. "It is useless." Cognition Gu told him at this moment. Wild freedom Gu cannot be caught. These Feathermen have been chasing freedom since birth, but unfortunately, they can only obtain freedom and freedom after death. Central Continent, Hu Immortal Blessed Land, Danghun Palace. Feng Yuan slowly pulled back his monstrous claw. The Featherman Gu Immortal Zhengling's soul. It was extremely weak, floating in the air like mud. Gu Immortal Zhou Zhong. Because he violated the agreement, his body and soul were destroyed. As for Zhongling, who died first. Instead, because he was only hit by Feng Yuan's poison path and strength path killer moves, his body was destroyed, but his soul was preserved. His soul was secretly kept into Feng Yuan's immortal aperture on the spot. Since ancient times, soul path, wisdom path, and enslavement path were closely related. Ever since Feng Yuan obtained Dongfeng Naganori's wisdom path inheritance, his attainment in soul path and enslavement path had increased greatly. Especially when Feng Yuan used the light of wisdom to modify the immortal killer move myriad self time and time again. Not only did he gain several core immortal Gu, he also gained many soul path mortal Gu. When used together after the strength path giant hand killed the enemy, the heavily injured soul would be captured by Feng Yuan. If others were not paying attention, they would think that the soul was also destroyed by Feng Yuan. But in fact, Feng Yuan had secretly captured the soul. This was something that even Tai Bai Yunsheng did not notice, because he did not have an investigative immortal killer move. Feng Yuan also did not tell him. The value of a Gu Immortal's soul was much higher than a Gu Immortal's will or Immortal's soul. Feng Yuan had just finished his first soul search. In this soul search, he learned of the origin of these Feathermen. They are from Western Desert's Featherman tribe. They have lived in a fragment world of green heaven for generations. No wonder they have such an ancient style. Even if they commit suicide, they will not lower their heads and become slaves. But they live in a paradise with abundant resources. They are a single race with no strong enemies, but these Feathermen's minds are corroded. White Shada, who is he? He can actually gather so many people. He attacks Sacred Feather City. And his methods are so powerful that it is beyond imagination. He can actually restrict an immortal Gu house. The Feathermen can only escape pathetically. Feng Yuan searched his memories but could not find any information about White Sea Shadow. In the end, Feng Yuan could only sigh. Western Desert is also filled with hidden experts. In conclusion, this tribulation in Tai Bai Blessed Land had huge gains. Tai Bai Yunsheng obtained the lifetime Dao marks of 2 Featherman Gu Immortals, one rank 6 and one rank 7. He could be said to be the biggest winner. Feng Yuan's gains were also not small. These Feathermen had a huge origin. They also had Sacred Feather City. If one were to trace their origins back to the early late antiquity era, the era of Spectral Soul Demon Venerable. As the leader of Sacred Feather City, the rank 7 Gu Immortal Zhongling had a lot of secrets, immortal killer moves, immortal Gu recipes, and so on. There was a high possibility of a complete Gu immortal inheritance. The fragment world of Green Heaven had been isolated from the outside world for so many years. Sacred Feather City could be said to be the sacred land of Feathermen. It was very likely to be the largest Featherman settlement in the 5 regions. Because they had little interaction with the outside world, and because the fragment world of Green Heaven had abundant resources, the Gu immortal methods that these Featherman Gu immortals had were very ancient. They had distinct characteristics of the late antiquity era. Feng Yuan even had some expectations. If his luck was good, he might be able to find the strength path inheritance in Zheng Ling's soul. The only pity was that these Feathermen were mortals. Feng Yuan still planned to turn these Feathermen into slaves. They would help him open up a market in Western Desert, and even establish a caravan. Feathermen were the best slaves in Western Desert. Super forces and large forces all had caravans with Feathermen as their main members. Feng Yuan could not only do business with Shao Clan, he indeed needed to use Shao Clan as a springboard to enter Western Desert's market in the beginning. But if he only worked with Shao Clan in the long term, Feng Yuan would suffer a huge loss. But these mortal Feathermen were dead, so be it. Looking at their nature, they were used to being wild. It was very difficult to tame them. It was not as convenient as directly buying Featherman slaves. Feng Yuan was not a person who would dwell on the past. He soon threw this matter to the back of his mind. Right now, he already had change form Immortal Gu, and also the Immortal Killer move vaguely familiar face that was fused with change form Immortal Gu. Feng Yuan had originally planned to change into another appearance and go to Northern Plains Zombie Alliance, continuing his thwarted plan. But after contacting Fairy Li Shan, Feng Yuan analyzed the information he obtained. The situation was not optimistic. Ever since Sha Huang's identity was investigated by Feng Jioga, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance's inspection of foreign immortal zombies had increased by many levels. It would not be as easy for Feng Yuan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance like before. Moreover, Feng Jioga, Kanyang Laojun, and the others were hiding. Feng Yuan felt a sense of impending crisis. Feng Yuan hesitated in this situation. Should he still follow his original plan to infiltrate Northern Plains Zombie Alliance? Chapter 878. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. The sky was covered in clouds. The white snow was like dust. The peak stood tall in the snow. The forest was covered in snow, resembling countless clouds. A rainbow light pierced through the sky from the first peak like a meteor, flying in the sky. Snowy Mountain's peak lords all looked over. Ancestor gave another order. I wonder who received the order to gather immortal materials this time. I hope it is not me. The rainbow light drew a beautiful arc in the sky, directly entering the third peak. Many peak lords let out sighs of relief. In the third peak, Fairy Li Shan wore a silk leather skirt. It was made of silver. There was a picture of a grassland under the moon embroidered on it. This was Northern Plains style clothing. Fairy Li Shan wore a sapphire blue pearl ribbon on her head. Her eyes were closed at this moment. Most of her attention was focused on her immortal aperture. Inside her immortal aperture, there were birds chirping and flowers fragrant. It was warm like spring. It was the complete opposite of the icy cave of Snowy Mountain. The forest was lush and green. The scenery was picturesque. There were a large number of rare plants. There were also rare desolate plants. There were even ancient desolate plants. At the center of her immortal aperture, there was a hill hidden in the waist-high grass. At first glance, even a small mound was more eye-catching than this hill. But it was Minuscule Mountain, one of the rare secluded domains in the Legends of Ranzu. In this minuscule mountain, a large number of mini-men flew in and out. They flew in the lush grass, compared to the tiny mini-men. This grass was as tall as a tree. The mini-men were working hard in the grass like bees. Fairy Li Shan paid attention to them secretly. After a while, she felt satisfied. Ever since she obtained Minuscule Mountain, these mini-men did not cooperate with her. They were against her. But Fairy Li Shan was not a useless person. She used both carrot and stick. She supported the puppets of the mini-men race, killing the stubborn ones without any qualms. The mini-men were not as stubborn as the Feathermen, but they were loyal. Fairy Li Shan killed about 40% of the mini-men. She finally subdued the Minimen race in Minuscule Mountain. Next, Fairy Li Shan moved Minuscule Mountain into her immortal aperture. With the Minimen race's help, the wood path resources in her immortal aperture started to increase rapidly. Hairy men were born with refinement path Dao marks. They had the talent to refine goo. The feathermen had cloud path Dao marks. They had wings on their backs and could fly freely in the sky. And from the moment the Miniman was born, it had wood path Dao marks. Wherever they lived, the vegetation would be extremely lush. Furthermore, they had been passed down for generations, and they were the race most adept at cultivating plants in the 5 regions. I am indeed extraordinary. My jadine grass is a rank 7 immortal material. It had always been withered and sparse, but after living here for more than half a year, they had expanded this grassland into a miniature grassland. Every jadine grass was full of vitality. Unfortunately, there were too few of them. In the previous battle, the dwarves had lost more than half of their population. If we had the same population size as before, the pressure on me would have been reduced by more than half. 2-letter goo at once? Fairy Li Shan willed and sensed 2 information path goo worms. One was in the outside world, flying through the sky, while the other was the moving perspective goo that had come out of the blessed land. Fairy Li Shan opened her eyes, and with a wave of her hand, the rainbow light in the sky entered her hand. She probed with her consciousness and looked inside. As expected, it was old ancestor Shui whose mission to gather immortal materials. Shrouding Heaven Dust, Rock Dragon Eye, Elephant Tusk Flame. I am to gather these 3 immortal materials this time. Fairy Li Shan frowned deeply. Among these 3 immortal materials, Rock Dragon Eye and Elephant Tusk Flame were rank 7 immortal materials, while Shrouding Heaven Dust was rank 8. It was extremely precious. Elephant Tusk Flame was a lump of flame that would quietly burn inside the tusk of an ancient desolate beast elephant after it died. This lump of flame was the size of a bean. Once it burned through the tusk and came into contact with the outside air, it would be extinguished. Ancient desolate beast elephants were existences comparable to rank 7 goo immortals. After such elephants died, not all tusks would produce elephant tusk flames. With all these conditions, one could see how precious elephant tusk flame was. It was a rare immortal material even in the largest market of the 5 regions, jewel yellow skies. Compared to elephant tusk flame, Rock Dragon Eye and Shrouding Heaven Dust were much harder to obtain. Shrouding Heaven Dust was a unique phenomenon that only Yellow Heaven of the immemorial 9 heavens had. But Yellow Heaven had already disintegrated because of Run Zu's 10 children. Fairy Li Shan had to first find a Yellow Heaven fragment world. And this fragment world had to be large enough with enough Dao marks to allow her to enter and explore it. After entering the Yellow Heaven fragment world, Fairy Li Shan had to prepare special methods to gather Shrouding Heaven Dust. The process of gathering was naturally filled with danger. Fairy Li Shan was willing to spend a huge amount of money to purchase Shrouding Heaven Dust from jewel yellow skies. As for Rock Dragon Eye, it was the eye of the ancient desolate beast Rock Dragon. This rock dragon was not an ordinary beast. Instead, in the graveyard of a Rockman tribe, there were a lot of Rockman corpses and rocks. After a long period of accumulation, at a certain moment a thunderbolt would appear. The thunderbolt destroyed the graveyard and a rock dragon would appear from within. Like the Rockmen, the rock dragon's body was made of rocks. In the immemorial antiquity era and remote antiquity era, variant humans occupied most of the world. Only superforce Rockman tribes or large-scale Rockman tribes with extremely long histories would have rock dragons accompanying them. Even though there were Ranzu and his 10 children, as well as Primordial Origin Immortal Venerable and Star Constellation Immortal Venerable, there were not many humans in the tribe. The rock dragon was the guardian beast of the Rockman tribe. The Rockmen believed that the rock dragon was the rebirth of their ancestors and predecessors. During the Variant Human War, the rock dragon shined brightly and was publicly recognized as the #1 war beast in the world. The rock dragon did not feel any pain. Its defense was extremely sturdy and it was brave and fearless. Even if it was injured, if a rockman was willing to sacrifice himself, he would go to the wound of the rock dragon. The rockman would sacrifice himself and turn his body into a part of the rock dragon, and the rock dragon's injuries would heal instantly. This battle method was extremely abnormal and gave other races a huge headache. Times had changed. It was very difficult for Fairy Li Shan to find a rock dragon now. Because rockmen tribes were already very rare. Most of the rockmen were slaves raised by Gu immortals. Even if Fairy Li Shan found a rock dragon, with her battle strength, she would not be able to defeat the rock dragon that was known as the #1 war beast in the remote antiquity era with its thick skin and flesh. Thus, even though the rock dragon I was a rank 7 immortal material, the difficulty of obtaining it was much higher than the rank 8 immortal material Shroud Heaven Dust. Old Ancestor Shui, whose gathering missions for us Peak Lords are getting more and more important. Among these 3 immortal materials, only Elephant Tusk Flame is slightly easier. To obtain Shroud Heaven Dust and Rock Dragon Eye, strength is only one aspect. Luck is even more important. Sigh, if only I had good luck and could directly purchase them from Jewel Yellow Skies. Fairy Li Shan sighed deeply. Her initial investment in Minuscule Mountain's Miniman tribe had already been settled, and she was starting to reap benefits now. Moreover, He Lulan was determined to be independent and rejected her funding. This caused Fairy Li Shan to start accumulating wealth rapidly in this short period of time. This accumulation speed was more than twice as fast as before. Obtaining Shroud Heaven Dust and Rock Dragon Eye required too much time and effort. Fairy Li Shan would rather expend her wealth in exchange for time and effort. After keeping Old Ancestor Shui, whose letter Gu, Fairy Li Shan checked the second letter Gu. There were only a few sources that could directly appear in her immortal aperture. After Fairy Li Shan checked, she found that this letter Gu came from Feng Yuan. In this letter Gu, Feng Yuan promised huge benefits to invite Fairy Li Shan to help him kill an immortal zombie from Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Feng Yuan. Fairy Li Shan muttered. She left her bed and stood up. She lowered her head and thought as she paced around. When she walked to the window, she raised her head and looked at the falling snowflakes, the silent peaks outside. She snickered. This Feng Yuan had disguised himself as Sha Huang and joined Zombie Alliance. This time, he wants me to help him kill another immortal zombie. He definitely has a motive. He promised huge benefits and is overbearing with wealth. After all, he snatched many resources from Dongfang tribe, and also obtained Dongfang Naganori's wisdom path inheritance. During this period of time, his development will definitely be smooth. It will be like a raging fire. Right now, Northern Plains' situation is very turbulent. The Central Continent Gu Immortals Investigation Group is still hidden. In this situation, Feng Yuan still wants to make a move. It shows how important the benefits of Zombie Alliance are to him. Is he trying to falsely claim the contribution points of other immortal zombies in exchange for Zombie Alliance's research on how to revive and get rid of the status of an immortal zombie? Thinking of this, Fairy Li Shan squinted. Central Continent Celestial Court. White jade palaces were brightly lit. For Gu Immortals stood at 4 different directions, surrounding the rank 9 immortal Gu House Heaven Overseeing Tower at the center. The old Heaven Overseeing Tower Lord stood at the eastern direction. He raised his walking stick as a bright light shined in his muddy eyes. Repairing fate begins now. The walking stick in his hand stopped in the air. As if it had hit a rock, it emitted a clanging sound. Instantly light burst out. Countless Gu worms flew around, forming a huge Gu formation. Traces of light of different colors intersected with each other, forming a huge 3-dimensional formation diagram that covered 100 li of land. The female Gu immortal Baitsong Shui, who was participating in the restoration for the first time, said in shock, "This refinement path Gu formation is just one step away from becoming a rank 8 immortal Gu house." Immortal Gu houses were the crystallization of one of the Gu cultivation paths, formation path. This refinement path Gu formation is extraordinary. Fairy Tsong Shui looked down. At the western position, the white-clothed young man Lian Zhoushang smiled. Then he grabbed at the air, grabbed a handful of stone dragon pupils, and threw them forward. The rock dragon eyes entered the refinement path Gu formation. In just a few breaths of time, they were completely broken down and fused into this mystical refinement path Gu formation. So many rock dragon eyes, and such a processing speed of immortal materials. Baitsong Shui was speechless. Who immortal blessed land, Dang Hun Palace. Feng Yuan crushed the information path Gu worm in his hand. He was rejected. They still want to restrict my development. These narrow-minded women. Feng Yuan's expression was grim. Right at this time, an information path goo worm flew into his immortal aperture. Did Fairy Li Shan change her mind? Feng Yuan was stunned. He took a look and was extremely shocked. This is Langya Land Spirit's request for reinforcements. Chapter 879. After Feng Yuan obtained change form immortal goo, he fused it into the immortal killer move vaguely familiar face. He could transform into anything now. But the situation was not good for him to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance again. Because Xia Huang's identity was exposed, Northern Plains Zombie Alliance was very vigilant. He could not successfully sneak into Zombie Alliance by repeating his previous actions. Thus, Feng Yuan started to target other Zombie Alliance members. As long as he secretly killed one of them and transformed into this unlucky person, it would be possible to sneak into Northern Plains Zombie Alliance. Feng Yuan was undergoing immortal ascension in Northern Plains. He had the aura of Northern Plains all over his body. Zombie Alliance's entrance could stop Feng Jioge, but it could not stop him. However, this secret assassination also had its difficulties and risks. First, he had to kill a Zombie Alliance member. The entire process had to be carried out secretly. No information could be leaked. It was very difficult to accomplish this. Feng Yuan had rank 7 battle strength now. It was very easy for him to defeat an ordinary immortal zombie. It was also not impossible to kill an immortal zombie. But it was very difficult to assassinate one secretly. Because during battle the commotion would be huge, it could not be controlled. If the immortal zombie wanted to run, Feng Yuan would have to chase. True solid bat wings was not so reliable. If the immortal zombie used information path goo worms to ask for reinforcements, Feng Yuan would have to use sufficient and accurate methods to eliminate these goo worms during the intense battle. In the end, other than Feng Yuan's outstanding offensive strength, he had many shortcomings in other areas. Especially when Feng Yuan lacked battlefield killer moves. Battlefield killer moves could temporarily isolate the surroundings and create a battlefield environment. In battlefield killer moves, goo immortals could not use information path goo worms to ask for reinforcements. Of course, this was not absolute. There were no absolutes in this world. Moreover, outstanding battlefield killer moves had a limited range and could prevent enemies from escaping. Immortal battlefield killer moves had another name. They were called quasi-blessed land. Once activated, countless Dao marks could be temporarily replicated, forming a temporary unique battlefield. Most goo immortals did not have such immortal battlefield killer moves. Only a few goo immortals had them. Feng Yuan did not have an immortal battlefield killer move. It was very difficult for him to kill a Northern Plains Zombie Alliance member alone. Even in his previous life, he did not have one. Because when he obtained his first immortal goo, he was besieged and had to self-detonate to revive. He Lulan and Tai Bai Yunxing did not either. They had just become immortals. No matter how outstanding their immortal apertures were, they would need a long time to accumulate. But Fairy Li Shan had it. Pear Orchard was her battlefield killer move. If he could lure the immortal zombie into the pear garden, then there was a high chance that he could secretly kill it. Of course, even if she succeeded, there was a risk. Feng Yuan naturally would not forget old Lord Qin Yang's group. There were definitely wisdom path goo immortals among them. He deduced that the possibility of Feng Yuan sneaking into Zombie Alliance was very high. Once the truth was exposed, or even the slightest news got out, Feng Yuan entering Northern Plains Zombie Alliance would be like entering a tiger's den. Li Dragon into Li Chan sect. But Fairy Li Shan rejected Feng Yuan's request. Just as Feng Yuan was about to think of another way, a request for help arrived in his immortal aperture. Ever since the Northern Plains auction, Feng Yuan had rarely contacted the land spirit of Langya. This time, the land spirit of Langya contacted Feng Yuan to ask for help. This was out of Feng Yuan's expectations. In Feng Yuan's mind, Langya Blessed Land had an extremely deep foundation. In his previous life, Langya Blessed Land, this ownerless blessed land, had resisted 7 waves of goo immortals' attacks. And on the 7th wave, even Feng Jioge died in Langya Blessed Land. Langya blessed land only had 12 cloud buildings on the surface, each with one desolate beast. They were the 12 desolate beasts. But as long as one was not an idiot, they would understand that these 12 desolate beasts were only the outermost layer of defense. Don't forget that the original owner of Langya blessed land was Longhair Ancestor. He was known as the #1 refinement path immortal in history. He had refined 38 immortal goo in his life, not just rank 7 or 8. And this was only the number recorded in the official history. If unofficial history and rumors were included, the number of immortal goo was enough to surpass 100. Thus, Feng Yuan had already deduced that the true defense of Langya blessed land was the many immortal goo left behind by Longhair Ancestor, and not desolate beasts. Langya blessed land was very different from other blessed lands. Even without an owner, the blessed land's land spirit had an endless supply of immortal essence that could be used. This was because Langya blessed land had a heavenly essence treasure, Imperial Lotus immortal goo, that could produce immortal essence. Precisely because of heavenly essence treasure Imperial Lotus support, the land spirit of Langya could use immortal goo on a large scale and display their unique power. Now the land spirit of Langya is asking me for help? In his previous life, he could last until the 7th wave, but after careful calculation, this should only be the 4th wave. Don't tell me because of me, Northern Plains situation has changed greatly, and the influence is too deep. Could it be that Langya blessed land is facing the fiercest invasion in history? Feng Yuan thought rapidly in his mind. To be able to make the land spirit of Langya ask for help, the strength of the invaders this time could be imagined. They definitely surpassed Feng Yuan's personal ability. But in danger there were often precious opportunities. Langya blessed land had a deep foundation. It was overflowing with wealth. In his previous life, even the Celestial Court was tempted by greed and forcefully took down this blessed land. Although the Celestial Court paid a huge price, they also gained a lot. Even if they sacrificed Fengjoga, they still profited greatly. There were many benefits to cooperating with the land spirit of Langya. This point could be clearly seen from their past interactions. Feng Yuan had relied on swindling to obtain many benefits from the hands of the land spirit of Langya. After he became an immortal in this life, the reason why he could develop so quickly was because of the help from the land spirit of Langya. Especially during the early and middle stages, it was a difficult time to start. Unfortunately, after the Northern Plains auction, Feng Yuan's greed and excessive demands caused the land spirit to be disgusted with him, causing the relationship between both sides to worsen and fall to the freezing point. Feng Yuan had requested to cooperate with the land spirit several times, but the land spirit always responded with a firm stance, requesting Feng Yuan to search for a poison flower petal immortal material for it. If I can help the land spirit this time, it will definitely ease the relationship between both sides. Moreover, I have fixed immortal travel. I only need 3 breaths of time to return to Hu immortal blessed land. No matter how strong the enemy is, 3 breaths of time should be enough for me, right? Feng Yuan speculated. Although the land spirit of Langya urgently asked for help, the situation should not be that bad. He had always felt that Langya blessed land's foundation was quite deep. In his previous life it was able to resist 7 waves of attacks. Even a powerful expert like Feng Joga had perished in it. This was only the 4th wave of attacks. After thinking about it, Feng Yuan decided to help the land spirit of Langya. He was not a hot-blooded kid like Yufei. He would not stand up for his friends when they were attacked, regardless of personal gains or losses. He was Feng Yuan, a demonic path gu immortal. He cared about benefits, he coldly calculated gains and losses. Allies were meant to be used. What was the point of friendship? In Feng Yuan's heart, it was only a special bargaining chip to obtain benefits. Coincidentally, at this time Tai Bai Yunsheng also sent a letter asking for help. The land spirit of Langya also sent him a letter asking for help. In fact, Tai Bai Yunsheng had once repaired Langya blessed land for the land spirit. In terms of friendship, the relationship between Tai Bai Yunsheng and the land spirit of Langya was much better than that of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan told Tai Bai Yunsheng. His decision was acknowledged and praised by Tai Bai Yunsheng. Feng Yuan immediately set off. Using a stargate, he hurried to Langya blessed land. Although Tai Bai Yunsheng had passed the earthly calamity, he still needed some time to recycle his immortal aperture. He could only rush over later. You're here, Feng Yuan. The land spirit of Langya suddenly appeared in front of Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan saw that he was not fatigued and had no injuries. He was even more certain of his guess. He laughed. This is your attitude towards your benefactor? Humph. You think I don't know? You brat, you won't wake up without benefits. If not for the urgency of the situation, I would not have asked for your help. The land spirit of Langya rolled his eyes. Even though he said that, the attitude of the land spirit of Langya was much more relaxed than before. After repelling the enemies, I will give you the rank 6 all-out effort immortal goo recipe as your reward. The land spirit of Langya continued. Feng Yuan chuckled but shook his head. Let's talk about the reward later. Let's repel the invading goo immortals first. Feng Yuan did not talk about the reward. He was worried about the invading enemies. He did not take the chance to threaten him. This made the land spirit of Langya feel much more comfortable. He felt that Feng Yuan was becoming more pleasing to the eye. Follow me. The land spirit of Langya grabbed Feng Yuan's arm and teleported, arriving at the highest floor of a cloud building. It could be seen that Langya Blessed Land had a large number of spacepath Dao marks. Otherwise, places like Starform Blessed Land that did not have many spacepath Dao marks could only fly. Starform Land Spirit could not teleport. Feng Yuan stood at a high place looking outside. He saw that Langya Blessed Land had undergone a huge change. The original Langya Blessed Land had vast cloud soil. The sky was clear and boundless. 12 cloud buildings stood in the center, adjacent to each other. But at this moment Feng Yuan's vision was filled with boundless clouds. He could not even see his own fingers. He could not see the sky or the ground. The land spirit of Langya introduced in a deep voice. This is the goo formation activated after Langya Blessed Land encountered enemies. 12-wave cloud confusion formation. The 12 cloud buildings are all mortal goo houses. They are the formation cores of this formation. Look, these people are the invading enemies. The land spirit waved his sleeves. Several mirrors appeared in front of Feng Yuan. In the mirrors there was a goo immortal. They were either walking slowly or charging rapidly in the clouds. This is... Feng Yuan's pupils shrunk when he saw these goo immortals. Qin Bai Shang Jiang Yu Heicheng Shuesong Zi He Lang Zi. There were two more. A green-robed wind-path goo immortal, he was the fastest. A black-robed goo immortal covered his face. He was very mysterious. You know these people? The land spirit of Langya sensed Feng Yuan's peculiar expression. Feng Yuan nodded, his expression solemn. These people have extraordinary strength, especially the leader, Qin Bai Shang. He is a famous rank 7 expert in northern plains. I know. If not for this, my 12-wave cloud confusion formation would not have been mostly destroyed. Now there are only 5 left. 2 of them are already guarded by 2 Inkman goo immortals from Inkman City. You will guard this one, I will guard the other. As for the last one, I will leave it to Tai Bai Yunsheng. The land spirit of Langya distributed. Feng Yuan frowned. The other party is very strong. Cloud building is only a mortal goo house. It will be very difficult for me to block these people and protect cloud building. His appearance was clearly reflected in the mirror. It was Qin Bai Shang. Feng Yuan's gaze was solemn as he watched Qin Bai Shang get closer. Undeniably, among all these goo immortal enemies, Feng Yuan did not want to meet the most. It was Qin Bai Shang. Feng Yuan did not know that Qin Bai Shang had regained his original battle strength after fighting Feng Zhouge. But just based on Qin Bai Shang's performance, he was at the level of Central Continent's Shirley. Such an opponent was too strong. If he really found this cloud building, Feng Yuan would immediately make a decision. He would only deal with the situation for a while before retreating. Even though he was supporting the land spirit of Langya, this type of support depended on the situation. Feng Yuan had never planned to risk his life for the land spirit of Langya. And the land spirit of Langya clearly had trump cards. It was not his turn to risk his life. Qin Bai Shang was getting closer and closer to the cloud building. He had an investigative immortal killer move. He was moving forward in a straight line. The cloud building that Fang Yuan controlled was right beside his route, about 300 steps away in a straight line. The range of the immortal killer move's investigative immortal killer move was suppressed by this 12-wave cloud confusion goo formation. But it was definitely more than 300 steps. Once Qin Baishang got to a certain distance, the cloud building would appear in his investigative range. That way, Qin Baishang would naturally charge towards the cloud building, and Fang Yuan's first battle would end in failure. But this failure was not scary. Fang Yuan did not have any psychological burden. For someone like Fang Yuan, failure would not affect his morale. It would not damage his fighting spirit, and it would be difficult to change his plans. His state of mind would not be disturbed. But soon, things changed again. Qin Baishang's expression suddenly changed. He directly changed his direction and flew towards the northeast. Their information path method is not only at immortal level, it is also very effective against goo formations. They can actually transmit information in the goo formation. Almost at the same time, Fang Yuan heard. The land spirit of Lengya's voice was filled with surprise. Fang Yuan nodded slightly, replying, "Since the other party is attacking here, they should have come prepared. But from your words, did they not expose this method earlier?" The land spirit was silent for a while. Then it replied, "No. The cloud buildings before were all guarded by desolate beasts. They fought alone and killed desolate beasts, breaking into the cloud buildings. But this time, Emotan Sang and the desolate beasts are guarding the cloud buildings together. The other party should have discovered a goo immortal for the first time. Thus they changed their strategy of fighting alone and rushed over to help." Fang Yuan's expression sank. Not good. Emotan Sang is the city lord of Inkman City. It is already good that he came to help, but he might have to conceal his appearance during the battle. Once the connection between Inkman City and Lengya Blessed Land is exposed, Northern Plains Inkman City will face a calamity. Motan Sang is restrained in battle, while the other party is strong and many of them are working together. He might not be able to defend the cloud buildings. The land spirit immediately replied, "This 12-wave cloud confusion formation uses Lengya Blessed Land's own Dao marks to divide the enemy and make them fall into a predicament of fighting alone. In theory, it can isolate rank 7 and rank 6 immortal information path killer moves, preventing the enemy from communicating with each other. Even if they set up whole earth goo, it is useless." But this group can communicate with each other. It is likely related to the previous attacks. Sigh. I should not have coveted the benefits of selling goo immortal slaves. I should have killed them all. This group of people should possess a rather powerful soul Dao technique. I have already erased the memories of the goo immortal slaves' souls. The land spirit of Langya's analysis was clear and logical. He felt great regret. Fang Yuan also agreed with the land spirit of Langya's analysis. When goo immortals fought, their thoughts were all astute. Qin Baishang only did a small action of helping, but he exposed so many things. On the other hand, since the other party was related to the previous attacks, Lengya Blessed Land's exposed secrets would not be few. "Can you show me the battle scene over there?" Fang Yuan made a request. A new mirror appeared, displaying the scene of the battle. Emotan Sang was riding on a desolate beast, fighting with goo immortal He Cheng. Emotan Sang was a rank 6 goo immortal. He was at a disadvantage. He cultivated Qi Path, but at this moment he used other methods to fight. He Cheng had a hidden illness, but he was still rank 7. He did not use Dark Arrow Immortal Goo to control the battle. The main reason was because Emotan Sang was afraid of exposing his identity. He had Inkman City's foundation. He could not let it be destroyed. Right now, he was only supporting the desolate beast, letting it attack while he healed and defended from the side. Desolate beasts were brave and fearless, but they lacked intelligence to observe the battle situation. Needless to say, with Emotan Sang's careful help, although the desolate beast was suppressed, it was still vigorous and seemed to be able to hold on for some time. But Fang Yuan knew that when Qin Baishang arrived, the desolate beast would only die on the spot. Just as Fang Yuan was paying attention to Emotan Sang, a third figure appeared near Fang Yuan. Shuesong Zi, did he not receive the news and go to the battlefield over there? Fang Yuan was surprised. He had many guesses in his heart. A moment later, Shuesongzi found Fang Yuan's cloud building. He paused for a moment before shooting towards the cloud building. Fang Yuan also stood up with a solemn expression. The battle was about to start. The yellow jade lion pursued in a straight line. As he ran on the ice crystal road, his speed dropped drastically. Shuesongzi retreated rapidly. Seeing that there was a sufficient distance between them, he laughed and said, "What a beast! Eat my piercing ice blade." He raised his palm and slashed at the yellow jade lion from afar. Gotcha! In an instant a huge ice blade was formed in the air. The ice blade fell from the sky at an extremely fast speed. The ice blade was sharp and ruthlessly chopped at the yellow jade lion's back. The yellow jade lion howled in pain as blood splattered everywhere. Then it was frozen into blood-red ice. The penetrating ice blade shattered like glass, but the cold air inside was directly injected into the yellow jade lion's body through the wound. The attacks came one after another, overwhelming the opponent. It was extremely vicious and ruthless. The yellow jade lion roared at the sky, and the sound waves surged through the clouds. Balls of flames rose from its 4 claws, increasing its speed once again. He was even more agile when dodging. The yellow jade lion's body was covered in large numbers of mortal goo worms. These were specially nurtured by the land spirit of Langia. Because it was a battle in the headquarters, the yellow jade lion's mortal goo worms were all destroyed. They could all play a role. However, the cold air had already entered its body, and the speed of the yellow jade lion was greatly reduced. Shuesongzi had the upper hand. He continued to use immortal killer moves. Attacked the topaz lion. The situation was becoming more and more disadvantageous for the topaz lion. The wounds on its body were also increasing. His speed was also getting slower and slower. Even when he coughed up blood, what he coughed up wasn't boiling hot blood. Instead, it was a cold blood freeze. Haha, carefree, truly carefree. Shuesongzi was happy and contented, laughing loudly. He had used almost all of the immortal killer moves that Qin Baishang had taught him. He could feel the power of immortal killer moves. The desolate beasts that gave him headaches in the past could only run for their lives and howl in pain under the bombardment of immortal killer moves. Next will be the last move, Frozen Heart Lock. Let's test its power. Shuesongzi suddenly advanced instead of retreating, diving down towards the yellow jade lion below. His speed was extremely fast, like a goshawk hunting in the sky. Before the yellow jade lion could react, the goo worm had already sensed Shuesongzi's aura being activated, and a light armor appeared on the yellow jade lion's body. Humph! Child's play. A ruthless light flashed in Shuesongzi's eyes. He raised his palm again and used a mortal killer move, penetrating ice blade. Boom! The ice blade landed on the yellow jade lion's back and shattered. The light armor created by the mortal goo worm could not even last for a blink of an eye. It was easily destroyed by the ice blade. A deep wound appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. Its bones could be seen. The desolate beast lion howled in pain. It could not hold on any longer and fell to the ground. Shuesongzi stepped on the yellow jade lion's back. He suddenly bent down and placed his palms on the yellow jade lion's body. Crack, crack, crack. Soft sounds of ice forming could be heard. First, a thin layer of ice appeared on the yellow jade lion's back. With Shuesongzi as the center, it rapidly spread across the yellow jade lion's body. Soon, this thin layer of ice could be seen with the naked eye, becoming thicker. Not only this, there was also an intense frost energy spreading in the yellow jade lion's body, freezing its flesh, bones, and even its organs. Shuesongzi's expression was pale. He was inwardly shocked. This ice heart lock is indeed powerful. It can even freeze desolate beasts. But this immortal killer move expends immortal essence too quickly. After realizing this, Shuesongzi wanted to let go. But soon greed rose in his heart. Why don't I take this chance to capture this yellow jade lion alive? I will freeze it first, and when it thaws I will sell it to others. A living desolate beast. This is a huge transaction in jewel yellow skies. Just as he was thinking about his beautiful future, the yellow jade lion under his feet suddenly exploded. With a loud sound, a strength path giant hand firmly grabbed Xue Songzi, who could not dodge in time. Xue Songzi was pale with fright. What the hell is this? Ice armor. A thick layer of ice armor appeared on his body. The strength path giant hand tightly gripped the ice armor. Cracks started to appear on the ice armor. Xue Songzi's lips curled up, revealing a ruthless smile. I can test another variation of this defensive killer move. Ice armor explode. With a loud sound, the ice armor exploded. Large amounts of frost energy filled the surroundings. Fang Yuan's strength path giant hand's 5 fingers were pushed away by the huge impact. Xue Songzi took the chance to fly away, but at the next moment, his sinister smile froze. Above his head, a giant strength path hand was already ready to strike. Xue Songzi flew to the sky. The ice armor had just exploded. He could not activate it again in time. This strength path giant hand was like a fly swatter. It ruthlessly swung and smashed Xue Songzi into a pile of meat paste and bone fragments. Chapter 882. You killed an enemy Gu Immortal? Good. Fang Yuan had just gotten out of the yellow jade lion's body when the land spirit of Langya's voice entered his ears. Fang Yuan's first thought was, it seems that this Langya blessed land has a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit of Langya was so convenient to transmit. Gu Immortal land spirit and star form land spirit did not have this ability. It could be seen that Langya blessed land had a lot of sound path Dao marks. The land spirit was very surprised that Fang Yuan could kill Xue Songzi, saying good 3 times in a row. This was the first time the enemy had lost a member since they started attacking. Fang Yuan, to think that you are so good at deducing immortal Gu recipes, you are also not careless in battle. At this juncture, the land spirit of Langya was not stingy with its praise. Fang Yuan also laughed. When he laughed, Xue Songzi's flesh and bones had just fallen to the ground. Fang Yuan was quite satisfied with this battle result. The yellow jade lion under his feet was on the verge of death. Fang Yuan used it as a pawn to deal with Xue Songzi, obtaining a miraculous effect. In this battle, Fang Yuan only used vaguely familiar face and strength path giant hand. He did not expend much energy. But he killed Xue Songzi. The battle result was huge. At Fang Yuan's level, he deeply understood that all battles were just a continuation of economic conflicts. In other words, battles and wars were like doing business. There was an accounting of what one had to pay and what one obtained. Why was Fang Yuan so satisfied? Because he had paid very little in this battle. But his gains were huge. In business terms, he had used a small amount to gain a large amount. He had made a huge profit. Xue Songzi had an immortal Gu and a complete set of immortal killer moves. If Fang Yuan fought directly, he might not be able to defeat the enemy even after dozens of rounds. Here, Xue Songzi could only use immortal killer moves. Fang Yuan might be able to use mortal Gu. But against the power of immortal killer moves, he would have to use immortal killer moves to block them, right? This way, his green grape immortal essence expenditure would be huge. Even if he expended a huge amount of immortal essence, Xue Songzi might not die. Who knows, the reinforcements might be Fang Yuan's turn to retreat instead. But when Gu immortals fight, they are not inflexible moves. They are filled with schemes and schemes. Fang Yuan had been guessing earlier. Xue Songzi was a member of Snowy Mountain Blessed Land. He was weak. He was probably a peripheral character among these invading Gu immortals. Xue Gu Immortal Gu, Immortal Gu Immortal Immortal Gu Immortal Gu Immortal Master. Most importantly, Fang Yuan knew that Xue Songzi was in the previous Imperial Court contest. Attention to what he did. Master Xue Immortal Gu Immortal Master Xue Immortal Master. Thus, he easily deduced the reason why Xue Songzi obtained the Immortal Gu, as well as his mentality. As the saying went, know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Xue Songzi knew nothing about Fang Yuan. He was also a weakling. He did not seem to have received Qin Baishang's warning. If it was Qin Baishang, he would have told Xue Songzi that there were already Gu immortals in the cloud buildings. Then Xue Songzi would not be so careless. What was worse was, Earlier, the invaders were unstoppable. They destroyed many formation cores of the cloud buildings. They also killed many desolate beasts. After every battle, Qin Baishang had to send a message to the members and inform them once. Qin Baishang's action was understandable, because the Gu immortals were scattered, searching for formation cores everywhere. The vast white fog made the Gu immortals feel isolated. Their morale would fall. Shuesongzi heard the notification again and again. He felt that he was unstoppable. His morale was high. He died at Fang Yuan's hands. There was a reason why arrogant soldiers were bound to lose. On the other hand, Fang Yuan was scheming and scheming. He had a huge advantage. Of course, his guess might not be accurate. It was just a guess after all. But the truth was, he had a good grasp of Shuesongzi's mentality. He was also hiding inside the yellow jade lion's body. Shuesongzi also had an investigative immortal killer move. During the battle, he scanned the yellow jade lion's body at least 3 times. He was afraid that the yellow jade lion might have some wild immortal goo that would suddenly activate and catch him off guard. He would be in deep trouble. Shuesongzi did not find any immortal goo. This made him even more careless. Fang Yuan's vaguely familiar face played an extremely important role in this process. If he did not use this killer move to conceal himself, even if he hid inside the yellow jade lion's body, Shuesongzi would be able to detect him. Because of all these factors, this shocking result was created. Gu immortals were all dragons and phoenixes among men. If Shuesongzi had not been careless with his current strength, he could have contended against Fang Yuan. Even if he was at a disadvantage, he could have lasted for some time. Unfortunately, his opponent was Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had his previous life's memories. To put it nicely, he was intelligent, but to put it bluntly, he was scheming and scheming. He could use a portion of his strength to the limit and display several times the effect. Land Spirit of Lengia, I killed Shuesongzi this time. How are you going to reward me? Shuesongzi's immortal aperture was destroyed. Although everything in the immortal aperture was destroyed, his Dao marks all belong to this blessed land of yours. Fang Yuan asked with a smile. Ha ha ha, no problem. There will be a huge reward after the battle. I hope you can guard this cloud building well. Mo Tansang is heavily injured and barely survived. His cloud building has already been lost. You have Shuesongzi's soul. You need to search for it and see this group's background. The land spirit immediately replied. Fang Yuan's gaze focused slightly. This was not the first time he had captured a Gu immortal's soul. Earlier in Tai Bai Blessed Land, Tai Bai Yunxing could not find any flaws. But in Langya Blessed Land, he was exposed to the land spirit of Langya. As for Mo Tansang's loss, it was normal. Fang Yuan had expected it. Shuesongzi is dead. Qin Baishang stood in the ruins of the cloud building. His body suddenly shook as he spoke. What? He had your immortal goo and a complete set of immortal killer moves. How could he suddenly die? He Cheng, who was beside him, was shocked. Shuesongzi's death caused He Cheng's pressure to rise sharply. Among the Shadow Sect members, He Cheng was rank 7. But his battle strength was relatively weak. He was a natural ally with Shuesongzi. Moreover, He Cheng was not only worried about this blessed land. There was also this group of mysterious comrades beside him. He fell into a trap. Qin Baishang thought for a few breaths of time, his eyes shining brightly. In a direct battle, unless a rank 8 Gu immortal attacks, Shuesongzi will be able to last for some time. This Langya Blessed Land definitely does not have a rank 8 Gu immortal. Then the biggest possibility left was that Shuesongzi had discovered a cloud pavilion or other important things. For the sake of the promised reward before the battle, he concealed his discovery and did not report it. He obtained a new immortal goo and wanted to test it out. In the end, he was caught by the enemy and set up a trap. At the right time, he killed Shuesongzi. He Cheng took in a deep breath. Then his opponent is not simple, to be able to scheme against Shuesongzi to death. Even though he said that, He Cheng felt even more wariness towards Qin Baishang. This Qin Baishang was truly skilled in both martial and civil matters. Not only was his strength extraordinary, he was able to analyze the situation so clearly in just a few breaths of time. In terms of scheming, he seemed to be even better. Maybe I treasured the limited number of communication methods too much. I need to learn from this lesson. Qin Baisheng sighed faintly. Soon after, he smiled. But thankfully, we dismantled 8 cloud buildings. I have already gained a deep understanding of the formation cores of these cloud buildings. I have already created a mortal killer move that can lead us to the remaining cloud buildings. But here, to use this mortal killer move, we need to use an immortal killer move to protect it. He can actually create a mortal killer move in such a short time? What attainment level is he at? He Cheng's heart shook. Qin Baisheng started to transmit to the others. He summoned the mysterious black-robed Gu Immortal to his side, so that he could continue to use immortal killer moves to protect him. It could be seen that Qin Baisheng did not trust He Cheng. He also ordered Hui Fengzi and He Langzi to go to the location where Shuesongzi died. Qin Baisheng lent Shuesongzi an immortal Gu, but he also used this chance to plant an immortal method on Shuesongzi. It could be used to track him. This was not hidden from Shuesongzi, because Qin Baisheng used the immortal Gu he lent. If I don't plant a tracking method on you, what if you run away after borrowing my immortal Gu? He also said that he would reward Shuesongzi with the immortal Gu after the battle, to control him. Thus Shuesongzi had a fawning smile back then. He took the initiative to let Qin Baisheng plant a tracking method on him. With the correct direction, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi quickly arrived at the location where Shuesongzi died. Seeing the bloody mess on the ground, He Langzi snorted in disdain. Truly trash. Hui Fengzi flew down and inspected the area. After confirming that there were no traps, he carefully observed Shuesongzi's mangled corpse. Soon, his gaze turned solemn as he found something. This is troublesome. The other party seems to have a strength path killer move. Shuesongzi died from this move. This move is extremely powerful and powerful. Hui Fengzi's analysis was correct. Fang Yuan's immortal killer move Miri itself was no longer the same as before. The core cleanse soul immortal Gu was useless, but there was still self-strength immortal Gu, pulling mountain immortal Gu, and pulling water immortal Gu, these 3 strength path cores. It was rare to see an immortal killer move that could perfectly fuse 3 strength path immortal Gu. He Langzi was skeptical of Hui Fengzi's words. In fact, he was very wary of human Gu immortals. He flew down and stood beside Shuesongzi's corpse. His head suddenly turned into a wolf's head. His eyes were eerie as they flickered with green light. He looked around several times. At the same time, his wolf nose sniffed, as if he had smelled some important information. Soon, He Langzi's expression turned ugly. He said, "Rank 7 strength path, it is indeed rare. Could it be the domination immortal?" Next, he said, "No matter what, let's destroy this cloud building first." He Langzi acted like a wild beast. He did things in a straightforward manner. Hui Fengzi nodded, but his gaze was vigilant as he looked around, afraid that a terrifying rank 7 strength path expert was hiding near him. "Brothers, you've come so quickly. I am Xingxiangzi, I am overseeing this cloud building. May I know your names?" Fang Yuan flew out of the cloud building. "Be careful. This is a star path rank 6 Gu immortal." Hui Fengzi quickly transmitted to He Langzi. He Langzi nodded silently. Chapter 883. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi stared at Fang Yuan intently. Right now, Fang Yuan was wearing a blue robe. Traces of starlight were leaking out of his wide sleeves. He was no longer tall and muscular like before, he was tall and slender. His skin was not the bronze zombie skin. It was white and tender like a baby's. It had a faint red glow to it. His facial features had also become elegant and refined. Coupled with his long and smooth white hair, he looked exactly like a free and unfettered expert with a sage-like demeanor. After obtaining change form immortal Gu, vaguely familiar faces effect increased greatly. Fang Yuan's appearance changed greatly. Xingxiangzi? I have never heard of him. He Langzi frowned, a ruthless gaze flickered in his eyes. From the start he had felt something amiss. "You are a Northern Plains Gu immortal?" Hui Fengzi changed his expression. He looked relaxed, but he was actually wary of the other rank 7 strength path Gu immortal hiding in the dark. Fong Yuan waved his sleeves, laughing heartily. I am a Northern Plains Gu immortal. A mere lone cultivator is not worth mentioning. Both of you are famous in Northern Plains. You are both experts. I cannot compare to you. He knew He Langzi, but he did not know Hui Fengzi. But looking at the situation, He Langzi and Hui Fengzi were walking side by side. With He Langzi's wild nature, one could deduce that this Hui Fengzi had battle strength that did not lose to He Langzi. Since you know of our reputation, why are you not retreating? If we really fight and you die in my hands, that would be too unwise. Hui Fengzi sneered a few times. His gaze was as sharp as a knife as he looked over. Fong Yuan smiled helplessly. I have been entrusted with a task, so I have to fulfill it. I am not skilled in fighting, but I have no choice but to fight you too. Please. He said this in a perfunctory manner. But he was secretly happy. Vaguely familiar faces effect was quite good. The two of them were rank 7. The moment he appeared, he had definitely used many investigative killer moves. Based on the current situation, these two did not have any suspicions towards Fong Yuan's appearance. If he found out that Fong Yuan was an immortal zombie, just based on He Langzi's personality, he would have already attacked. Star Path rank 6 was already lower than his cultivation. If he was an immortal zombie, he would look down on him even more. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the other party had already discovered it but was holding back. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi saw that Xingxiangzi was only rank 6. Their cultivations were lower than his, but they took the initiative to challenge him. Involuntarily, the two thought of the hidden strength path Gu immortal. The two looked at each other. Hui Fengzi said to He Langzi, why don't you attack, I'll help you. He Langzi was wary of the rank 7 strength path Gu immortal who killed Shuesongzi. Since Hui Fengzi is watching from the side, if that mysterious rank 7 strength path Gu immortal suddenly attacks, there is no need to worry too much. However, I had an inexplicable feeling that something was wrong. I don't know why. He Langzi frowned and nodded to Hui Fengzi. At the next moment he growled and pounced at Fong Yuan. Fong Yuan saw that the famous demon of Northern Plains He Langzi was getting closer. He smiled. Please. Fong Yuan pushed his palms forward, using an immortal killer move. At that instant starlight shined. A whirlpool-like star cloud appeared. A few breaths of time later, it expanded to the size of 2 or 3 elephants. This star cloud rotated rapidly, creating a huge attractive force. Star Path Immortal Killer Move. Star Cloud Grindstone. This was Star Lord Wanxiang's defensive killer move. Long-range attacks could be attracted in and then crushed by the Star Cloud Grindstone. For close combat experts like He Langzi, once he entered the Star Cloud Grindstone, his body would be restricted and he would be crushed by it. All in all, this was a very strong offensive-defensive killer move. Howl! He Langzi's body burst out with an explosive light. The light was so bright that even Fong Yuan had to close his eyes. At the next moment the light faded and a wolf appeared. This wolf wasn't very big. In fact, it was even slightly smaller than an ordinary wolf. But the dangerous aura it exuded made Fong Yuan's eyelids twitch. It had no fur on its body, it was like a wooden statue covered in brown paint, giving off a sinister aura. On the wolf's head, there were naturally mushroom-like bones. It looked like it was wearing a pitch-black triangular hat. Under the brim of the hat, in the empty eye sockets, there were not sparkling eyeballs, but 2 glossy green flames quietly burning. Rank 7 desolate beasts fed on soul beasts. Fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf. After He Langzi transformed into the fragrant sorcerer in statue wolf, his speed increased by 3 times. He was like a shadow that flashed past Fong Yuan's eyes. Such speed. Even my investigative killer move cannot capture it. Fong Yuan's heart tightened. In any Gu Immortal battle, speed was an extremely important factor. Whoever was faster would have the initiative. Advancing or retreating could be done with a single thought. The slower side wanted to attack but could not hit the other side. If they wanted to retreat, they would be chased by the other side. He Langzi was indeed a famous transformation path demonic immortal in Northern Plains. When he was in human form, his battle strength was only rank 6 peak stage. But once he transformed into beast form, his battle strength rose sharply, It proved that he had great battle strength. At this moment, Fang Yuan was at a disadvantage. He lost the initiative, but he did not panic. Even though he had an incomplete Strength Path Immortal Killer move, 3 pairs of True Solid Bat Wings, he did not show any signs of using it now. True Solid Bat Wings was a top-tier Mortal Killer move. Once Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo activated, it could burst out with the speed of an Immortal Killer move. Thus it was called an incomplete Immortal Killer move. But this movement killer move was too unstable. And even if Iron Crown Eagle Strength Immortal Goo activated, Fang Yuan's speed could not match the Fragrant Sorcerer Yin Statue Wolf. This ancient desolate beast wolf could fight against rank 7 Goo Immortals. It was known for its speed and agility. Moreover, if Fang Yuan used True Solid Bat Wings now, he would be exposing his Strength Path Goo Immortal identity. A wise man would not take it. Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to become a Star Path Goo Immortal this time. He was also using these 2 strong enemies to test his Star Path methods. He was testing the results of his research in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. The Fragrant Sorcerer Yin Statue Wolf let out a sharp howl. It was not just a direct clash of strength on the surface, there were also schemes and plots between them. Seeing that the Fragrant Sorcerer Yin Statue Wolf was attacking the cloud buildings, Fang Yuan was inside the Nebula Grindstone. He was not anxious, he smiled leisurely. Star Path Immortal Killer move. Star Snake Rope. At the edges of the Nebula Grindstone, 6 ropes shot out. The ropes were thin, they were made from dense dark blue starlight. The ends of the ropes were in the shape of snake heads. The 6 ropes were like 6 spiritual snakes that shot out like lightning as if they were pouncing on their prey. After which, they wriggled about and wrapped around the body of the Fragrant Sorcerer Yin Statue Wolf. Sir He Langzi, where are you going? Please come in and fight. Fang Yuan laughed loudly. The Nebula Grindstone moved rapidly. Cooperating with his strength, he pulled the Fragrant Sorcerer Yin Statue Wolf into the Nebula Grindstone. These 2 immortal killer moves can be used together, this is a good tactic. At once, even Hui Fengzi's eyes shined with a sharp light. It spoke. Not a battlefield killer move, you want to trap me? You are too naive, Dai. Saying so, it opened its mouth and spat out a lightning pillar. The lightning pillar shot towards Fang Yuan with an imposing aura. Fang Yuan's face shone with an eerie blue light. His eyes shined with a bright light, but he still maintained his calm demeanor. It is not easy to kill me. Saying so, Fang Yuan's body shook and suddenly turned into 6 figures, flying away and causing the lightning pillar to miss its target. Star Path Immortal Killer move. 6 illusion star bodies. 1 body turned into 6, which one is the true body? Hui Fengzi had been observing the battle. Because he was wary of the Strength Path Goo Immortal hiding in the dark, he did not make a move. The 6 figures drew trails of blue starlight in the sky. They surrounded the lightning flash giant wolf and attacked together. At once, starlight flickered. Countless mortal killer moves flew towards the lightning flash giant wolf. He Langzi activated his defense, resisting Fang Yuan's attacks as he retaliated. But after spending a lot of effort in killing 1 Fang Yuan clone, another clone would be created. He Langzi attacked left and right. He killed a total of 8 Fang Yuan phantom stars. It was quite a fruitful battle. But after Fang Yuan phantom stars were destroyed, they would be reborn again and again. They seemed to have endless power. There were still 6 Fang Yuan clones surrounding the lightning flash giant wolf and attacking it. He Langzi felt a huge headache. Here, he could only use immortal killer moves to defend and expend rank 7 immortal essence. But the enemy only used mortal killer moves, they expended primeval essence. If this continued, he would be at a huge disadvantage. However, he had no choice but to defend. His physical body couldn't withstand such an indiscriminate bombardment. He attacked, but Fang Yuan's 6 phantom stars continued to grow. At once, Fang Yuan gained the initiative for the first time. He turned the situation around. At this time, He Langzi's investigative methods were being tested. Damn it, this lightning flash giant wolf has powerful attacks, but it is not good at investigative methods. Its speed is also not good. Even if I attack cloud building, I will be blocked by it. Do I have to turn back into the fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf? He Langzi gritted his teeth. Transformation path Gu cultivators could only transform a limited number of times in a certain period of time. This was because the transformation was successful, the Dao marks would change. When transforming into another life form, the Dao marks would be left behind. Transformation path Gu immortals needed to use Gu worms to cleanse their bodies and get rid of the remaining Dao marks, otherwise, they would be in great danger. Earlier, He Langzi could turn from the fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf to the lightning flash giant wolf, because he used the lightning path immortal killer move. This move not only attacked the surrounding star snake ropes, it also destroyed the soul path Dao marks on He Langzi's body. That was why He Langzi had the ability to transform into a lightning flash giant wolf. But if He Langzi wanted to turn from a lightning flash giant wolf to a fragrant sorcerer-ing statue wolf, he did not have a soul path immortal killer move. Immortal killer move. It was very rare and precious, and it was very difficult to calculate. He Langzi was also someone who had a fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, with his identity as a rogue cultivator, he would not have achieved what he had today. It was a pity that he had obtained some inheritances. They were all quite incomplete. Unlike Xue Songzi, who had died not long ago, he had obtained a complete snowpath inheritance from Qin Baisheng. He could use the immortal killer moves one by one. He was not like the current Fang Yuan, who had obtained the complete star path inheritance from Star Lord Wan Xiang. Star Snake Rope, Star Cloud Grindstone, and 6 illusion star bodies all use Star Mark, Starlight, and Star Shoot as the cores. They complemented each other and could be used smoothly. He Lulan tried all ways and means to use the mortal killer move Self-Strength Giant Phantom, transforming it into an immortal Dao level. She had the foundation, but she could not do it. Fang Yuan had Strength Path Grandmaster Attainment level and the Light of Wisdom. He did not dare to try deducing other Strength Path immortal killer moves. It was not that he could not succeed, but he would expend too much time and effort. He Langzi did not have a Wisdom Path foundation. It was even more impossible to deduce a suitable immortal killer move for him. Of course, with He Langzi's strength, he had to endure Fang Yuan's attacks. It was not impossible to slowly get rid of the lightning path Dao marks on his body. After all, his cultivation level was there. Fang Yuan's strength was not as deep as his. But that would drag on for a long time. Just as He Langzi was hesitating, Hui Fengzi suddenly attacked. Fang Yuan's attack stopped. He was shocked to see a jade feather floating above his head. When did I get hit? What immortal killer move is this? It actually discovered my true body. You actually found my true body? Fang Yuan was shocked. The moment Fang Yuan used 6 illusion star bodies, Hui Fengzi used his investigative immortal killer move. After discovering Fang Yuan's true body, he immediately used another immortal killer move to mark it. Hui Fengzi was fighting at the side, guarding against the hidden strength path Gu immortals. But that did not mean he would not attack. Fang Yuan was fighting 1 against 2, and both of them were rank 7 Gu immortals. The disadvantage was too great. Once Fang Yuan's true body was exposed, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Without a choice, Fang Yuan activated Star Cloud Grindstone to block in front of him. But the lightning flash giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. Lightning surged and destroyed several Star Cloud Grindstones. Fang Yuan quickly mobilized the other 5 star bodies to disturb He Langzi. If He Langzi was an ancient desolate beast, his attention would have been attracted. But he had human intelligence and intelligence. He ignored the star body's interference. He continued to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan fell into a passive state. The Star Cloud Grindstone in front of him was pierced by the lightning pillar again. Behind the lightning pillar, the lightning flash giant wolf chased after him. Immortal killer move. Position star transposition. Fang Yuan's body shined with starlight. He vanished on the spot and appeared somewhere else, replacing one of the 6 illusion star bodies. This was a movement killer move recorded in Star Lord Wanxiang's inheritance. It could allow Fang Yuan to vanish at any time and replace one of the 6 illusion star bodies. After the replacement, the original Phantom Star body would vanish. Other than Feng Yuan's true body, there were only 4 Phantom Star bodies left. But soon, Feng Yuan willed and produced another illusory star body, standing beside him. The number of illusory star bodies in the field once again reached the maximum. At once, He Langzi's lightning flash giant wolf's mouth was wide open. He could not close it. Hui Fengzi's gaze was also dazed for a breath of time. Position star transposition and 6 illusion star bodies, these 2 immortal killer moves were closely matched. They seemed to be somewhat shameless. Hui Fengzi and He Langzi were speechless. Unless they had a method to counter it, or if they could dispel one of these 2-star path killer moves, the current Feng Yuan was quite difficult to deal with. Unfortunately, be it Hui Fengzi or He Langzi, they did not have a method to counter it. And to dispel an unknown immortal killer move, they needed a deep wisdom path foundation. It was not something that could be done in a short period of time. However, just as Feng Yuan and He Langzi were in a deadlock, Hui Fengzi finally made up his mind and attacked. Immortal killer move, Wind Escape. His body turned into a gust of wind, vanishing on the spot. At the next moment, he appeared at the cloud building, opening his mouth. Immortal killer move, Deathwind Flying Blade. The wind blade that Hui Fengzi spat out landed on the roof of the cloud building. The cloud pavilion only lasted for a breath's time before it was sliced into 2 by the sharp wind blade from top to bottom. Wind Escape? The number 1 movement killer move in Northern Plains. In an instant, Feng Yuan recognized Hui Fengzi. He called out to the land spirit of Lengya. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.